forwarded to the 33 members of the Poker Hall of Fame, of which you are one of the voters. You would then get up to 4 votes. It does allow for multiple people to be inducted. What do you make of the rule changes?
I think it's good.
You vote?
Well, this will be the first year I can vote. Do you mean do I vote like in?
No. We don't want to go there. No,
Oh.
just will you vote?
Yeah, I think it's like required, but I also would. But this is the first year I've ever had voting, rights, so I don't know exactly how to. I assume they'll give me the means to do it. I think the multiple is great. What do you do when a guy like Kuhn comes along and if he's not in the Poker Hall of Fame, it doesn't really make sense to me. This is Seaver's year, but it is subjective, so I don't want to speak for everybody, but and I love the fact that I can click yes for a few different players.
Yeah.
I feel awesomest. Like if it's just the question, should they be in or should they not, that makes it a little easier than the pressure of having to allot a percentage of votes to this and that. So I think it's good.
You were considered a lock last year. Sean Deeb's pretty much considered a lock this year. And you're indicating there's 2 or 3 other people you think that you could get in this year.
Yeah, I think I don't know how you don't. I don't know how anybody in the hall wouldn't vote for Seaver. I just don't really see that, and I agree. Deeb has had a generational run at the World Series and is an all-time great player and deserves it. And yeah, Kuhn, I think being 40 just has to get nominated, and he gets my vote as a yes. I know the criteria for the hall was what it was when the mixed games were kind of the sort of standard of poker in a way, but it feels to me at least that the barrier to entry has gotten so difficult. There are games still. You can always rise up the ranks and find ways to play stud and such, but in the 70s and 80s, those were really the kind of main games, and then Doyle and co sort of ushered in No Limit. So I don't know what your take on it, but some of the kind of straight No Limit players, Kuhn is great at PLO too, but what do we do with guys like that? To me, the very best of that group deserve to be in the Poker Hall of Fame.
And just a reminder, we will announce those inductees live on ESPN during our final table coverage, which everybody on this desk will be part of. Get those nominations. And now it is time for us to ask why so mad. Norman Chad.
Why am I so mad? Do I look mad?
Kinda.
Yeah.
Well, you do a little bit, to be honest.
Enough. Already Nick Schulman. Nick Schulman this. Nick Schulman that. We both do the same things, but they say you do them better. Better commentator, better voice, better player. Coolest cat ever. Fiddlesticks. Yeah, I said fiddlesticks, old school term you wouldn't know. You've played deuce to 7 for a bracelet. I've done 5 to 10 for a bank robbery. Yeah, I've been around the block a few times, pal. I was bluffing off stacks before you were gurgling baby formula. I used to walk the Binion's horseshoe in 110-degree heat past Indian reservations and out-of-work Chippendale dancers. Sometimes I had to dodge bullets because Benny Binion was having a gunfight out front. He was a man's man. We were all men. Sure, now you've got 3 more final tables at this World Series and an 8th bracelet, while I have a handful of squad douche. But I've got life experience and losing every goddamn day experience that you'll never have.
channel's only focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Of course, here's the meme of the day brought to you by 5mind.com. I gotta tell you, this is one of my favorite things in life, and no, it's not chocolate pudding, it's not chocolate milk, it's not cake. No, it's none of that. It's not what you'd expect as a typical answer to that question. No, my favorite thing in life is watching idiotic social revolutionary leftoids getting slapped in the face with their own frickin' stupidity. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Is that not the greatest thing known to mankind? I'll tell you it is. And the beauty of this being my drug of sorts is that I'm always getting my fix, you know? With most addictions, it's kind of hard to keep up, but in this case, oh, I got a healthy dose pretty consistently. And today, honestly, it's a mega dose. It's a dose that will likely last months. I won't need to re-up for a while. No, I am satisfied, satiated for quite some time. I gotta show you guys this Joe Rogan clip, and of course, let's just talk about these overarching concepts, mostly related to young leftist stupidity. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. Alright, friends, so here's a video that popped up on my timeline, and I think actually it's important to preface that this is not a real Joe Rogan video. It's one of those trickster videos where they edit it to make it seem as if Joe Rogan's calling to put it up, and then they put an AI Joe Rogan voice on top of it. But nonetheless, it's a nice kind of overview of the topic. Just take a look.
Check this out. This is wonderful. Starbucks workers in Seattle are colliding with harsh economic reality as repeated strikes and escalating demands trigger store closures instead of concessions. Baristas, organized under Workers United, walked out demanding higher wages, increased staffing, and expanded benefits, pushing for raises as high as 64% immediately and 77% over 3 years. But as sales declined and pressure mounted, Starbucks responded with a sweeping restructuring plan under CEO Brian Niccol, shutting down multiple unionized locations and cutting corporate staff. Several Seattle stores, including high-profile Reserve locations, closed despite protests, with the company citing poor financial performance rather than union activity. Workers, many unable to sustain unpaid strikes, returned to jobs only to find their stores permanently shuttered, with no transfer options offered.
Oh, I am unironically laughing behind the microphone. I'm struggling to get this segment going because it's just too damn good, or probably a better way to describe it, it's just too poetic. And you know, I gotta tell you, it gets a little bit old in this industry, being right all the time. I'm not saying that out of ego. I'm one of the few political commentator who doesn't lead with ego. I never pretend as if I'm the most educated, most intelligent mind of all time, who knows absolutely everything about everything, and every opinion that I state is the gospel truth. No, I'm very much just a normal dude. I get things wrong, I try my best, but time and time again, I'm just proven right. I mean, maybe I should grow my ego a little bit. Of course not, because honestly, it's less to do with my intellectual ability and more to do with just common friggin' sense. You know, it's like I always say, you got all these big brain leftoid economists, all these big brain Democrats and leftists who stayed in school for 20 years. They've got 7 different PhDs, $7 billion in student debt. They're the smartest people ever. And time again, my mechanic, the guy who does general construction contracting work for me, time and time again, tends to have a much better track record than all the big brain supposed experts. And this is especially more true when it comes to these young propagandized kids, these far left socialist revolutionaries. You want to appear like the smartest person on the planet, then whatever the green-haired septum ring people are saying, just adopt the opposite opinion. It's kind of like the inverse Kramer index, or whatever you call it. Let's call this the inverse gender
let's take a look at our performance of the night presented by Microsoft 365 with Copilot. To the surprise of no one, it's Jalen Brunson. By the way, 15 points in the fourth quarter, the most in a finals clinching win since MJ had 16 in '98 against the Jazz.
And he was MJ. He was very MJ like Ted.
That was some night.
Man, I'm so
MVP of the
I'm so
NBA
honored we got
Finals.
doing our first finals, man. We couldn't, and I think this is great for the NBA.
Chuck, you're right.
Yeah.
This was
This
really cool. After so many years of having to boom into the conference finals
And just watch it on
going
TV.
again. Yeah, this
And
was
then
awesome.
to get one of the
You worked
this
finals
this
before.
no, we
Yeah,
haven't.
but not
That don't count. We had a closet. We had to be off TV when the big boys played. So, but
we got 5 minutes.
I want to say this.
That wasn't no 5 minutes.
We got to get one of the great fan bases in San Antonio. Great Greg Popovich, David Robinson, Tim Duncan, all those guys, Parker, Ginobili. But the Spurs have an amazing fan base, and they put on a great show for us down here in San Antonio. But I just think, like I said, I got number of respect and happy for New York City.
Yeah, when you're a young team and you reach the pinnacle of the finals and you don't get it done, it hurts. It hurts. But my advice to those young fellas, remember this pain, because if you get back, you know what it takes to win the championship. You know, a lot of people think it's easy for them to get back because they're young. It's definitely not easy. But if you ever get back, just remember this moment right. I remember when Kenny and them swept us, I always said to myself, okay, Akeem outplayed me, averaged 33, averaged 28. He still outplayed me. If I ever get back, I know what I'm going to do. So Spurs, great season, and just learn from this moment. And as if that were not enough, we have the season-ending Shacked and a fool.
I'm gonna say a curse word.
No, you're not.
No,
Come on, man.
Don't make
You
no
did
deal.
that last year.
I'm not to make fun of you. So
He sacked a fool. He sacked a fool.
WTF?
He sacked a fool.
WTF?
Please don't cuss on TV. Keep
right.
it clean.
All right, there you go, Ernie.
Best of the season.
Oh, come on,
My
Ernie.
son.
Number 4. This block was a shoe-in for Shackton of the year.
Oh my goodness. Come on, man. Mr. Caruso.
That's got to be a 10, right?
That's a technical
I don't think that should have been a technical. That's a technical. You swing a shoe at somebody. You swing a shoe at somebody. That was oh man.
Joe Elevator Ernie.
It's unsportsmanlike.
Who wears short shorts? Number 3, Desmond Bain.
Yes, I remember this.
Who could forget Bain's blast into the apple? Off your face.
That's fighting. That's the.
You gotta fight there.
Yeah, come
You
on.
gotta fight there. There's no reason to do that. You
No
gotta
reason.
fight.
He's got the ball
No,
and
you gotta fight.
It's flipped.
No, Mario. Danny. Oh, that's
Yeah. Jeez.
I don't even care what
Number 2, Jamal Mosley. Hoping the smelling salts aren't as strong in New Orleans.
Yeah, why do you need smelling salt to wake up? How about just get up
See
early?
this team play sometime?
How much you just get up early?
Damn.
Just get up early in the morning, man. Get some sleep. I never understood that.
Oh, can you?
That didn't look like Big A's, did it, Kenny?
Oh, no.
Number 1, Jaylen Brown.
Not Jalen. Come on, Jalen.
Dashing Brown left his mark
Oh,
this
yeah, that
season.
is not my
1,
name.
2, 3, turkey.
That might be good.
Dashing Brown. There you go. Yeah, that's 2.
Oh, man.
Come on, man. Look,
Come on, man.
is that a real thing?
It is a real thing.
You can paint your head, man. Is that a real thing y'all talking about? You can really paint your head.
You can do that all the time.
Almost made me cuss. Golly, what was that? Let's take a break, come back and do some fishing.
That's right.
Because it's over for the San Antonio Spurs. And we'll be back here to wrap it up on Inside the NBA as the NBA season comes
this is Michael from the Great River, Kentucky. It's late spring, and I'm with Jenna Citrus, the lovely Jenna Citrus. Go ahead and toss that out right here. That is our 31st hook. We have 2 trout lines and 4 limb lines up the way. One of the
So I've got a double wide mobile home, and it's getting cleaner and clearer all the time. I had a roommate living with me, but getting kind of things. I call it solopreneur living. Weirdly enough, I don't know why that has to come into play, but that's what I say for some reason. So
probably easier on the other side. There you go.
it feels like I always have to remember how to do this every year. Like, wait, what do we do again?
Yeah. It's kind of the opposite of what you think until you get going. Just like everything else with this.
Just like
So you're on which side of the...
Dude, I met this guy. His last name's Lori. It's Lex Friedman's buddy, who is a world champion arm wrestler. Sorry, I don't want to fuck his name up. He's a world champion arm wrestler, and I'm telling you, this guy has like the biggest fucking hands I've ever felt in my life. Let me find his name here.
Devin Laura.
It is Devin. How do you say it? It's Devin Laureate, right?
Laura. Larratt.
Yes, I knew his brother too. I knew his brother back in the day. His brother used to run this body modification extreme website where dudes get like bolts put in their head and shit and slit their tongue down the middle. And you know, dudes who did that. His brother run that website, and I'm telling you, he has the biggest hands I've ever experienced in my life. They don't even make any sense. Maybe Shaq has bigger hands, like longer, but this dude's hands were like catcher's mitts. They were so big. Like you're shaking his hand, you're like, I guess I'm kind of shaking your hand. I'm just putting my hand out there into the abyss of what your hand is. Like this just fucking mitt. Just gigantic. So
Professional arm wrestler?
Yeah, professional arm wrestler. That's the dude.
Holy fuck.
Dude, he's so big. He's so big it's preposterous. And I'm like, hey man, do you ever do jujitsu? Because you would fucking murder at it. I guess he did judo when he was younger. But he's on Lex Friedman's podcast. He's a very interesting guy. He's not just like a big giant guy. He's a very smart guy too, which is I'm always fascinated by because there's like a lot of brutes out there. Like Josh Barnett's another great example of that. He's a brute, you know, youngest ever UFC heavyweight champion, just gigantic man, but very thoughtful, very introspective, very. He examines ideas carefully and will give you a well thought out analysis of them. Like you can ask him about stuff like, what do you think about this? What do you think about the Canadian?
You're tuning into Black and White Sports on YouTube. The no-holds-barred truth on sports. The main event starts now.
Well, Black and White Sports fans, we must talk about the trans invasion of female sports. Now, I've talked about this particular incident here on this channel where you actually had, I believe, a sophomore female wrestler was actually on the mat wrestling against a male. Now, she didn't know that she was actually wrestling against a male. She was actually pinned down, and then she was violated by this transgender, and it was all caught on camera. All you needed to do, guys, was just look at the expression on the female's face. Now, I played this video before, but there wasn't any confirmation at the time that this was a male in question. You really don't see the face in this video, but the expression on this female's face tells you everything you need to know. It is absolutely disgusting, guys, that these blue states allow this to happen. Now, this actually happened in Washington State, of course, run by leftist Democrats. And you are a bigot if you actually speak out against the trans invasion in female sports. Folks, I've been saying for the longest time, man, these people need to be arrested. Now, apparently, the school district did a quote unquote investigation into this, but nothing came of it. And I believe all along, guys, this was the plan. This was the plan. These woke school districts, man, these woke states, they don't care about protecting females in their own sports. And if you actually speak out against it, they're going to call you a bigot, a transphobe. But who is actually hurting this situation, guys? It is the females. Well, now that the state and school district won't do anything, the student athlete is actually taking matters into her own hands and now suing. She's suing the school and the state for them allowing this violation to happen. Let's go ahead and get into it, guys. Here we go. So, right over here. High school girl sues school and state after alleged assault by trans wrestler opponent. A high school girl in Washington State is suing her school district and the state based on her complaint that a boy identifying as female assaulted her during a school wrestling match. In February, Kaylee Keeler, 16, a sophomore wrestler at Rogers High School in Puyallup. I don't know how you pronounce it, guys. If you're from that area, let me know. Anyway, Washington claimed that the assault occurred during a December 6th girls wrestling match against Emerald Ridge High School. The team says that when she was on the mat, face down, and her opponent, who is a male who identifies as a female, was on top of her, her opponent put his hand between her legs and then began trying to push his fingers into her vagina. Wow. And if you guys really don't believe me, let's go and watch the clip. And this is about as close as you're going to get to seeing the trans athlete's face right there. That's the only still image. But let's watch this. Get up, Callie! Now, right here, you guys saw that. The trans athlete takes his left arm right there, clearly goes between the legs, and watch the expression on Kaylee's face. Get to your base! Get to your base! You saw that? Her face is in shock right there. Base! Get to your base! And still there. That is unreal, guys. That is unreal. And the trans athlete does not let go. This is sick. This is repulsive. Now, back over here.
just enough words. So here's a little backstory on AJ. So AJ's in my class, or our class. We came in together, really star-studded class. AJ, ironically, people always joke like he was one of the last scholarships in our class. Him and Troy Smith coming in. Troy said he was the last scholarship offered, which is ironic because he won a Heisman, AJ won a Lombardi. And AJ's still the last guy to win the Lombardi at Ohio State. Orlando Pace won 2 of them. Spielman won it, and hopefully we'll get somebody else to win this thing here shortly. But coming to Ohio State, not a highly recruited guy, 2-time All-State player in 99-2000, tore his PCL his senior year. Kind of fell off recruiting a little bit. Got offered at Ohio State, committed right away. But he was jokes because he was like the 3-star guy. And we had 4 linebackers in our class. So big linebacker class. Mike DeAndrea was the headliner out of Avon Lake in Cleveland. He was wanted by everybody, like the 5-star guy. Dude, they had videos of him like jumping on 60-inch plyo boxes. He was weighing like 240 pounds. Dude was ultra explosive. There's literally a video. The highlight we'd always see of him was they were running. He blocks the punt, steal, and he literally.
Fuck off.
Inside. Hey, Chuck, there's gonna be a lot of police presence. That's right. Is that Shooter McGavin for real? How about that? Oh, I hope it is. Man, listen, I know you New Yorkers. Please don't do anything stupid, man. Chuck. Hey, have you guys seen this game online called 82 and 0? I have not. It's pretty cool. Have you seen it? Yes. Where you spin like a dial, and it comes up with a team and an era. So it might say the Sixers of the 80s.
Yes.
And so a list of players will come up. You pick one. You make a starting five, and because the next one comes.
Okay, I think I've seen something
to see
like that
if you
before.
can be 82 and 0.
Okay.
And we've gotten our own edition of it. In fact, TK? Who was it who put it together? Because it was awesome. TK?
Yes, he's sleeping.
Now,
TK, when we call your name, you're supposed to answer.
Paul Massaro did it, and this is genius because here's our edition of it. This is our take on 82 and 0. Okay, here we go. NBA on TNT. Okay, Philadelphia in the 80s. Who are you going to take? Charles Barkley, correct?
I would take Dr. J. Actually, you didn't.
Next, this is the way Paul saw it.
Okay.
Orlando in the 90s.
Dwight Howard.
Shaq. So Shaq. Look at the team that we've got going here is pretty solid.
Houston.
Yeah. Kenny Smith.
This is one of the worst teams ever.
No.
I'm throwing
Hey,
you
don't
Shaq.
think it's better. Look at this.
Shaq, you gonna get 5.
Me?
Shaq, you gonna get 50.
TNT in the 1940s, it says.
And I'm gonna show you how I'm gonna shoot you free
And
throws.
who's rounding out our starting five?
Oh, underdog.
Underdog.
That's how they're gonna win. No.
Underdog, you want to pay it.
I run it too.
Alvarado. Record big 80s. Do it. Oh, that would be an amazing accomplishment.
I can tell this is the last segment.
You know, that's not saying we're not going to fix it yet.
Yeah, this is the last segment.
What is these hats on for?
Because I'm about to say, it's that time.
It's time for
Presented by. Come on. Proud to say for the last time this season, unsullied by sponsorship since.
Since when you landed at the San Antonio International Airport, got on 35 South, went to Fort Sam Houston, at my house in 1989.
Exactly right. We got to send the San Antonio Spurs fishing. Great year for the Spurs.
Great year.
Western Conference champs, made it to the finals.
Oh, man, we were fishing on the river.
The river.
Count on that from down here?
Yeah.
Count on that.
Not Tim Duncan and David Robinson, come on.
Kenny.
Yes.
Oh, that's a great look.
Yeah, I got my Birkenstocks on.
That ain't right,
It's thematic.
Who's the lady with dark hair?
What's
Me?
that right?
Me in high school?
Yeah.
That ain't right.
Who was the lady with dark hair? She in high school. That's funny.
Where are you? Oh, there you are. There you are asking Admiral for an autograph that he didn't get.
That was a camel in the back. I cannot see.
I don't know.
Tommy Lee
Jones is back.
Tommy Lee Jones. One of the great actors of all time.
Yeah, without question. Meantime, our production crew, there's Paul on the far right, the guy who did the 82 and 0. Well done.
Look at my man Jason, my IT guy. Our IT guy.
I couldn't survive without him.
I could not.
I have enough computer issues. He's on speed dial on my phone. And have a great summer, y'all.
Yes, have a great summer. Getting ready for my basketball camp. Oh my gosh,
that's
the
the
first
first
time I've seen Fiorello and TK in the same CarolinaBasketballCamp.com. Carolina
First time we've worked together all season.
Yes, that's a good one.
Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out?
Hey, we'll see y'all in October.
That's been the narrative that's coming. Aaron talked about it. Tom Brady has talked about it. I think a lot of players are talking about it. I think Casario talked about it. The media talked about it. I think there's a lot of people.
just come to my land at Hayed up, and somebody's put these ties here overnight. Luckily, we found out who's forgot them, so we're going to take them back to the person who put them here. Thank you.
No, I'm not the one. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this. Let him go. Hey, watch that cable. Watch that above the edge, Stu. Fucking fantastic. Fantastic. I'm getting it. No worries, sorry, not going away. Watch that way, Stuart. Hold it. Hold it. Fucking fantastic. That's what I fucking get. Fucking fantastic. I got it to 421, but there might be a bit more. You're getting it. That's what you fucking get. Hey, bro, you fucking.
Thank you.
Did you ever meet the other 5 guys who were in Nirvana before you played drums?
Some of them, yeah.
Are they bitter?
I don't think so. Well, I haven't seen him in a long time. One, I remember meeting one of them, and he shows up in a monster truck over at the house where Kurt and I lived. He's like, "Hey, let's go get some beers." And we went down to this is Aberdeen, or this is Olympia, Washington. We went to a grocery store, and next door there was a laundromat. He goes, "Hey, y'all got a quarter?" I go, "Yeah." He jumps in an industrial-sized dryer and goes, "Put the quarter in."
Oh,
and he got in the dryer and just flipped around for a couple minutes, and then knocked on the window. We let him out.
Oh my
Well, it's kind of like the Pete Best story. I would love to meet the 5 other guys who are in Nirvana and what they're doing now. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be sort of an interesting
Well, I know
TV
two
show?
of them. Chad, I think, was the drummer right before me. Chad lives on, I think he lives in Bainbridge Island, and he's really, he's got his own music thing going, and he's happy.
They should form a band, 5 drummers all
Oh my
together,
God.
just sitting there, like some sort of, I don't know, some kind of drumming thing.
Well, the other one,
Yeah.
Dale Crover, the guy who played drums on the first Nirvana record, he and Chad both played, but he was like my drumming hero. So, and he's on the cover of Modern Drummer. And
Why was he not good enough? Did you ever ask Kurt?
Well, he was in another band. He was in Kurt's favorite band. Kurt would borrow him sometimes.
Oh, I see.
So,
So he didn't want to leave his favorite band. Meanwhile, he should have left that
Yeah,
favorite
what was
band.
the favorite band?
Yeah.
they called the Melvins.
So, Dave, I don't understand something about you. I don't understand how you became this great guitar player. You were in Nirvana, you were the drummer.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden now you're this front man with a guitar. And I don't understand how you made that transition. So when Nirvana ends, were you so wealthy at that point that you could have stopped everything?
Yeah.
You could have, right? Because when I think of Nirvana money for a second. It had to be insane. 3 guys touring.
Didn't really tour that much.
But the records, you sold a lot of records.
Sold a lot of records.
And I guess there was enough money there that you could have lived the rest of your life.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I was 24, 25 years old. I'd never made more than $3.25 an hour. You know?
What were you worth?
I don't really even remember.
$100 million?
Oh, no way.
$50 million?
No,
$25 million.
Not much either.
$15 million?
Maybe.
All right, so somewhere around $15 million you were worth. It's true. You could have just said, you like that.
That's high bucks.
Wish I was in Nirvana.
What were you doing?
I was working at a music store.
You're over at that junior college wasting time.
So now, all of a sudden, I would look at it as freedom. I've got 15 million in the bank, and if I go and do some music now,
there's no risk.
Yeah, at least I've got
Well,
my 15 million.
honestly, that's one of the. I mean, the foundation of this band is so perfect because everything that we've done, we've never had this aggressive financial.
The Foo Fighters.
Yeah,
Right.
like we've always just been mellow. Like, let's make it about the music. Let's not talk about money. Let's just go have a good time. And
But what do you mean not talk about money? I mean, Taylor wants to talk about money. He doesn't have 15 million.
well, also with all of these albums that we've put out, they're on my label, and I just license them to Sony BMG.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, and so we own our whole catalog. So nobody tells us how to do stuff.
Trisha Paytas has dropped a new podcast episode full of pride, and here to help us break it down, from Stu and Dave Do America on YouTube and Blaze TV, friend of the show, Dave Landau joins us. What's up, Dave?
Hey, Carl. How are you, sir?
I'm fantastic. I'm so glad you could join us today.
I'm glad to be here.
So I was messaging with Dave earlier, and I said, we're going to review Trisha's podcast. I'm sure you're familiar with Trisha Paytas. And Dave's the luckiest man in the world. Unfortunately, you met me, and now I'll introduce you to Trisha Paytas. So now you know. Trisha, the Just Trish podcast, has 760,000 subscribers on YouTube. She's the host. Her co-host is Oscar Gracie. And now Moses Hackman, her husband, is also a third mic on the show. And he adds a lot to the show. Now, Moses Hackman, if you don't know, is Ethan Klein's wife's brother. Ethan Klein, H3H3.
The one that looks like Garth.
Yes, that's the one.
Yes, and then Ethan Klein, the one who looks like he's too fat for his rollerblades. I remember that guy.
So this is Moses telling a joke because there's not a lot of jokes on the show. But it's not because they're not trying, as we'll see in this example.
In women in entertainment.
Am I right?
Am I right? More like I don't know. I can tell a joke.
You want a joke?
I love Ava. Give me one. Dear Walt, give me something more.
You want a joke? I can give you one.
Oh, you are? Okay, go, Moses, go.
My penis was in the
What?
Guinness Book of Records. But then when I returned the book, the librarian asked me to take it out.
Oh my god. Is this like original or did you hear this? I can't have heard. There's no way you can. I think you're so funny. What?
Hackman, you say?
What are the chances?
Strange, that would be the name. I recognize her from the movie Critters.
Now, you might notice that our friend Oscar over there, the overly gay guy, is wearing a wig.
Yeah.
Oh, that's,
Okay.
that's because they're going for a Hacks theme, the TV show Hacks, and he dresses Ava, the head writer, and Trisha here is dressed as the main character. I actually watched that show, but I don't remember anyone's name. I don't know if it matters. So, fortunately, we also have Oscar making a joke for us.
Joke?
What do what do AI, James Charles, and Elon Musk all have in common?
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, I want to actually get this joke. Again.
What?
Say it again.
I'm making it as I go. What do AI, James Charles, and Elon Musk all have in common?
They're all bad for the environment.
Oh my god,
Okay, wow. We're so good. We're so alike. Has anybody ever told you how funny you are?
That's not how jokes work. I'm trying to solve a riddle. You got the answer right. What a great joke.
Pretty much the one thing that was all in common.
Yeah.
It really was more of a riddle if you want to break it down.
Right. All right. It is Pride Month, and we're celebrating over here at WATP headquarters. And so are they, because Oscar went to Pride this past weekend, and we get into some Pride talk. There's a musical artist named Flower of Love. Adam, familiar with Flower of Love?
No, not intimately.
Okay. So Flower of Love recently had Oscar in her music video. So that's going to tie into what happened at Pride this past week.
How are you? How's your weekend? How's Pride? Did you go to Pride? I don't even know. Assuming. you said the New York gays were coming and that you would probably go out.
I actually was not planning to attend Pride. I am kind of a performative gay in that way, in the sense that Pride usually is not my spot. However, I decided to live my Trisha fantasy because I got invited last minute to make a cameo during a performance at Pride.
Stop it.
Yeah.
How did I not see this? Was there leaks? Was there TikToks?
It literally got asked like the day before, and I was like, I'm gonna do this and not even tell Trisha.
Wait, I didn't see. Did you post?
Not yet.
What's amazing to me about this is that Trisha can't fathom someone would do something and not report to TikTok and Instagram immediately. And let everyone know they did something. Yo, there's no way you did something interesting. I check TikTok every day.
Were there leaks? We're also astounded that he's doing something gay. It seems to be his entire personality.
Yeah, he should grow his hair out. He cannot stop playing with that wig.
Yeah, he's loving it.
He's
There's so
loving
much
it.
worse than that. It's like the one day of the year he's supposed to be doing something for his community, and he's like, there just wasn't enough in it for me personally. And they're like, well, you can make a personal appearance. And he was like, I am in.
So true.
I'm not really about this, but I'll be there.
So he talks about Pride and what Trisha missed. You didn't get to see this.
So yeah, me and Darian made a little appearance. I proposed.
Darian, by the way, is his boyfriend. So context is important in the story.
So yeah, me and Darian made a little appearance. I proposed to her.
Oh, I thought you were saying proposed to Darian. I was like, what? I did not see this.
Yeah, I was a little gag. Like I proposed to her during the song, and then
Oh my gosh.
Darian comes out of stage and goes, "Wait, what? What about me?" And then
Stop it! How have I not seen? Well, I haven't been on TikTok that much because I wasn't busy
I'm
weekend. But
looking. I can't find it.
oh my god!
I haven't posted it yet because
You have to pose.
I wanted to gag you.
Oh, what?
Trisha right there just goes, how the fuck did you not post this already? You were up on stage at Pride doing this skit that sounds hysterical. Don't worry, I'll play it for you.
Oh, great.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to miss any of it.
Okay.
Trisha explains that when she's doing something cool, she's got to get that shit on the internet immediately.
You have the footage? Can I see? I want to do a live reaction. That's actually, I would post right away. You know me, I post right away as soon as something happens. Tana's always like as soon as we're in the car coming back to Do Not Love Line from Benny Hannish, I've already posted shit. How do you post so quick? She was posting it down from like 2 months ago. Like, I love posting right away. How did you hold this in?
It's so funny.
Oh my god, I'm so excited.
I just saw that she played Royal Albert Hall in London, and I don't care what Muslims do to that country.
What's she walking over to? A table of food?
I can't.
Yeah, she moved pretty quick, didn't she?
Yeah.
I've never seen her move that fast.
Yeah, there's got to be something there to lure her in.
I think she saw Kermit.
It's either a mirror or a bucket of chicken. There's really no middle ground.
So she's not sure how he was able to manage holding back and not posting that immediately. And she walks over, he pulls his phone out, and now we see the skit that he's talking about. See how fast she talks? It's really incredible.
Yeah, it sounded like you sped up the tape deck for a second.
I know. So, you know, a little behind the scenes. A lot of these shows that I watch, I speed up when I'm watching them so I can get through more footage.
You had to slow it down.
Yes, this was impossible. I could not follow what was going on. To begin with, they're idiots, so that doesn't help. But helps when they talk very fast. All right, here's the skit.
Good.
Really on that damn stage.
Flower of love, you are absolutely right. I just have one question for you. Oh my god, absolutely, yes, I would love to marry you. Wow. Yes, we just met. Oh.
Wait, what about me?
Oh.
Right, he's gay.
I acted like boys. You're just serving so fiercely. I got swept into all of it. Well, I mean, you guys should go get married. I'll see you at dinner and the wedding.
Sorry, you didn't improvise that.
She was so proud. I know. They having that giant engagement ring and shit. I was figuring like maybe I'd propose to her.
Yeah, just flowers. This wasn't off the top of your head. Yeah, we just made it all up.
You're right.
No, you didn't.
The people in the crowd seem either disinterested or confused.
Yeah.
And the beast could lose his crown. It's all down to the Atlas Stones. Starts light enough at 140 kilos, but finishes at a whopping big 200 kilograms. 440 pounds Stas. Well, I mean, they've all done it before, but Eddie does not look in great shape. I mean, he started in good shape, but he's injured, isn't he? Well, every competition, everyone likes to see the Atlas Stones because it's the oldest strongman event there is. It goes back thousands of years. But there's some broken men competing in this competition. It's been very tough. The events have been hard. Eddie's doing very well, but he's losing energy fast, and as of a lot of the guys. So it'll be interesting because Stones uses every muscle in the body. So let's see what happens. But one thing, whoever wins needs to put the effort in, and whoever wins will be Britain's strongest man. Let's find out.
Well, let's. 3 pairs still to go. Luke Stoltman from Scotland. We're taking on England's Terry Hollands. Mark Felix in the lead so far, with 24.19. Dan was right earlier when he said that stone lifting goes back thousands of years. Recorded in Scotland in 1020. The Viking sagas, the Greeks were at it. And now these two in a big room in Sheffield. So, fast start from both men.
Really fast start. Felix's time, all 5 in 24.19 seconds. And Hollands, he's got a sniff of the podium still. So he's really going for this.
Well, this is great work from Holland. Stoltman slipped behind. Final stone, though, the heaviest. And he manages it. He takes the lead, 22.84 seconds.
Goes to the full credit for the fella.
Jumping again.
Stoltman, all 5.
Good work from Luke Stoltman. Off comes the t-shirt, as is tradition.
Clothing as ever. Terry's in good shape now. Maybe he'll do it. There we go. Pop that 5th one up into the lead. Great stuff. He's done.
We just fell silent, didn't we? Enraptured. But great work there from Terry Hollands. There's his girlfriend, I hope. Yep, it is. And Paul Smith then, next to go. What a surprising contender he's been today.
Tough gig now. The height factor really plays here. The Stones, Bish, 6'3". You can see the height difference. And Bish just has to put in a good run, stay ahead of Hollands, and he will be in 3rd.
As you say, the height there doesn't seem to pose much of a problem for Paul Smith.
No, it does not. Really surprising. Bish just a little overcautious here. He's got to beat Hollands is 22.84. He might not even beat Smith.
Well, this is great work from Paul Smith. Well, there you go. That's how you do it. Adam Bishop takes 3rd so far, and Paul Smith, I think, just cementing a reputation today as one to watch.
Big time. Got a 2-point swing there for Bishop to Hollands. I don't want to say anything officially, but I don't think it spells good news. He's happy with Smith, actually, as much as anything. Now the big pair.
Well, here we go. Graham Hicks, we just watched him grow in confidence over the course of these 5 events. Composed or grumpy, I'm not sure. Eddie Hall.
You just wonder how many more nights we're going to see Eddie Hall. He's retired from World's Strongest Man. He's fighting through the pain tonight. Can he do it one last time?
Well, Hicks' speed today has marked these events out for something special, and he's not slowing down.
Oh, one motion from Hall. This then for his 5th title.
Well, he did slow down, and Hall sped up. Look at that. Eddie Hall takes the Atlas Stones in under 20 seconds, all 5 of them.
Very impressive. Hicksy looks a bit pedestrian. Coming in over 23 seconds for 3rd in the Stones. But a good day. He'll be in the silver medal position overall. So ready to take the clothes off, Dan?
Streamlining the undressing process. And his dad loves it. Well, we know he's done enough, Eddie Hall, but he's done it convincingly. 3 seconds ahead of all the other guys, 19.83 seconds. And we know for a fifth time, he'll be Britain's strongest man.
So no matter what background you come from, no matter who you are, work hard, keep your head down, and you can achieve amazing things.
Those are incredible words, Eddie Hall.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody here. I really appreciate the fans, especially anyone on TV. Thank you very much.
Not at all, Eddie. Happy to help. Well, the final standings then. Hollands and Bishop joint third, but Hollands will take the podium. He was fast on the stones. Hicks had a great day. He's in second. And Eddie Hall, of course, is Britain's strongest man. Eddie Hall! That means one other thing, Colin. Let's have a montage.
Yes, I'm Eddie Hall, the Beast. It's the 180, and he's happy with that. This man's static strength is simply immoral. Eddie Hall in pursuit in defense. He's in a whole different class. There's the finish, but it's Eddie Hall. Wincing with pain, hits ludicrously fast. Supplying Hall to his back. Wow! Alto! Hollands looked like he had it.
I know a reporter in Detroit. She's a real cracker. I'm on her eyes. I'm on the edge. She recently did a story about a woman who bought a house in Detroit and wanted to sell it. But a squatter had taken over the house and refused to leave. The police were called. But Lynn, the squatter, claimed the homeowner tried to run her over. The homeowner went to jail, and Lynn moved her stuff back in the house. Now you're caught up. End of story? Hell no, I say. Possession is 9/10 of the law, after all. So I met with the homeowner in a nearby vacant lot. Somebody moved in her house, and this is her lawyer, and they want him out. May I have your permission to enter your domicile?
You have my permission.
May I have the keys? So maybe you're a squatter trying to outmaneuver a squatter.
My attorney has the papers that says it's my house.
Well, I brought my bathrobe. I think I'm gonna go move in. Come with me. But before I went to move in, I called the cops. After all, I don't carry a weapon, and Lynn, who is known to the Michigan penal system as Arthur, is on probation for felonious assault with a deadly weapon.
How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Wonderful.
I'm coming to move in.
You are?
Yeah, I got the keys. What's for dinner?
I'm not cooking dinner. I'm gonna go pick up my child.
Oh, okay. Can I get in?
No, sir.
But I have the deed here.
You do?
Yeah, here's the deed. Here's the check.
All right.
Here's the deed, and I got permission from the landlord.
Okay.
So I can legally go in there.
Well, you know.
Yeah, I can legally go.
Yeah, you can legally come in.
Let me in my house.
I'll let you in your house. This is Lynn Williams' house.
Oh, it's
Lynn Williams.
It doesn't say Lynn.
Well, of course not, because she took all my paperwork and everybody else know it.
If I left my house, say for a month
and a half,
you think you would be entitled to move in there?
Well,
take my stuff?
Well, there's a lot of. I'm not the only one that is squatting. There's a lot of other people on the block. If you want to be
What's that?
She was so
blocked on
impressed.
stage.
I know. They have like that giant engagement ring and shit. Like, I just figured like maybe I had to propose to her.
Yeah, there's flowers. This wasn't off the top of your head.
Yeah, we just made it all up.
You're right.
No, you didn't.
The people in the crowd seem either disinterested or confused.
Yeah, it's not a great bit.
It's not a great bet.
Everyone there's confused. I promise you that.
Especially the T's.
Yes.
The T's, the P's. All right. Anyway, so people are confused about why this gay guy just got up on stage to talk to the ladies performing on the stage. But I guess they shouldn't have been.
Because I think at first the crowd was like, is this like a Kiki Palmer situation? Like, is this like real? Is this like happening out there? Do you know what I mean? Like, I think they don't know the video because it just came out.
That is so funny.
So maybe they were like a little like concerned, and then like, okay, and then so maybe they thought it was like you were just like a fan.
You're right.
Yeah, he's not one of them. This is, it seems to me, so he got cast as a cameo in a music video. This seems like Southern John being on Wings, right? Like, Trisha Paytas will talk about it, so just throw that idiot in the video. We'll get some press, and it works. They're talking about it, they're showing it.
Oh, sorry, is her book called Crying on the Kitchen Floor? It's just
Yes.
okay.
Yeah, there's supposed to be a picture of David Hasselhoff on there.
I was gonna say it's such a name.
Do you know she got her start as becoming a celebrity?
No.
Dave, you'll never believe it. Mukbang.
What is that?
That's where you like eat food real loud into the microphone.
Oh God, they
Watch
want
her chew food.
I can see it.
Shocking, I know. She eats fast food in her car. It's an amazing talent.
Wow, I should have recorded myself at some point. That's really what she was. It sexual? I guess. I mean, there's some.
I never got hard to other fat people. Yeah.
Yeah, some
Get that fucking mouth on where. Look at those nuggets. All right, so she was in the music video. I'm sorry, that's very rude of me. He was in the music video, and it's like the music video came to life.
That's exciting. So how did he feel?
Video came into life in my live performance.
I
It's kind of
know.
like the narrative of the video.
Yeah,
In real life.
That's what I'm saying. I think because the video. Because what day was that?
Literally, the Pride was Sunday. The video came out Friday. So it's very fresh.
It's very fresh. So
The video came out Friday. That little thing he did on stage was Sunday. The video has 14,000 views. So I would recognize you from the cameo in the music video. Actually, surprisingly, no. No one knew what I was doing there. They were yelling for security.
No, most of the hits were just me watching this,
Yes.
and then showing you just now.
So, this is her talking about the fact that she's very impressed he was able to improv.
oh, so good. Were you like? Do you get nervous? Do you get nervous?
To me, I'm like, it's kind of camp. Like,
Yeah.
I don't really pay. I feel like a character in like The Sims or something whenever I do something for the plot.
Yeah.
Darian was a little nervous, but he did drink before, so
He
he
was-
was raring to go.
He was good. He was like, there's all this improv. If it's improv too, my worst nightmare. Like if someone's like, just come on and riff, I'd be like, absolutely not. That's so scary. I actually feel like weirdly bad in those situations. Like if I have to like go on stage and very like Dancing with the Stars, and they don't tell me like what I'm doing. I like. You remember because the first question I answered on Dancing with the Stars stage, I remember I got it wrong. I was like, no, and I was like, oh, maybe I should like look at these questions beforehand.
What was the question? Can you dance?
Yes.
So you're not good at riffing or thinking or anything. So you have a podcast.
Right. And it was 2 hours long.
And I refuse to believe that it's scripted comedy where she shines.
Yes.
Yeah. Any other situation, she's stellar.
Yeah, anywhere else she melts right into the character.
So you heard her say that she was on Dancing with the Stars. I was telling Dave before we started, she did a quick cameo on a skit on SNL.
How long was she
Couple years
dancing
ago.
with the stars?
I think they just bring her on and be like, hey, look at the internet. This is for you guys.
Yeah,
It's just play this. So
One
cool,
round,
right?
and they just say,
Yeah, I don't think she made it down to the finals. So.
yeah, she didn't win, obviously.
Now, Corey Feldman beat her. That's how bad she was.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Low blow.
I'm kidding. Corey was the first one out. Now, so I was doing
Corey's a professional dancer.
I know. That's what's so shocking about it.
Wait, none of us understand why that happens. Things are rigged.
So the Wolf Pack was out to get him. So I was looking up other things that Trisha Paytas has done on television. I didn't realize this, and maybe I should. Maybe we'll get struck by NBC for showing this, but I'm going to take that risk because in 2012, Trish was on America's Got Talent. That's the Howard Stern years, 2012. And she's going, I love Howard Stern. I want to marry him. He's so hot. He's going on and on. Because that's what you do to get attention on these shows. Act like the judges are cool. And do you want to see what her talent was? Yes. That was
She eating off the floor.
in the green room, yes. But then she got about She does get a reaction, doesn't she? This is long before she was famous.
She's not horrible for a thick girl at the time.
Sure. She's put a few LP since this.
Yeah, well, I mean, eat off the floor all the time, it's going to happen. But I mean, at the time, I can see them getting excited. This is the beginning of Pride for everyone.
Eating off the floor, where she calls it push-ups.
Pride, shame, whatever. Yeah, planks, whatever you want.
Like you work in Vegas.
Really? I know, I get that a lot. Someone thought I was a stripper or porn star. I'm like, nope, I love Jesus. I'm not like that.
Well, what is your name?
My name is Trish, like fish.
Trish. And Trish, how do you... Trish, like fish. Trish, I'm fascinated. How do you function in life? In other words, are you able to walk around and get a job?
I'm like a computer programmer, but I work in my house so no one ever sees me.
So completely made up.
Yeah.
She actually was an escort. Yeah. She's like, I love Jesus. And I computer programmer.
Just talking about her pimp.
Yes.
If I, all right, what are you gonna... She just had his name lasered off her eyebrow.
What do you do today?
I talk really fast, and like I'm a rapper.
Yes, a rapper.
A rapper.
All right, I have high hopes for you. Go ahead.
Yes, I'm ready. Ever since summer when I turn on my TV, I'm watching HG, thinking how should we be on the stage on a K-show. So off a pole dancing, get seriously, I never had challenge. I love doing it. Just like any other fun, except for my mom who's a talking soul down. Catch you with a little time, cut me off, I'm too bad. I started with a come get
I gotta say, Howard's timing on that was very funny.
How hard do you think Nick Cannon is right now?
Oh, no shit. That's his time.
It was just annoying for me. It was very annoying. It gave me a headache, and
Oh, man, before his time. Well said, Howard.
I'm not feeling well. Let's go to show.
Trisha, I couldn't understand anything you were saying.
Yeah.
And she's married to Ozzy Osbourne.
Yeah, she doesn't say what the English you're speaking. Nobody's going to figure it out. All right, back to the podcast. So, this guy goes out. He has his fun weekend at Pride. And, it's tough to come back to work Monday
Been
morning.
going out. How do you feel this morning?
Oh, like I got hit by the bus.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, how you didn't stay out too late.
No, and I didn't even drink.
Oh. No, but it is. I know. When we go out too, I'm always like,
Social hangover.
yeah, you just want to rest for a full day.
Yeah.
Overly dramatic much? This guy has a hangover from socializing.
That's HIV. I would suggest taking a test. You're exhausted from being outside, just around someone.
Right.
I just feel tired. I have a cough that won't go away. I think it's from talking to too many people.
That was a fun National Geographic thing where they both just like settled into this like yeah, and they just stayed there. Both of them were speaking and communicating things we can't understand or frequencies we can't hear.
Yeah, there was an animal vibe there where they just sort of hit the same frequency.
Yeah.
But they won't mate.
It's some kind of control thing.
Yes.
Now, Trisha explains why some people get canceled and others don't. Because it doesn't seem like, for some reason, people can do egregious things and keep a career. Others are blown out. And she explains why that is.
And she's like, but like, I also know that I'm like a good person, which is kind of tea.
You can kind of see someone's character, and I feel like she's just like, you can tell she's just like not a bad person. It's like, mine too. I feel like, I definitely did something crazy. Like in my core, I know I'm a good person. That's what keeps me going, right? It's like if I thought I was like this like person, I would probably like go high to, or like just not take accountability or something. But it's like if you're a good person, you just like try and do your best and get through. I said some stupid things or whatever, and but you just can just tell, right? think that's the other thing too. Sometimes people are like, well, we canceled this person for this, but not this person for this. And it's like, well, let's look at like pattern of behaviors. Let's look at like accountability and like who is actually, I don't know. There's just like an energy you get from someone that's like, that person doesn't seem like a good person as opposed to like, oh, that person keeps, like a Taylor Frankie Paul. Like she makes a lot of bad choices. It's like, girl, what? But I do feel like she's like good. Like she's like good intent. You know what I mean? I feel like she has like some goodness to her.
You guys following this?
Who is she talking about?
All right. When she's talking about Taylor Frankie Paul, that she was like one of the secret lies of both.
Fuck off.
Our time is almost up here at the yurt. We've been here for 3 weeks, and we've been loving it. Really loving the yurt. Yurts Canada builds a phenomenal yurt, and it just getting so comfortable. We have our little routines, and it makes it really enjoyable having a routine when you end the day and a routine when you start the day. It just gets you going, and we love it more than we thought we would, to be honest. And yeah, Yurts Canada. Link in the description to their site, and of course to the build of this yurt. It's one of my best videos, one of my favorite videos, the full yurt build. So I invite you guys to go down in the description and check it out. So with our time wrapping up here, we've only got a couple days left. I am putting a pause, especially with all this rain, on a lot of the outdoor activity, and we're going to be doing some stuff inside the yurt in this video. Some things that we need done to make life a little bit better in here. I'll probably do a little bit of stuff outside, but I decided that I'm going to leave the back deck entirely until I come back in the fall. This is our gray water right here. Dishwater, stuff like that. Just stuff under the sink. For those of you who've been asking, this right here is my bathroom and my shower. I've been doing everything on the pallet. So I got my bucket right there. It has a honey bag in it that's made to accept honey bag stuff. And I have wipes. And right here is my shower. And it has a magnet on it, right? So the magnet attaches to the door. That water just pours out. So when I'm not using the toilet, I remove this. I just stand there on the pallet. And the water just pours down on me here. And it's nice and cool outside, but that water gets so hot. And it's the best shower you'll ever have. We do have a pee bucket inside that we use, and it's completely sealed up. We have deodorant in it, and it's great for just having a quick pee at night or whatever, and that's what we use inside the yurt. And all of our water we collect ourselves, and some of it's rainwater. You can see it's been pouring, so we have some rainwater that comes off of the yurt down into these big buckets here. We've got these two big buckets. And you can see this guy's about half full right now. And so we need more water for dishes and for showers. And like I said, we gather all of that ourselves. Lots of areas around here where there's runoff from the hills. And we just gather the water. Some of it is like perfect spring water for drinking. Other locations, not so much. So we have options, man. We can live here if we want. We could live here for sure. This stove has been interesting. This is it here. This shuts it down, and this opens it up. Right, so that's a full draft going in, and I'll show you now. It's a very interesting stove, unlike anything I've ever seen before. So I'll open it up here. And if you look, the flames are flowing this way, right? So it has a baffle in it, and so the flames flow this way, they go like this, they wrap around, and then they come out the chimney. They've got these bars in there, and they've got like little holes, and that's where the airflow comes from. And when the stove gets really hot, it's almost like there's a secondary burn in there. Like I've used stoves with baffles positioned like this before, but those little bars are very interesting. I'm going to close it. You see it slows right down. And if you look carefully, you see in the back there, there's like these little holes. Very hard to see. Oh, there it is on the right. Right in the middle on the right. And that's the secondary burn that happens. It's pretty cool. Now, overall, I do enjoy the stove. It's slow going to get started. It's not like my stove at the cabin that I can get hot like instantly. But this guy, once you get going, it pumps the heat for a long period of time. This couch we got from Crystal's sister. There's no date on it, but look at this. It's a Sears couch, and it was made at the furniture store in the Prairie Provinces, Canada, years ago.
Decades.
Yeah, it's very old. Very cool, though. Solid as a rock. And that old cushion there, Crystal really liked it when her sister said that she could have it. So we got these pillows that go with it. Crystal decided to go with a bit of a pink theme. This is a blanket that my lovely Aunt Sharon made for us. It has that pink theme too. Like, this is all solid stuff, very old. So that thing up there is called a macrame. It's got some pinks in it.
Dusty Rose.
Dusty Rose, yeah. We got some homemade meat pie here from Crystal's Aunt Judy. And meat pie is a big thing here in Nova Scotia, and hard to beat.
This is more like Nova Scotian Acadian, where it's more like a breaded crust versus like a pie crust. Yeah, that's perfect. So it might be good to put a little bit of water on top. Was he barking?
Yeah, he's barking because he can hear you talking to your brother. One thing I do love about this little stove is this little area underneath for wood. It's great. $16.38. 16 inches. Oh, it's a little toasty on the bottom. You okay with that?
Sure. This is your first legit one, eh?
Yeah. How much gravy you want?
I don't know long gravy.
Really?
Have some first and then evaluate.
Baby.
What do you think of the crust?
Yummy. Very good. Can't believe our time's almost up here. It just ripped by. I think because we were so busy, so much to do, and because we just really enjoyed it. Crystal's brother Weldon is giving us these offcuts, and they're perfect for splits. You're wondering what that sound is. Crystal's running water upstairs. And there's our water pump right there, the battery that operates it.
Here's the hot water heater, and it all runs off propane. Fresh load of splits. That's going to start probably 3 fires right there. We're currently load testing this Elite 300 from Blue Eddy. It's a brand new unit by them, and it's awesome. Everything I have that requires power right now is going through this unit. And I'm only asking 380, 370 watts. That's the most I'm going to ask of this thing at any one time. And it's just handling it like it's nothing. It's nothing for this. So I'm charging all of these batteries, charging my headset, running a fan. My computer right now is processing a video asking for a lot of energy. All of our lights are on. And the fridge is currently running. We could actually run this thing for probably 3 or 4 days, because normally it's just the fridge that we're running. We run the fan at night, and I will charge things from time to time. It is the smallest 3,000 watt unit that you will find out there. In fact, it's not that much bigger than the 1,000 watt unit. It's incredible that they were able to fit so much power in such a small package. Now, it does have a bit of weight, but in terms of sizing, it is unbeatable out there right now. It is the smallest. Now, we've been running off of solar quite a bit, and there's my DC PV input for solar. Now it's cloudy outside. I've got a 500 watt unit out there from Blue Eddy, and even though it's cloudy, look, 68 watts are coming in. It's cloudy and rainy, so I constantly have a bit of power coming in. When it's sunny out, we can have this going up to about 450 to 500 watts. I love running the Blue Eddy app. The other night, when this thing fully charged at 100%, I got a notification on my phone that said, your Blue Eddy's 100% charged. I wasn't even paying attention to the thing, but I knew that I was good to unplug the solar. So right now, I can just go to the Elite 300, and it's giving me real-time data. I have 69 watts coming in, 71 watts coming in from the solar. Tells me right there I have 6 hours and 14 minutes time remaining if I keep running everything at full load. But I won't be. I'm just showing you guys. Now, before I got this Blue Eddy, we were running completely off of a generator here, which worked fine. It did. It worked okay, but very noisy, right? We had the sound of the generator going 24 hours a day, and that lasted for about 7 or 8 days here, and lots of gas, right? So I think maybe 2 or 3 jerry cans worth of gas were used in that first week, and I had to do an oil change after 100 hours, right? So there's maintenance, there's cost, there's noise, and there's exhaust. And this thing, it just sits here silently. Anyway, link to this Blue Eddy Elite 300, all Blue Eddy products, and a discount code in the description. So we're going to the land that we want to develop. And last year, there's a video where I came out here deep in the woods, and I actually didn't go to the right spot. My water's moving nicely. Yeah. So this is Crystal's land. It was passed down to her. Came from her parents, and it's completely untouched. And so it's just been sitting here. And with me making videos outdoors all the time and trying to build things and fix things and learn things as I go, you know, we decided that maybe we should do something with this land that's in her name. And, you know, I can make videos here. And so the thing is it's pretty, it's in the woods. It is in. It's beautiful, but a little bit haunted. Crystal has only seen this area once that we're eyeing. Her brother thinks it's a beautiful spot, so we're gonna go back to it here now and see if it's worth it to come all the way in this far to develop, or do we want a different spot? This is where it gets beautiful. Blair Witch meets Lord of the Rings. Yep. So this is where I thought it was, Crystal. Right here, but it's not.
So that's.
This is the spot. Yeah, last year I was here, and this is where I thought it was, but we actually have to go in a bit deeper. Oh, it's beautiful. Just careful for the big rocks. Go slowly.
I'm stuck.
I got you. Whoa. That was a little dance. Is what your brother was talking about, I'm pretty sure.
So far in.
All of this stuff here would be where you would start to develop and tear down. And then you have access to the river. Brook. And then the brook is flowing right here. This is all your land. Look at all this. I'd have trees forever. Yeah, I wouldn't have to worry about firewood. It's a hike. I mean, there's no doubt it is gorgeous in here. It's beautiful. It would take a lot of work. I would need heavy machinery in here for sure, Crystal.
You know, I think we have to reflect.
Lots of reflecting. The plan is to just use the yurt for 5 to 10 years as a temporary home base out here while we figure out how to use her land and what part of her land to use. And do we want to have direct access to the road, or do we want to be a kilometer in to just a dead end of like haunted nits? You good? You like the walk?
I love it. Yeah.
Good. Glad we did it. No, I'm just making this up as I go along here, guys. Okay. That works for me. crystal. She'll do something with this to make it beautiful. Okay. I'm building furniture, folks. Krista really wanted to use some of these blue accents from to match the cabinet we have in the yurt. So I'll try for her, see what happens. What the heck? Oh, I got the wrong. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay, twist it. There we go. Oh, 100% twisting here. Let's see if that works. Oh, it broke in half. That tells you how weak the stuff is. So no, that's not ideal. This is what the channel's all about, everybody. Just figuring things out, having fun, making things work, not knowing what I'm doing half the time, but just really enjoying myself. And if this looks good in the end, I'm gonna feel great. It's ridiculous, but it's, it's a little gift for Crystal. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. I don't need finishing nails for that. Fix that bottom. Unfortunately, these guys are falling apart. It's not made for them. There we go. Just a bit.
That's awesome.
It's huge. Yeah, it looks great.
You're able to use those. I think the blue in the back
Really helps.
is helping.
Yeah, okay, good. What do you think, puppy?
Hey, what's going on, bud?
What do you think? Oh, there's still heat left in there. Now, we let the stove go out last night. For those of you wondering, it gets very warm in the yurt. Very warm. And it also gets cold. It's 3 layers of material, right? And so there's a gap in between air that helps with insulation. But it does well retaining heat. Like once I get it warmed up in here, it stays warm for quite a while, and the heat distributes very evenly throughout the yurt. And this stove, we had it going, and we decided to let it go out because it got so warm last night. I let it overheat a little bit, but there's still, I can feel still a bit of heat in there, and not enough to get a fire going though. So I'm going to use my splits. We're also going to use cardboard to start the fire. I'm using quite a bit of cardboard here because we have all these boxes from things that we're getting, and I'm just burning it, and the cardboard
burns so hot right away. You can really feel the heat right away. And it's something I got into over the last half year or so. The worst thing about cardboard is you build up quite a bit of ash in your stove, but the benefits outweigh the downsides for sure. We definitely need it this morning. It's very cold outside. Like, not very cold, but it's so wet. It's probably like 4 or 5 degrees Celsius. There's my little cabinet that I made for Crystal. She's really happy with it, and that's all that matters to me. We think it looks great, and that blue, like I said, matches this blue right here. Exact same. They sent us some extra parts for this guy, and might as well use them. Pouring. Non-stop. Too hot, I think. That's good. Yummy. Good?
Mmm.
Yummy?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think that's the height.
Okay.
They're pretty good.
For you?
Yeah, I think it's a lot better. I could even work here potentially. It's good.
So you guys can see, Crystal's got the inside decorated with her Mac tack. She loves that stuff, and she's out of control with it, but it looks so beautiful. She does a great job. Teamwork on this one, and it's a perfect match. It's great. The Blue Eddy is sitting in here perfectly. We have our solar coming through here. We have the Blue Eddy powering the yurt through here, this hole here. We've got some towels and stuff there. This is Jay's bathroom stuff, Crystal's bathroom stuff, toothbrushes, and soap. Yeah, it looks really good. Considering this did not exist 24 hours ago, pretty happy with it.
Things are falling.
I gotta go back up to your brother's and grab some bags.
You're gonna flip it over.
No, it's not quite. All right, done at the dump.
This one, maybe?
Yeah, I can split a couple too, real quickly. Splits are always good.
Those are wet, though, eh?
No, they're not that wet. They'll burn. You got her? That's good. Awesome. Oh, yeah. That was a very naughty piece, but good. That's better. No knots in it. I'm going to try to pack this up as best I can. When I get back in the fall, we're going to start using a lot of this stuff for the back deck, and hopefully I have some sort of excavator here. I'd really love to be able to work this land around the yurt in a way that's semi-professional, because as you guys know, I am not, and I make it all up as I go along, and so an excavator would be really, really helpful. No promises, but I'm really going to work on trying to get my hands on one. All of this muck is going to go away. That is the hope. Your time is pretty much up here now. Taking off first thing in the morning. That yurt's something awesome, man. Okay. We are done in the yurt for another season. We will be back here in 3.5 to 4 months. I had a great time. Hope you guys did too. Thanks so much for watching. I'll be back very soon.
Hello. Yes. now, and then on my way to Heine Biker, he's a great pigeon champion fly for Birmingham Blue Pigeons, and we're going up there to, I received some pigeons from him recently, so I'm going back up there paying a visit again, and look how he raised his pigeons, and hopefully I get some tips to become a world champion Birmingham Blue Flyer too. Heine is very tight with his birds, he doesn't come off his birds, he keeps his birds no matter what, so I like to just go and see him fly. One of the best in the world, the best in the world. That's why we're going there.
Big time fighter.
I'm gonna open up my own organic spot where we only eat organic food, make our own food. No cows, just chickens. Someone else has to kill it. I'm not gonna kill it. Here we go. Well, we just got to Heaney's house. 2-hour drive from Amsterdam.
They have been out flying for a while. These are old.
Heaney, how old are they?
12. The oldest is 12.
Okay.
What is it? It's a red. It's 2012. This is 12 years.
There's someone else that has birds around here?
More people.
Yeah. No.
In this town, they all have races. Races. I was always the funny guy. The guy with the rolls.
Every little guys from Saudi Arabia give me a nice roll on home and pigeon. I give them to my friends. They're expensive birds. They don't mean nothing to me though. They don't mean they're useless to me. To me they're useless. There's thousands and thousands of dollars to these people. To me they're useless.
Yeah. I'm the same. There's a lot of fancy breeds, and I always am real surprised that there's people that like them. Certainly.
They don't fly. I don't want them.
No, but sometimes they are, to me, they're ugly.
Yeah.
Then they love them.
I spend so much money on them.
I, for a lot of those people, it's money first, then pigeons.
I don't care about the birds.
I don't like that. For me, pigeons is one, then.
Maybe that's the problem. Yeah, it's not about the money. I love the birds. And the home with the ugly,
that's not a problem.
The home with the ugly, they're not pretty looking. You know, not good looking birds. Not to me.
Have you flown already some of the birds you got last year?
All my birds go flying. I have so many new babies.
But you got some birds of Kevin?
I got a bunch of. I got some more birds. I got what?
I thought you had a 70.
I got 75 something from Kevin. How the baby? We have a lot of babies though. I let him fly because the guy that hasn't had too many hawks out.
Yeah.
Vegas there's not many hawks, but we killed a bunch of them. There's not that many of them. And the ones that we do have, they don't even come after the pigeons no more.
Okay.
But they come after humans. They dive after humans. Attack the humans now.
So that's two sisters. So you can have one of them.
Did they fly today?
Yeah, they have flown. They were just back, so I put a bath out and I'll let them have a bath now. So they can relax a little while and kick out the others later on. This is the nine oldest babies. These are diving pigeons.
They come at you, they scare you.
We're not scared of them. Well, you've seen them. I'll fly them later on for this morning for the guys. Some hate them, they like it, they don't like it. Ugly. They have totally different shapes of heads, and you gather points. If you win competitions, you gather points. And I think that was in 2003. I already had over 750 points
And when you have over 750 points, they give you that award that you are a NBRC master flyer. So that was in 2003 already, and since that I had a few wins. Yeah.
The first bird, how old were you when you had the first bird?
Oh, that was then I was probably 8, 10 years old. Yeah,
I was telling people I can't grow them at 20. You have to do this one.
Yeah, I already had them. Yeah, I was fascinated by them, and I had them. My mom was angry with me because I left my window open, my bedroom, and then a pigeon came through the window and it put a nest on top of the cupboard. And I thought, wow, this is nice. My own pigeon. But he made a mess of it, so she didn't want that. But that was nice. So, come on. If you really want them fit for a competition or things like that, then you have to have a training program to get there. I mean, well, if you want to know anything about training programs, ask the guy. it's like that as well. You know,
the athletes.
But just you have to scan the birds all the time. If you see they are fit, but you have to see it. You have to know your birds, and then before the competition, I have to be sure that all the extra weight is off. You want them
And
not fit, but all 20. That's so important. But,
keep them together, train together, and everything.
Yeah. Then heading to a competition, yeah, that's very important. And then I start with about 24, so you can't take a few out. But if you put new in, then it disturbs the chemistry in the team. Going by, trying to see what.
What up, Jay Muse here, and I have another amazing guest, Jim Jeffries. No, that's you, yeah, you. Known for his viral take on gun control, The Jim Jeffries Show, and the epic series, Legit.
Thanks, Walter.
We're going to pick 5 things that mean something to Jim.
I've been sober for 5 years. This is as exciting as my life gets. Mate.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the original.
I've tried everything on the show. I don't know if I can try it. Oh, please. Cups. Horns. Are you ready to play this game?
I'm ready to go, mate.
It's time for 5 things.
First of all, love a convenience store because they have the good chocolate. European chocolate. We've got the Swiss stuff. We've got the Milka. Oh, the Kinder. You might notice here in America, where's the eggs?
That's right. That's what I remember. Eggs. My kid used to want me to pick them up because after you ate them, there was little.
There's a lovely toy inside a little egg. But the Kinder egg in America is illegal, so they're worried that stupid American kids will eat it whole and then choke to death. Every time I'm overseas, I bring back a box of like the Kinder eggs back to my 4-year-old.
Yes.
Because I'm trying to kill him.
He loves it. Yeah.
First thing I've got here is the Twinkie, okay, made by the Hostess company. I haven't eaten one until I was 49 years old. It was my birthday. I was driving up around the Philadelphia area. I was by myself. I walk into a gas station and I go, gotta have cake. It's my birthday.
Yeah.
And I gotta tell you, worse than I thought they would be. So you want to split one?
Yeah, let's do it.
How do you make it that shape? You have to have special machines.
Yes.
Well, the filling is being pumped in there. Triple glory hole of cake. Nothing tastes unsynthetic.
Yeah. They're not very good. They're
not very good. And they're world famous.
I think he's hilarious. I think he's wildly talented.
Oh, come on.
You're not going to catch me speaking ill of that guy. Nice
We
try,
did.
though.
There earlier in this week.
He's got some sort of problem
caught
with
you
me.
speaking bad about him. Okay.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with him. I don't have a problem with anybody.
What about me? What about Ash? What about
He loves us. He remember when he like in all caps like messaged us and was like, "I just wanted you guys to be able to make fun of me." Or did he tweet that or DM it to John?
I think he DM'd it to me. No,
It was
wait.
insane.
No, that was to Josh. That was to Josh.
Oh my god.
Remember when he loved me so much that he wished death upon me when I was at my lowest point in my life?
Unpause, by the way, for audio.
Chair.
Let's see.
Wake up.
Store eyes for your sore eyes.
Oh, fucking cringe. You hear this? He's worried. He's worried about his coffee company. You hear this? I thought he just had the best sales week ever. He's worried about the coffee company.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh.
I'm worried about adjusting to the new YouTube algorithm, which I did.
No, you didn't.
Algorithm.
Oh my
What does he mean? It's always tweaked. It's not like they made a new one and then replaced. The fuck is he talking about?
Changes over time. The thing is, your content sucks. The only reason there was a little boost in the last couple weeks was because of the Carmelo Anthony story. Okay? Yeah, that's it. Like, sorry, bud.
You know, there's a lot of, viewership has been tough on YouTube across the board.
No! Well, wait, I thought it was better than it ever has been. What?
No, he said as good as it's ever been. To be fair, as good.
And instead of bitching about it, I just worked harder and figured out.
You did bitch about it endlessly.
Now the algorithm
Our
wants to
entire show for months was him and Luke bitching about the algorithm.
Mm-hmm.
Morning, girl. Oh, boys, it's going to be a pretty big day. We're heading to the mainland to clear land. We just got permission from the town of Loons Cove to use their field for a Scout Fest, and we're heading in there. Me and Albert got equipment, we got volunteers, and we're clearing land, baby. Next stop, Loons Cove. Here, it's about a 40-minute drive. No idea if anybody's going to show up or not, but we put the word out yesterday on social media that we're looking for volunteers to come out and do a day's work labor in the cleared land. Haven't been talking to anybody except for Albert, so we'll see what happens. Okay, Freshwater Pond Road, this is what it'll look like coming down. That's my first time here. I've never actually seen this place other than some pictures from Albert and like satellite images. Okay.
Nice. There's a walking trail here too, which is nice. I don't see Albert or anybody else, so. Oh yeah, okay. Ooh, it's a big field. There's a mini excavator. There's all the alders we gotta pull out. All the way around. Big dog, big dog. That's work. Now begins the process of trying to lay this whole thing out. Bert's already been here before, and he kind of figures down here is the best spot for a stage. Over there in those trees, good spot for tents and camp setup. And all the rest of these alders just go anyway. We're going to start right here, clear all this. That's for our boom stage, 12 by 24 foot stage that we're building ourselves, and we're going to leave for the town when we leave. Albert got his big master plan now to use this picker on the back of his truck to hook around the tops of these alders and pluck them all out like a bunch of carrot tops. Instead we get the roots and all, and they're actually gone. We're going to see if it works. PTO engage. Oh, hey, I do love machinery, even as an old dirty crane like this. And if we just get a rig like this out in St. Joseph's. No. Shag the hook. There she goes. That'll do her. That works.
Roll that back over, boom.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
So I'm going to look for the bigger ones, because all the bigger ones are back there.
Yeah. There you go. That's how you do it. Look. Roots and all. She gone. Little hole left. What we already learned is this only going to work for the big alders, the big bunches. All the smaller stuff like this, we're going to have to use excavator. Good job, Bert. One down, 300 more to go. Albert will keep on shagging with the crane. Before people start showing up here to volunteer, I'm going to flag some stuff off so people know where to go and what to do. Trying to stay organized here. Proper survey stakes and everything. Right out through here. So we're going to put the tents. All the camping will be back in here. So there's already like a bit of a herd-packable trail here. This kind of idea is to flag this off about 12 feet wide. And right down through here will be a walking trail. Get to the tent site. And then the tents are back in there and behind these junipers. We'll leave the junipers here. We haven't even got started yet. I'm already having fun just laying out these flags. Picturing this trail full of people, full of scouts. That's great. So right down here, this like 12-foot wide trail. The camping area will open up wide. And here it'll expand out a bit. Back into these alders by 20 feet. Then go up this way a bit. Up in there. Alright, here we go. Albert, give up on his hook job already. We're bringing in the big guns. Boys, God love Newfoundland, but our buddy right next door, Roy Bogdan, called Albert up last night and said, hey, I'm right next door, take my mini excavator. So thank you, Roy, for borrowing us this. We'll take good care of it. God love Newfoundland. Come on, my son. Albert says this reverse when he's used to. Let Dad show him how to do it. On a rig ride. Look at that, boys. 4 to 11. Scouts are starting to appear. Look. That Jim just showed off. And over here. We're pretty official, boys. We got waivers and everything. Nobody's getting a quick insurance job around here. Hey, I see more scouts showing up. Hey, boys. We got the scouts on site, boys. Oh, we're very lucky here, boys. We're doing it. This is proof that it's not just us in St. Joseph's. The gear breaks everywhere. And this thing just stopped working out of nowhere. She locked up. Buddy that owns her said, try giving her a boost. Maybe she's not charging, so we're just got to get his big old dually in here and try and boost her. And look at this guy, look. No, that's Pierre. He don't care. Look at him go. Pierre's finest. Look at him go. Someone hard him out, boys. Alright, here we go with the old pike wagon. Good thing she's a 4, boy. Boy, we got the year today. No trouble till we're at St. Joseph's. Up here we got the boys clearing land for a stage in there. Bert's trying to boost excavator. And down here at this end of the field, boys are down here clearing that campground area. Boys, quick, get to work. Camper's coming. See there the flag stakes we put in earlier today? Oh yeah, look at this. Don't be long coming along, eh? Look at that. A nice looking little trail. We all appreciate you guys coming out, everybody at home. We all appreciate you guys coming out too. Listen, it's fellas like you who's gonna make this happen. Really is. No one else shows up, that's it. We gotta do it ourselves. More reinforcements, boys. Alright, now we're starting a little bit hillbilly. Yes, boy, look at that. Just like pulling carrots. Pretty good, Skipper. We're really getting somewhere now. That's all it was. Low battery. That's it. Boss man call break time. Skipper already all tore off low. Shocking. St. John's crowd coming, Thames. God love you, boys. Here we go, boy. One of our major sponsors, Smokeless Cove, is here. Bunch of beauties. Serious machinery, baby. Wow, look how smooth this is already. Holy shit, Max. What a bunch of beauties came over here donating this machine, donating their time. Thank you, boys. And we got another tractor. Look who the boys going. It's all new land today, boys. Look at that. We're going to do this all the way around the whole field. And this will be your festival grounds. Thanks to all these fellas. Goodness in their own hearts, look. God love them. And then you got the big boy over here eating. Max is just over here just punching holes in this thing. Thank you to everybody who came out, boys. Now, quitting time. Friday, 5 o'clock. Great work, fellas. Just like that, day's done. Big thank you to the boys. Smuggler's Cove. All the boys. Troy's Trucking. Max. All the Hawks. Good work, boys. Good work.
Thank you.
Thanks for all the help, man. See you, Skipper. Thanks for all the help, buddy. Really appreciate you. Well, I tell you, there's no shortage of equipment around here. Well, good work, Mr. Pike. You did it, sir. Great foreman. Thanks for your help, man. Great work, that old Ford. She pulled a few alders. Great work, Albert. Oh, boys, that's it. We're laughing here. Roll late, get back to St. Joseph's. It's 5:30 right now. Perfect time to get home. Friday evening. Haven't talked to Kelly all day. There's no service here, which is a great thing for the festival. Yeah, I should be home by 8 o'clock. Everybody that showed up out here today, all the equipment that was donated, all the work that was done, boys, bottom of my heart, thank you so much. And I'm sure the rest of the Scope community watches think the same thing. Thank you. It's absolutely amazing how much community outreach happened today. People donating their own equipment, their own time, their own diesel. All of that happened today. Complete volunteer, complete at a goodness from hearts, boys. Thank you. I'm so proud to be a new fighter right now. Really do love this place. Albert's got to drop off his old work truck. Mike's Building Center, boys. Listen, you're on the Buren Peninsula. You want to support local? Here it is. Albert putting in so much effort for all of this at Camp Scout and Festival and everything else. Come on down here. Good people, honestly. And I mean that. You know, we're not one for endorsing companies and stuff around here. Mike's is local. Come on, my son. I'll bring you home. Just telling the boys you're thinking about getting a minivan yourself.
Call me today. Minivan days are over.
Kelly just called and asked us to stop at the shop and pick up some stuff to make homemade chocolate cookies. How can you say no to that? How can you say no to a good woman like Kelly? Home, take care of youngster all day. Last place let me go now, 6 o'clock on a Friday night. Is Walmart of all places here in Marystown. That's where I'm going. Chocolate chips, brown sugar. Chocolate chips. Alright. Let's go home. Beautiful night for going home. We're seeing if we get the old St. Joseph's Road pillar going here. Not sure who owns it technically, Jeff or Gord or somebody, but it's always just kicking around. Last year it didn't run. This old girl. Yard machine. Okay, so looks in good shape, boy. I know last year we tried to get this going and she sees up she wouldn't go. Jeff says he did have it going, so we'll see. Grimes. Fish got gas. Wow, that's surprising. One pull. Smokes. Okay. Let's try inverter choke or something. You can see that's not proper. What is we doing to this? Okay. She's not getting her fuel. sealed up and ready to go. Pop in a couple of cement posts for a gate. Slab wall here. 3 sides of chicken wire. Keep hens out. And then tonight or tomorrow morning we can plant. Last year we never did rototiller this. So this is actually my first time. Pretty excited. Whew. There you go. Oh, that's some work. Look at this though. Look. Oh yeah, that's good. It's real good. Big thing we learned from last year, you can't let the chickens in here. We'll eat everything. Also, this wind here at this exposed side by the water, issue. So we're gonna whip up a quick slab fence on the water side to break the wind. And the 3 sides be chicken wire. Keep the hens out. And hopefully then we have a better garden. We want to put our slab wall windbreak right across here. This is the same spot there was gardens generations ago. You still see like the old roads in under the sod. This is all gardens. That whole field. A lot of what you see up here used to be gardens. That's all they had. Nice gate this year. We even got some homemade St. Joseph's post floors. Now I'll get some rocks, put it around the bottom to hold it in place. A little bit of concrete, done. Beautiful. Luckily, I only got to go right here for rocks. All kinds of it. I'll level these up best I can. This is a local Newfoundland product we want to try for a while. This concrete mix. Nice part about this compared to the classic bag of concrete, pure powder, waterproof. It's been sitting down in the wharf all winter, and we're finally going to see if the mix is dry. Yeah. Now we don't really need sand for sand here, but we'll use it because here. Well, and just because I'm cheap, when I go to the beach and get a couple more buckets of sand added to it, just to get more out of it. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of sand, you ask me. Okay, let's add the powder. Not a whole lot of concrete powder, that's for sure. Let's see now how good it mixes up. Alright, we gotta cut a few spans for our fence. Brace her up. Lots of nice little straight ones in here. Oh, these are beautiful.
Few more.
Right through there. Now we're just going to use the saw now to kind of make a bit of a flat edge on the butt end. Something to nail to. That's it. And see, we're going to use this here to go in between the posts, right? To put our fencing on. Beautiful. Get the drill. Ones for the bottom. There you go. Now we cut a bunch of slabs and fence post it. So over here, really like how this looks and how it feels. All right here for St. Joseph's. Minus the screws. We haven't figured that one out yet. I'm going to put one here. Support this way. And then like that. Alright, there's the frame for our fence. Now we get a bunch of cut-offs from the mill or slabs. And just open one down, open down, open down. Easy peas. And luckily we got lots of slabs. Good slabs too. And this is one of the big benefits of having a sawmill. This is all just toss away or a burn pile.
You get the car seat or no?
Oh shit.
Is it back at the house?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. New parents for the car seat first time. Oh, I'll get it.
Okay.
Nice and easy.
Perfect.
Car seat. Alright, this will be Sonny Ray's first trip off the island since he come here, right?
Yeah. Successful.
Success. Full dad mode. Pack mule.
Get some plants, get a vacuum.
Ooh.
Say hi, Sunny.
We're heading down to garnish, everybody. Oh, Minivan Express, boy. Love it.
First stop on the family day We are headed over to Ruby's farm to pick up Ruby, go get some veggies and things, but also to check on the animals because our goats and our sheep are here. One of the lambs is out. Just hanging out.
Yeah.
A newfound purpose. Yeah. Wow! Sorry, I should run.
It's okay.
Nice boy. Good looking little lamb.
Yeah. Oh.
That's female. So the boy, should we keep the boy or should we trade him out for someone?
First time at the barn, little lamb. This is my little lamb. Hello. Hello.
So those are the two lambs for St. Joseph's.
Oh, big honcho over there.
Yes, that mom going through the gate, she's got triplets. These are her three that I was going to call her.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's amazing.
He is. Handsome little fella. Very good.
I'll just see if I can swap them out. Or I'll just buy one somewhere.
Hello. Oh, it's Sophie. Hello there. Oh, Sandy, your first llama experience. Llamas are cool.
I love llamas. Garnish. Support local Garnish Gardens.
And we use those boxes on the back to put some surplus strawberries in. Imagine a 7 trays like this, and there's 32 cells in each tray.
We are at Garnish Gardens here in the greenhouse. My word. Yeah, we are picking out all sorts of things. Cabbage, tomatoes. I might even leave here with a few flowers. I sure hope so.
Looking for stuff for food. Cabbage, turnip, carrot, broccoli, lettuce, tomatoes, potatoes, ham, lamb.
The greens.
Maybe a fella here down the road, nice little greenhouse like this.
Oh, I
Sunny,
love
just hang out in here.
I really love that. Especially for wintertime. With the extra sun rays. Oh.
Alright boys, all the local Newfoundlanders. This place is called Garnish Gardens. Down here in Garnish on the Bjorn Peninsula. New business. Go support local. We're leaving 2 Scout Outdoor shirts here for the first couple scouts to show up. Kid size large, kid size small, come get it. Garnish Gardens, support local peeps. Great spot.
This is what we need to build.
Keep
dogs out too.
Yes.
I found this is the best thing I've been at this.
Here we go, all loaded up. Get her in the dirt. Nice. Totally thank you, Heather. Well, Farmer Joe. Currently about 9 o'clock at night. Believe it or not, we're slung to go.
Late night tonight.
We're normally in bed almost asleep at 9 o'clock, so this is like crazy late for us. We'll get her.
Yeah.
Slow and steady.
Thankfully, we've got lots of daylight. Great job, son.
People who are willing to go out of their way to rescue the life of an animal are truly valuable heroes. While most rescue missions tend to happen above water, sometimes fascinating things can happen under the sea. When one diver was approached by a shark during an aquatic adventure, he was pretty terrified. That was until he realized that the shark was in desperate need of help. Josh Eccles is a local diver who'd been diving with the Emerald Dive Charters in Jupiter, Florida. Eccles is no stranger to the art of diving, and he's been doing it for the past 5 years. The past 5 years, Eccles has been diving into the waters of Jupiter, Florida. He does this 3 times a day, every single day. Needless to say, the man has a ton of experience. Also, if you have not done so already, please subscribe to our channel and click that notification bell to get inspired by these real-life stories every day. Now, back to the story. However, on one particular day, Eccles went diving with his team and could tell that something wasn't right. While in the Atlantic Ocean, a shark continuously tried to get his attention. It was very strange. The shark that was trying desperately to get the diver's attention was a lemon shark. They always bump into us, but they don't bump into us that frequently, Eccles told WPBF. That's how he knew something was wrong. This female shark kept constantly bumping into me, Eccles told CBS News. And when she would bump into me, she would lift up her head, showing me her stomach. It was pretty intimidating, to say the least. It's not unusual to run into lemon sharks when diving in the Jupiter waters. Local residents constantly have run-ins with the sharks on the beach. However, that doesn't mean they aren't an intimidating bunch. Running into lemon sharks can be a pretty scary sighting. These sharks are very powerful and can reach lengths of up to 11 feet. They also feast on other sharks, large seabirds, and other sea creatures. However, even though lemon sharks are big and powerful, they're typically not aggressive toward humans. That's why when Eccles had run-ins with them before, he was never quite fearful of the situation. After the shark had continuously nudged Eccles, he realized that something was up. That's when he decided to see what the shark was trying to show him. Suddenly, Eccles saw what the problem was. As Eccles looked closer, he saw that there was a huge hook sticking out of the shark's belly. It would lift up its stomach, and I noticed something. So I kind of poked at it a little, the little hook or something, Eccles explained. Eccles began to try and help by pulling out the hook. However, the first time he tried to help, the shark quickly swam away. This wasn't going to be an easy rescue. Eventually, the shark swam back to Eccles. This time, he grabbed the shark by the head and pulled up so that he could get a better look. It was metal, he said. It wouldn't give. I would slowly pull. Eccles continued to pull and pull in order to get the object out. He could tell that it was a hook. However, he didn't know just how big it was. Finally, he was able to pull the thing out, and it was enormous. When Eccles finally worked the hook out, he was shocked by the size of it. Eccles, who's 6'3" and 200 pounds, said that the hook was the size of his hand. It's no wonder the shark was so adamant about its removal. It was the kind of thing she definitely wanted out, he said. As soon as I started messing with it, the shark was like, "Get this out of me." Eccles has an idea of how it had gotten stuck in the first place. Eccles believes the shark must have swallowed the hook over a year ago. Finally, the hook had worked its way out of her body. That was a crazy opportunity experience to be a part of, Eccles said. Eccles and his team had been filming the entire interaction when they captured something else amazing on camera. It seems that at one point, the shark swam up to the camera as a way to give thanks. Once the hook had been removed from the shark's belly, she was grateful and ready to be on her way. She enthusiastically swam away and into the clear waters. Eccles felt accomplished. What Eccles and his team got to experience was something truly incredible. Getting that close to a lemon shark that was injured without getting hurt is a spectacular occurrence. Eccles is a true hero for going out of his way to help out the poor lemon shark. Thanks to his bravery, the lemon shark can now continue on with her life in the waters.
So the problem with Patrick Melton is that he's dead.
Yeah.
He texted us yesterday to let us know.
Trust in power.
Yeah. But we miss him. We miss him too. Bubble Popper says Moody is a terrible broadcaster, constantly stepping all over you, Carl. You could do better than him. Anyone would be better. Cut him loose. What a piece of shit. I don't agree with that, Bubble Popper. I appreciate you being here and helping us out, but that's too far, man. I'm disappointed with that. Do you guys think, I saw the theory on Reddit, and I was thinking to myself, do you guys think that Aaron's losing a lot of money? He's not making the money anymore. And Johnny brings zero value to his show. Is he trying to create something that gives him a chance to fire Johnny so he can save $150 a week?
It's when he's got Oz at the moment who can back him up and be on the show a little bit with him, so he doesn't need Johnny as much as before because Johnny's gone. I've still got a co-host in Oz, right? So it feels like Johnny is a little bit more disposable than before.
Patrick Mother was in my chat yesterday saying they need each other. Aaron needs Johnny to make it look like Aaron's like this benevolent guy, and Johnny's got nothing else going on. So
it's like those stand-ups that like want a bad opener for themselves.
Yes.
So that
why
they
they
look
hired
good.
Chad Subak. Yeah.
In comparison.
Very familiar with that.
That's why Gino has to go as far as to hire Kiki.
Right. And that's awkward for Gino and Kiki because all Kiki's material references Gino, who the audience hasn't seen yet. Just like
it's amazing.
He needs to open for her jokes to make sense, but he's the more seasoned comedian, so he goes. It's all mess.
You don't understand though. In Kiki's mind, Gino is world famous.
Right.
So it was like, oh, that's Gino's wife. Holy shit! All right, now I get it.
Yeah. Someone sitting in the audience goes, look, the set's a lot better when you watch it the second time. You get all the references. Come back tomorrow. You'll see. You'll see.
As long as we can agree to disagree that I hit April, for some reason that doesn't bother me anymore.
This is a new thing he's doing this week. A couple of times he brought this up. Now he's saying that, you know, you guys would say I hit April. That's a funny thing to say. I obviously didn't, you know, just because it's been documented in court records. Doesn't mean that I did.
Isn't what they say? A guilty conscience needs no accuser.
Yeah. Well put. He brings this shit up out of nowhere.
To be clear, no one said. I don't think anyone's publicly said that he's hit April. When people say he's hit April or he's headbutted April, they mean that he one time to get April to shut up because they were fighting with each other this close to each other, yelling at each other's faces. He put his arms around her and held her so tight that she couldn't breathe, and said, "Not in front of the kids, not in front of the kids," and she does not want to be touched. He's admitted he's done that on the show. It's in court records documented that. And he now is denying it. I don't know what's.
Well, no, now he's changing the subject. So the other thing is that they were fighting one time really closely, and he shoved his head into her head and pushed her back. And it wasn't like a headbutt; it was just making contact and being physical. So now
it's intimidating because
yes,
the size difference is huge between these two. April is like what, 5'5", and he's like a foot taller than her. It's very uneven.
While his kids were watching?
His kids
not in front of the kids. They're sitting there eating popcorn, like in little bleachers or something.
They're like, oh, keep going, Mama Dad. This is great.
How about get out of the room, kids?
So now Aaron is trying to lean into it. And so now he likes to exaggerate what he's accused of in order to just dismiss it. Oh, they say I hit her and I headbutt her. What am I, jumping off the top ropes with my new headbutting finishing moves? Like, no one's saying that.
What are you trying to say? I was shot out of a cannon head first.
Right. Haley's in the chat. So she was showing on her show, Ashley's HRO today. She said April told her at the recital that he headbutted her.
Yeah, but also that is just her recounting it, and it could mean multiple things. Like, it might not mean an actual headbutt. It's just he used his head to inflict pain. Whether that's pressing it up against her or headbutting, it's like, who knows?
Right.
He did headbutt her. Okay.
Being okay with if I did. You know, it's like OJ, if I did it. No.
So now he's got a new thing, because Aaron loves being a supervillain. So he's like, I wish I did smack that bitch around That would have been the smart thing to do. I don't know how Aaron thinks he's building an audience or how he's going to gain support.
I haven't watched this clip, but I am going to. Can we just put this up quickly before?
Of course. Moody, when you say jump, I say how high. You know.
When you say head, I say how butt.
This is the narcissist's prayer. Last time we saw this, we were in a discussion with Kiki about whether or not she shared the knowledge of April lived. Now, I see the start of this. The first two have happened so far.
Yes.
That didn't happen when you get accused of something. That didn't happen. And if it did, it wasn't that bad. And if it was, that's not a big deal. And if it is, that's not my fault. And if it was, I didn't mean it. And if I did, you deserved it. What I think we're about to see is a speed run of this.
Okay, let's get back to it. Let's see where we're at.
I could defend it. I could defend it. You know, like in the 30s when a woman would get hysterical and just go, psh, come here, it's not a big deal. So he and I disagree on that. I never laid a hand on her. But
I would think this domestic violence in the 30s. You remember back in the 30s when he just like smacking broad around? Yeah, sure.
if you think I did, you know, as Gino said, you know, you didn't knock any sense into her.
I hear so many smart people all the time quoting Gino Biscotti.
Yes, right. As the great Gino Biscotti once said, smack my bitch up. Take my
He's up
bitch
there with like Ben Franklin, Woody Allen, you know,
Yeah,
frequently
right.
quoted.
You missed that episode of the bitches you don't slap.
Sam Show says if you did it, it would have been super based. I know, I feel like people like disrespect me because they think I didn't.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
That's a profound misassessment.
Got pretty far away from reality with this one. People are like, Aaron, why aren't you beating your girlfriend more? I'm like, I know. I don't get on it. I apologize.
Hey, why do people disrespect me?
Retard.
When you're wearing a hat like this and you're wearing it backwards,
What's the slogan that goes along with that swish?
Just do it, I believe.
Ghost at the Feast says headbutt. That part always made me laugh. Like, even when I was mad that people were lying about that.
Even when I was mad that people were lying about that, it made me laugh. I oftentimes laugh when I'm angry.
The headbutt, because I would visualize it. I was like, do people really think I went up to her and went, even in boxing, I've never headbutted it. I don't even think I've been in one accidental headbutt, and we both got a little cut right above the eye. Those are not fun.
That bitch deserved it, I'm sure.
But I've never headbutted a human being outside of the boxing ring, and that was unintentional. That's at Southpaw. He was newer, and he was gonna.
So where are we at in the narcissist prayer now?
Seriously.
I think we skipped all the way down to, and if I did, you deserved it.
Right. Like they tried to pathetically bring that piggy show back last week to cope about us having a good weekend. It did not go well.
We tried to bring back that piggy show to cope. We did bring back this little piggy. It did very well. It's got 11,800 views, 623 likes, and a 96% like rate. Seems like it went pretty well, actually.
How's it feel to be crushed?
I know. Wow, how embarrassing for me to do that. That was stupid.
And this is a take that a lot of these people who are obsessed with hating Nick have. It's like anyone who has a show about Aaron or like the Devilverse sucks because like this guy is so much worse than the Devilverse.
Oh, so he's reading Kiwi Farms.
This is straight up.
Okay, I was wondering, like, where is he getting this information from? If you look through our comments, if you look through anything that we did, it's all very positive. People are happy that the show was back, and it was great with Haley last week, and Nick was out for a minute, but going through the boots on the ground accounts of the court proceedings was fantastic. And Aaron was fantastic. Everyone outside the Devils watching this thinks it's embarrassing for them. Huh? This is like a guy who I could only imagine fighting with like dolls. I could see him like playing with his He-Man dolls or something, and like acting out when people are saying, I think Aaron's so cool. You wouldn't even understand how cool he is. What? I think that too. I'm a tomboy.
Everybody,
we're tomboys over here. Really?
being on the outside of the Devilverse is like, guys, Do you understand? You make this guy look better. You look creepy and weird and gay. He look. We don't even like him. That's my favorite part. Is like,
oh, this is Kiwi Farms. You're right.
Yeah.
So he sees people are saying, I don't like Aaron at all. He sucks out loud, but he's not worse than Nick Rekieta.
None of these people.
Those might be the three top adjectives I would use to describe Aaron, though: creepy, weird, and gay.
Right. Isn't it weird? That he says like, is that what people are saying about this little thing? It's creepy, weird, and gay. There's like,
there was this weird thing that also happened last week, just while we're on the Kiwi Farms thing. It's like there was numero uno Josh Denny fan in Hughes' show just commented saying like, is someone gonna ask Nick about why he was leaking information to Rudy from inside the courtroom?
Oh right.
Kiwi Farms, someone from Kiwi Farms picked up on that.
This is hilarious.
And then someone else mentioned it in the chat as if it was a fact. And then Kiwi Farms took that and said, it's confirmed. Nick was Moody's source inside that courtroom. And then that's how they're gathering information. It's just like
Kiwi Farms is usually like spot on journalism.
It's like
if you read something in that thread, it's definitely true. But
there's no more reputable news source. No more reputable.
It's a human centipede that eats a rumor and then shits out a leak.
Yes. Yeah, that was very funny to get to witness, because you are the one who got all the information, the person who was there.
Right.
You get to witness firsthand, like, they're like, Nick Rekieta did all that. Like, okay.
That person was not that.
It was not.
I saw him saying something this one week is, he said like, I called it that they'd come back after the HRO hearing.
Yeah, I saw that too.
He never called it.
No.
He said,
no, he did not.
I bullied them off the internet. The toe wins, another win for the toe. And then when we come back, he's like, yeah, I said that they'd come back because they've got nothing.
Yeah. He was acting like it was a victory that we came back because he's in court. It's like, no, remember, you're in court confessing that you're afraid of Nick Rekieta. That's the thing that we're talking about, Aaron. Never brings that part up to his audience for some reason.
Is he afraid of Nick Rekieta, the character, or is he afraid of Nick Rekieta, the person?
That's a good question. Maybe just this avatar that Nick has. All those outsiders are like pumping up the show numbers. That's what it is too. Yeah, it's all these people who hated that with us watching this. Do you guys want to hear about Aaron's take on Keanu Thompson?
Every time he talks more about it, I think he really wants to.
Yeah. I think so too. You know which time I spent talking about Keanu? Zero seconds, minutes, hours, days, however you want to measure it.
Yeah.
He says there's 4.
All Kiki and her mother have are their looks.
Alright, Rudy's funny. Anyone who says Rudy's not funny, sucks.
People Aaron wants to stick his dick into: Eric Church, Netanyahu, Hobo Chili, and Keanu Thompson. I don't know where this idea that I want a Keanu Thompson came from.
The rest of those totally true.
Maybe because you gave her $3,000 to perform a comedy. You can stay at my house. Oh, can I? Cool.
I'm not saying like Keanu's a beautiful girl and everything, but no, I don't. Number one, I don't have an interest in having sex with Keanu Thompson. And
wait, that's number one. Here's the reasons why I'm not going to have sex with Keanu. Number one, I'm not going to have sex with Keanu. Right.
This is tautological. It's like, do you want to have sex with Keanu? Here are the reasons why. One, I don't want to have sex with Keanu.
Right. Two, she won't.
Right.
Number one, I don't have an interest in having sex with Keanu Thompson. And number two, there has never been the least bit of interest expressed on the Keanu Thompson front of wanting to have sex with me. So I'm pretty sure the feeling's mutual.
Number two seemed like number one to me, didn't it? You know what I mean? Like, hey, would you that girl? She wants nothing to do with me. And also, I don't want her either.
I'm in full agreement.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand what your guys' position is. She's Gino, so doesn't anybody have a shot. I get.
Hot take. Wow. Good stuff.
No, I think Gino's a special kind of guy. He's not. I don't think anyone's like Gino. He's pretty spectacular.
Can't beat him. Oh, I mean, I can.
One time, $1,000 coming from Rekieta Law in the chat.
I've heard explicit fantasies of his desire to and Chrissy firsthand. Oh boy. It didn't sound like something you'd bring up if you weren't fantasizing about it, right? The way he just talked about that, it seemed like
he had it all worked out.
yeah. Let me explain the reason why I don't want to put this hot chick that I paid money to be around.
Okay.
We believe it. Oh God, Aaron really down when he started talking all that shit about the personal lives of Nick, right, April, and Kaylee. And Kayla. It's like this idea that no one was ever going to be able to talk about what he's up to ever, and so that's why they take out restraining orders and try to shut them up. But Nick's still under a gag order. Of course, it's ridiculous.
You could have kept Nick shut up about all the embarrassing stuff that Nick has released by just holding over.
Dad's a sandwich up there first.
No shit. It would have been so easy. You press Kino Casino. You need a PPP to laugh out loud for the triangle.
Well, he earned their respect, man.
Yeah, he sure did. They still loved him to this day.
But boy, do the Italians love having a good spaghetti. Like you go to an Italian's house.
Yeah. No
Chinese spaghetti. I like much rather the thicker one that has a little bit more. Like, no, you gotta try spaghetti. It's like, okay, I'll definitely do that. But the other ones I think are better. You guys should maybe take a little more Brian Mills ones that you do spaghetti. Why, Nick? Why is the spaghetti always the one? Why is it just the orig?
It is the orig. It's standard. It's just the best option. It goes with everything.
I see, and that's what we're saying. We don't agree with you.
Yeah.
We think the other one is much better. Depending on the rigatone, not bad either.
Sure.
I mean, there's
bow ties.
Yeah, the bow tie is not bad.
Tortellini.
There's so many different
I could
options.
never be out of spaghetti.
No, that's because of the tradition of it, I think. Right? Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, I mean, it's got you.
It's always there.
Sometimes go a long way. It's good. Goes with everything. Like, yeah.
And also, you can get a little Parmesan on top of it.
Yeah.
You don't even need the sauce or the gravy, whatever it is. For me, though, I don't like the.
Yeah, I don't like sucking it up.
Yeah.
No. I don't want to eat my food through a straw like you are with spaghetti.
Well, you got to be able to do the hanging. That's where the scissors come in.
Yeah.
You do the twisty twist, and then you do the scissors. Now, all of a sudden, guess what that is? That's a fat ass rigatone. All of a sudden, right with a fork. And it's like, yep, I got to the final game that I was looking for here. Thank you for letting me do that. Nonetheless, shout out to the Italians. You guys go.
Fazoli's. The only place you can eat spaghetti. Fazoli's, baby. It's the only place they do it right. Everywhere else, it tastes like cologne.
Okay. That's not
What?
That's not real.
The only place I'm the only Italian house I've been wanting spaghetti. No thanks.
Not good.
No.
Yeah, right.
Terrible.
Let's go to Hammer. Don. Anthony DeJulia, what the hell is going on out here with this conversation about bad skets out here? And Vazzolini's being the only good spaghetti.
Sounds like a bunch of Irishmen talking about Italian food. Scottish. I'm a reggaeton.
Okay, we're okay.
So we're all on the same page. You the Italians, no. Me and you are not on the same page. Ever.
Oh, reggaeton, you guys are pretty on the same side.
Oh, what, you don't like that? Hey, okay. Whatever. I was eating steak with a spoon.
No, spork actually.
No, that was deep.
Yeah, you're right. When it's kind of hard, you know, he's getting the pre-made meals, obviously, which a lot of people are doing now. Feels like the chefs are getting good at distributing good food for people to get into like shape. I think that's a good advancement of society that we have right now.
Nothing makes me more mad than whenever they don't pronounce the vowel at the end. Prosciutto, mozzarella.
Who's they?
Who's they?
What
the fuck are you talking about? Mozzarella.
Mozzarella.
Yeah, technically it's prosciutto.
No, it's gabagool. It's mozzarella.
Oh, I hate it.
It's prosciutto. Yeah.
Pronounce the vowel at the end.
This is the German order.
Yeah.
Disgusting.
This is part of the problem. I didn't know this. Okay, let's go back to Hammer. Don. Anthony DeJulia. This is disgusting.
Anthony DeJulia. Why don't we just call Anthony DeJulia? We do.
We actually do call it. And there's an EO at the end, like E-I-D-I-O. So you would have to hit the E at least at the beginning. Anthony DeJulia. I don't like what's going on here amongst the stage. I want to let the Italian conglomerate know that I am 0.01% Italian and documented.
And we love you.
And grazie and prego for that. And I'm thinking about going to rent an Italian club and joining the Pepperoni.
Sure.
The Pepperoni.
The Irwin Pepperoni. You should think about joining Coach Diggs' team instead. He's got a great team name for his boys.
So what's the name of the team?
Ask Tony.
Tony, what's the name of
I
it?
can't remember. Isn't it the fight in
No.
the fight in Dane Mavitz or something like
No,
that?
I don't think that was the name, but they are a tough squad on that bocce courthouse. So
Yeah.
they don't like playing on the rocks they got over there at Penn Hills, but we'll certainly get it figured out. Tony, we appreciate you, buddy, for sticking up for the Italians because it got disgusting out here.
Yeah, that was gross.
Most
I
of
love
you-
the Italians. Thanks a lot,
Love
AJ.
the Italian food.
Appreciate it, AJ.
That was outrageous.
The AJ.
Yeah.
That was good.
Well, you should be going by fake Dave anyways with what you just said about the Italians. Might be smart for you to lay low for a minute.
I think they just need to pronounce the vowel at the end. That's it.
Pepperoni. You're talking about a bocce team name. That's a brand. That's a brand name.
Yeah, you're right.
Cut that shit. Let's go to the top of the table for their thoughts. We have Harry Potter and Heavenly Holzer.
This is crazy. I saw this yesterday. Just a quick clip. A paraglider in Australia. A paraglider. I'm a paraglider. And they were paragliding. And a Cessna 172, a private plane, hit the paraglider, the chute part. Do you think of the elevation, if that plane was a little lower, if the paraglider was a little higher, what that would have been? Wow. Wowie kazowie. And this person, they pull their emergency chute, and they're not screaming the whole way down. They're concerned. That had to be a frightening experience. I don't know why people do sports like this. Surfing. They're paddling out. You see a shark fin, and they're like, cool. Get out of here, you mental patient. Skydiving, bungee jumping. No, not even in my youth would I do stuff like that. So here's an Aussie paraglider getting hit by a Cessna 172. That thing is shredded. Dan, it's a woman. To the masters. Still just freaking out. Hey, I don't blame him. But it's not just some high-pitched woman scream. That parachute is sliced in half. Just enjoying your afternoon in the clear blue skies. It's like there's a little breeze blowing around. There's a lot of trees down there. And the emergency chute, a little harder to steer. I think the grunting and groaning is a little bit of a physical thing, kind of trying to put yourself in position for the landing, and just freaking out still. That a plane almost made you into choppy. You come down a little faster with the emergency chute also. So, there you go. The shadows, maybe get a little line on where you're going to come down. And there you have it. Holy shit. And then a little nervous laugh. Anyone get the number of that plane? That is lucky. That is luck. There's a couple of other scenarios that could happen. You get hung up on part of the plane. The plane rips through your parachute, but then one of the risers gets caught on the landing gear. Now you're just getting dragged behind the plane. Like that could have been a distinct possibility. But those are Australians. She hits the ground and is like, fuck. Aussies are a different breed of cat. They really are. They do crazy shit. They got crazy prehistoric animals down there. And when shit goes sideways, they handle it. They know how to handle it pretty calm and cool. So hats off. Hats off to you. This guy, this is fucked up. This guy, he makes videos, and we love videos where things blow up. You know, it's fun. You watch people shoot a tannerite and blow it up, and people, I don't know how they're able to, they get dynamite, they get, what's that, ampho stuff, that fertilizer that blows up, the terrorists use, and they just record themselves blowing shit up, and it gets great views. We love watching things explode. And there's this guy, and I think perhaps he's doing the old switcheroo. I think he's doing the old switcheroo. Let's watch the video and then we'll discuss, shall we?
10 pounds of black powder down the cannon. Today's day 3, so we're going to do 3 propane tanks. Got 1 charge in.
10 pounds of black powder.
2 propane tanks.
Anxiety inducing, isn't it?
3 propane tanks. So tomorrow we'll do 4. See if we can track them all down. 4 propane tanks. Boom! Ah, gotcha.
He's running.
Gotta get the tracker up. I did a really bad job last time.
I didn't see a cut. He's just fucking launching propane tanks.
Yes, it's dark. Yes, we've been looking for a long time.
God knows where.
Well, the thing's dense, but so we got one of the tanks. We're gonna go see if we can find the rest. This is the closest tank. 2 of 3, and it was 550 yards away.
As you see,
Casey Days. I guess you can't see him on the screen.
Well, they can see me now.
This is not, by the way, oddly enough, this is not a reaction to anything that happened this week. Casey Day messaged me a couple weeks ago, and he said, Mike, I've got an idea here. What if
What, and I'm just spitballing, what if we had it made the screen look like it's your show? We don't have any silly nonsense. We don't have Oregon Ducks logos. And I said, you know, Casey, I think it might be onto something.
3 years in.
I said, that's a heck of an idea. Let's give it a whirl. So, yeah. It warmed my heart when Casey messaged me that. I started crying. I said, finally I've got a show. That's very exciting.
It takes me 1,000 days to learn anything, Mike. So it took me 1,000 days.
Are you holding up okay?
I don't know, man. It's a hard life out here with abs and the beach. Oh my God, it's hard.
I'm sure there are some people that want me to talk about DJ Electra. We talked about it. We talked about it. You're damn right. She's not allowed here anymore. No, we talked about it on Devil vs. Live the other day, and I can't imagine caring about it enough to talk about it again. I still don't really get it, but we wish DJ Electra well. I hope she's doing well wherever she is, whatever she's doing.
She's doing awesome. We went to a concert last night and had a fucking great time. So, yeah, she's doing great.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, people need a break sometimes, you know? You may have heard me say this before, Casey, and tell me if this rings any bells. Less is more, I say sometimes, you know? I'm learning. Every once in a while you go, man, that guy's actually right about something.
All the time. It's annoying.
Thanks, Dad. Well, there's a video that I want to start with here, and I'm making Craig and Casey watch this now. A video was released on bullying, and I felt this was very timely, and this is sort of a corporate, sort of an instructive training video that I'm making the fellas watch now to deal with some of these nasty comments that come through. So we've got a celebrity guest speaker to talk about bullying, and I felt this was very timely and appropriate.
That's right. Let me bring that up real quick. Yeah, there we go. Oh, look who it is. It's Hilaria. Hilaria. It's Hilaria.
Let's hear what Hilaria has to say about this topic.
Who's bullying Hilaria? Oh, here. Oh, hold on 1 second. Let me fix that volume.
Can't hear it. God damn it.
I'm bullying her. All right, here we go.
Have you ever been bullied? I have. And I'm here to tell you that you do not deserve to be abused. You do not deserve to suffer for someone else's malice. I had so many times where I just felt like I couldn't get up. It was through your connection, you guys, and my family and friends that helped me pick myself up and start to put one foot in front of the other, and then start to understand the system, and then start opening up about it and realize this is happening to so many, and I feel it's my responsibility to speak openly and freely about it so that no one else feels alone. The more that we discuss how common this is, the more when somebody's in this position, they start to realize, wait a second, I'm not alone. Because that's what bullies want to do. They want to like ostracize you, put you in this, talk a lot of stuff, make a lot of things up, and keep you in a space where you feel so alone, and they can continue to abuse you and abuse you and abuse you.
Isn't it so incredibly powerful? Like, we all think we have problems. And then you realize, you hear Hilaria talk, and you think to yourself, wow, this woman, she sustained being made fun of because she didn't know how to pronounce cucumber. And that's real. Like, this woman dealt with real bullying. Like, true harassment, frankly. Because why would you make fun of someone that uses a fake accent for attention? Cucumber? Like, pretend she's from Spain even though she grew up in Newton, Mass. This woman suffered through real bullying. So this is powerful. Wherever you are, whether you're DJ Electra, Casey, whoever you are dealing with bullying, you listen to this woman's story, and you think, maybe I don't have it so bad. You know? That's what I think important here today.
Listen to that. We're going to talk about our own experiences. We're going to talk about the system of it. We're going to try to pull down that mysterious veil that makes us feel like there's something wrong with us. It makes us feel like we're alone. Realize we're in good company. And through that good company, we can help heal each other. Because yes, hurt people, but hurt people also heal. And we can heal each other side by side. Whether it is a child, a loved one, yourself, we're here to support, talk about it, and then give a real action plan about what can be done. All of us have had those dark moments and those sleepless nights where we think about it over and over and over again. When we take those thoughts,
It's cucumber. I know how to say it now. Poor Alex is awake.
That'll bring Alejandro Kirk up to the plate. Number 30, It has been a love affair for Kirk from this fan base for years, really. I mean, there's just something about him that the fans just go crazy for. There was an enormous ovation at about 7:04 tonight, and we didn't know what it was, and it was just Kirk popping out of the dugout to go out to left field to start getting loose and start working with Trey Savage. They have missed one of their best players, one of their most indispensable players.
I remember having this discussion in spring training, Dan, and I said if there's one area that they cannot afford an injury, it's to Alejandro Kirk. And sure enough, very early in the season, he hits the injured list. He just brings so much on both sides of the baseball.
3-0, and it gets away from the catcher Vizcarra, allowing Clement to go to second.
Well, J.C. Escara, we have seen him have issues behind the plate receiving pitches, and you can see that glove's on the ground when it should have been already to his left, ready to receive that pitch, totally handcuffing him.
A wild pitch charged to Weathers. Could be a big 90 feet. Base hit could score Clement now. And a strike, 3-1. Kirk rather played a handful of games in Dunedin, then the last 3 in Buffalo. DH, catch, DH over the last 3 days. Strike 2 called, and now it's full.
Tricky look from a left-handed. Weathers has that arm slot a lot lower this year, too. So from that angle, down and in the way he throws that pitch, probably a funky look there for Kirk. He thought it was inside.
Clement out at second, 2 down, bottom of the first. And the full count pitch is hit to left center field, and it's going to be beyond the reach of Grisham. Clement in to score. It's an RBI double for Alejandro Kirk.
Welcome back, Alejandro. How about this pitch, Dan? It's almost in the exact same spot as the previous pitch that he took. And he hammers this sinker deep to left center, and Grisham just can't get to it.
So how about a successful challenge on the first pitch of the ball game in the top half of the first, and then an RBI double in his first at bat in the bottom of the first. And the Blue Jays lead 1-0. Here's Kazuo Komodo, hitting .230, still leading the club in home runs with 13. And now
2. We talked about what Alejandro brings on both sides of the ball, and we know he's one of the best framers receivers in the game. That is exactly how Clement got to second base. The ball not handled by the Yankees catcher.
Ooh, that was close, but it is called low, ball 1. 1-2 on Okamoto. Okamoto's done a much better job hitting fastballs than breaking balls this year. And Weathers has had a lot more success, as Joe told you, with the breaking stuff than the fastball. Goes with a fastball. The appeal, no swing. And it's 2-2. Ernie Clement cooling off in the dugout. The Blue Jays with the early lead. Big swing and a foul off by Okamoto. The strength of this Yankee team recently has been its starting pitching. They got some of the best starting pitching in the game, even though Garrett Cole didn't come off the IL until recently, and now Max Fried is on the IL, but Weather's capable. Will Warren having a good year. Cam Schlittler's terrific. Here's one high and deep. Down the left field line. Gone! Into the 500 level. Towering shot off the bat of Kazuma Okamoto. And even his teammates can hardly believe what they just saw.
Weathers stayed away from him most of the at-bat, and then he buried a slider down and in, and did he ever clear it out of there? That's a long way from home plate.
And it is 3-0 here in the bottom of the first. One more look at this swing. The only question was, would it stay fair?
All right. Wagon Train Barbecue. Wasn't pretty fitting for that.
Challenge we're doing today is called the Graveyard Burger. No, wait, let me do that again.
The Graveyard Burger.
Yeah. Sounds way more intimidating when you do it like Count Orlok. Apparently it's a bit like a museum in here. So, if you're vegetarian, maybe best to skip the next 10 seconds because I think there are almost certainly stuffed animal carcasses coming up from the walls. Here you go. I did warn you. What is that? Moose? Trying to count all the different species of animal. We got wolves, chickens, foxes, deer, I think. All dead, sadly. Although maybe, I don't know, maybe they're not real. They're probably real. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll take one graveyard burger, please.
You got it. How do you want to do it?
As rare as possible without killing me.
All right, blue rare. You got it.
I love the notches on the wall of shame. Look how many notches there are on there. A lot of people have failed this. You've done it. You've made that 500 times.
Yes, sir. At least. Been here 10 plus years.
Yeah.
Let's go, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, please. We have a graveyard burger challenge in the house, weighing at 5.5 pounds. Everyone wants to take a look. He has 30 minutes to eat it. If he eats it all in 30 minutes or less, he gets it for free. And let's wish Adam some luck over here today.
Can I take this out? I can take this out on the phone. All right, so a place called Wagon Tree Barbecue taking on their Graveyard Burger Challenge, which is, I mean, it sounds pretty intimidating. You get 30 minutes, right? And if you do it, it's free.
Free. Stop because no one finishes it, but you're in the t-shirt.
Okay, got it. And you get a spot on that little Hall of Fame over there. Yeah. I'm interested in the bragging rights most of all, I think. All right, got it. And how much does it cost?
70-20 after tax if you don't finish it.
All right, cool.
You guys want to help me count now?
Nobody wants to help.
2, 1, go.
I like that woo. Thanks, Ric Flair.
Alright, scream when you need help, okay?
Scream? Seems a bit dramatic. I'm British, remember? Even if I start choking, I'll just sit here and politely die. So, but we're going to another episode. Today we're at Wagon Train Barbecue in Schenectady. I think that's how you say it. Kind of near Albany, New York, and we're having a bash at this sucker.
Thank you. I don't even know what I'm eating here. Bacon.
No, they're absolutely
How's it tasting? Delicious. Yeah.
So how's it taste?
Oh, the bacon is perfect. That's precisely the way I like my bacon. Jalapenos. I just hit one. Made it to the patty.
Yeah, they're only jalapenos, mate. Settle down. Cool thing about this one is you can choose how you have the bean pie cut. I went with the old Mickey Blue Eyes.
Alright, that's most of the meat done, I think. Just the starch to go now. There's a lot of that. I'm sure it's clean.
Ooh, interesting. Onto the fries early doors. These are pretty good, you know. Nice and fluffy, easy to get down.
You have
22 minutes left. Alright. Oh, alright. That's a great price.
You goofball. For the record, that wasn't meant to sound quite that creepy. Anyway, reckon we can do it? See if we can roll back the years and smash the record? Only time will tell. Might be a bit late to turn it on now.
Yeah? Alright, no pressure. Oh, thank you so much.
Hey, look at that. Not only did he cook the thing, he's coming in with the assist out of nowhere. What a champ. Yeah, got my own little cheerleading team on this one. Admittedly, a one-man cheerleading team, but I appreciate the enthusiasm regardless.
Please, Bob. I'm too old for this, man. I'm too old for this.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think Danny Glover was about my age when he uttered that immortal line in the original Lethal Weapon. Anyway, we're about there, and that record time is within touching distance. Tasty. These blokes can sense it, so hope you enjoyed it. And as always, I'll catch you in the next one.
Alright, this is Jimmy's Food, and that was Wagon Train Barbecue's Graveyard Challenge. Beating record time. so I'll pass on the beer. But do you have any desserts? I would love some banana cream pie. Yes, thank you. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. My hands are best. It tasted delicious, by the way. That was so good.
Bar right now. You did it in 14 minutes and 12 seconds.
It's still some line from the old dog, yeah.
Alright. Go sign the Wall of Fame.
Oh, I get to sign it?
Yeah.
Oh, I did it the English way. The English, we put the date first. Oh. Yeah, look at that. Pride of place.
You finished it?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah, that's why the pie is there.
Oh, snap. What's closing time?
Like 14 minutes. 12 seconds.
God bless you.
Oh, thank you, thanks. Oh no, I was worried about my hands. I'm the one that just ate a big bug. Alright. Let's enjoy some of this banana cream pie. I think I owned it today, for once. This is good.
Where was like the favorite place? Most favorite place you've ever been?
My favorite restaurant of all time I went to was in Oklahoma, a place called Noble. There's a restaurant there called Kendall's, and it's they do like giant chicken fried steaks. And they have this thing there where like you have to eat 2 of those with 2 cinnamon rolls, some green beans, biscuits and gravy. It's so good. Like it's in the middle of nowhere basically, but it's so worth it. You know?
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that sounds so good.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
I've seen a lot of people try it, and they always come in and they're like, they have this, I'm gonna do it. It's gonna be so easy. It doesn't look that big, and it's just 2.5 pounds later, they look like they could be in a coma for the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's what everyone said. It was really nice to meet you, by the way. Thanks for being part of the video and everything. Compliments to the chef. It was fantastic. Thanks for having me. No, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I must have looked me up on Wikipedia. Knew my birthday. It's nice of him. Oh. Oh. Doesn't hurt like a sneeze on a full belly. Oh. I feel like some of the OGs watching that might have been a little bit like, I don't know, watching George Foreman come out of retirement. Went back to heavyweight belt. I think he did that. Probably not quite that impressive, but you get what I'm saying. Still got some in the tank. Oh. Shoot. Attachment here. They're all functional. They gave me cannons. I brought my own cannons. We had the opportunity to flip it, to do something different than we've ever done before. Take a look at this clip here. I think we want to go work out right now.
This is one that truly sets it off.
So what do you think? I like it.
When D-Wade first came into the league, he signed with Converse, a brand that was still trying to hang on in the basketball world. And for a minute, it looked like he might keep them afloat. His first few shoes were actually a hit. The Wade 1 had that shark-inspired design, clean Miami colorways, and real on-court appeal. Converse put real weight behind it. They gave him 4 more signature models, hoping to make him the centerpiece of their comeback. But by the time they dropped the Wade 4, things were falling apart. The design didn't land, and he hated the way they felt. He left Converse on his own in 2009 and signed with Jordan. For the next few years, it looked like that would be his final stop. He was the face of a legacy line that most players could only dream about. He wore flagship Jordans on court. There was a clear path forward, but in 2012, he left again. This time for Li Ning, not just for a deal, but to build something. The contract came with its own identity, way of Wade. That changed the conversation. It was the first time a star player walked away from one of the big three and came back with his own name on the box. He helped shape the designs, and he was actively recruiting other players. He treated it like something that was his and not just something he wore on court. D-Wade wasn't just endorsing a sneaker, he was building a lane. And after that move, Chinese brands weren't just seen as fallback options anymore. At the time, his move to Li Ning felt so risky. Leaving Jordan for a Chinese sneaker company? No one was doing that. At least not while they were still a top player. But that's what made it stick. He didn't just test the waters, he went all in. And in 2018, he doubled down and signed a lifetime deal. Other players started to take notice. D-Wade had everything he wanted. He had creative control, his own brand, and most importantly, he wasn't treated like a second-tier athlete. After that, Li Ning was seen as a real player in the sneaker space, not just in China, but around the league. What D-Wade started gave guys like Nikola Jokic permission to do the same thing. Most people didn't even realize it, but Jokic signed with 361, a Chinese sportswear brand. Not as big as Anta or Li Ning, especially outside of China, but still a real player in the space. For Jokic, the appeal was clear. His deal came with a signature line, something Nike never gave him, even after multiple MVPs and a championship. The deal came and went without much attention, partly because it leaked early, and partly because that's just how Jokic moves. But if you were paying attention, it felt like a big deal. He had just won a title, was at the height of his game, and still chose to walk away from Nike. Not to go independent, but to sign with a Chinese brand almost nobody in the US had ever worn. This wasn't a late career cash out. Jokic doesn't move like that. He saw something in 361, and they saw something in him, a way to prove they could land a franchise player. That kind of signing changes how a brand is viewed overnight. Not just by fans, but by other players too. Wade opened the door. Jokic reminded everyone this thing's legit. But that was 11 years apart. So what happened in between? They didn't slow down. They just kept building. In 2014, Klay Thompson signed with Anta, which was still at the time when almost no NBA stars were going that route. He wasn't settling. The deal turned into one of the most valuable in the league. By 2017, he signed a 10-year extension worth up to $80 million, keeping him with Anta through 2026. That put him among the top 10 highest-paid sneaker endorsers in the NBA. Anta gave him his own signature line, the KT series, and turned him into a global face for their brand. The shoes took off in China and slowly started to gain traction in the US. And that's really what changed. These brands weren't just handing out checks, they were building around guys, and those guys were delivering. Jimmy Butler moved to Li Ning after leaving Jordan Brand. He never got a signature shoe there, but Li Ning didn't wait. They gave him the JB1 right away. Even guys outside the spotlight got deals. Andrew Wiggins and Lou Williams both signed with Peak. Rondo wore Antas for years. These weren't one-off endorsements. A lot of these players had full lines and real input on design. None of this happened overnight. These brands weren't chasing hype. They were quietly offering something different. More money, more creative control, and an actual seat at the table. By the time Jokic made his move, it wasn't a surprise. It was the next step in a trend that had already been building for years. This wasn't just about athletes chasing money. The brands were changing too. Li Ning and Anta didn't just hand out contracts, they reinvested, built design teams, opened flagship stores, hired US reps, and started making products that could actually compete. By 2022, Anta had overtaken Nike in China. They became the second biggest sportswear company in the country, only trailing Li Ning. And globally, they were creeping up too. Anta is now one of the 4 largest athletic brands in the world by market cap, right behind Nike, Adidas, and Puma. They got there by focusing on basketball, not just as a category, but as a culture. They gave stars full signature lines, creative freedom, and faster production cycles. They didn't just chase the US market, they built around Asia, where a lot of these players had huge followings. Meanwhile, American brands were raising prices and signature shoes were getting rarer, and most players were wearing general releases with no say in the process. So when a company like Anta or 361 shows up offering a real deal, real input in your own shoe, that's not second tier anymore. That's a better offer. The biggest changes don't always start with marketing. Sometimes they start with a pickup game. For years, Chinese shoes were seen as jokes. Knockoffs, budget pairs, something you only wore if you couldn't afford Nikes. But that's not what people are saying anymore. TikTok or YouTube, and you'll see the same comments again and again. I tried a pair of Antas, and now they're my go-to. Fans aren't just noticing the brands, they're starting to trust them, and that matters. It makes you the guy who knows. It's not just talk either. Sales are climbing, Anta's revenue has nearly doubled in the last 5 years. Li Ning posted a 30% jump in basketball category growth year over year. And these aren't inflated numbers. They're built off local demand, not just overseas hype. Even players talk about it. Guys like Lou Williams and Evan Turner have said publicly that the Chinese shoes they wore were better than their American peers, and that's coming from dudes who played in everything. At some point, the stigma just wore off. What used to be considered off-brand is now just another real option. And for players who never got a real shot with Nike or Adidas, it might be the best option. When Kyrie Irving left Nike, most people thought he'd either sign with another U.S. brand or fade into sneaker limbo. But instead, he made the boldest move of all. He signed with Anta. And he didn't just sign as an athlete, he became their chief creative officer. That title meant something. It gave him a real voice in design, branding, product direction, not just for his own shoe, but the whole basketball category. Within months, his first Anta signature model was on shelves. Fast turnaround, full creative control, and a team that actually listened. After years of tension with Nike, from going out his own shoes to feeling boxed in, Kyrie finally had the one thing he couldn't get before: freedom. It was the kind of power shift that would have been unthinkable 10 years earlier. Back then, Chinese brands were where guys went at the end. Now, it's where stars go when they want a bigger role. Kyrie's deal didn't just give him a shoe, it gave him the ability to build something that reflects him. That's bigger than money. That's identity. And just like D-Wade and Jokic, Kyrie proved that these moves aren't a fluke, they're the future. What started as a quiet movement is now a recruiting pipeline. It's not just veterans making the jump anymore. Younger players are paying attention, and brands are too. Li Ning signed R.J. Hampton before he was even drafted. Anta brought in players like Alex Caruso and Kevin Looney. Even high school prospects and overseas stars are locking into long-term deals before their names ever even hit NBA broadcasts. The goal isn't just to sell shoes, it's to grow with a player from the beginning. Chinese brands are thinking long-term, and more importantly, they're giving guys what American brands rarely do anymore: a full platform, signature lines with real design input, marketing built around them specifically, not just the logo. For players outside that elite swoosh tier, it's becoming the better offer. Not the fallback, the smart play. And with Kyrie setting the blueprint for creative control and Jokic proving that even MVPs will walk away from Nike, the next wave doesn't feel like a stretch. It feels inevitable. So, what happens next? At some point, one of these brands is going to land a generational prospect. A rookie who picks Anta or Li Ning first. And when that happens, the game really changes. Because this was never about shoes. It was about ownership. And the next generation sees that. There used to be a blueprint: make the league, play well, and hope Nike wins. Now, that ladder's broken. D-Wade gave players a new option. Jokic showed them even the best could walk away. Kyrie turned it into something bigger, something you could build, not just wear. These aren't one-off deals. These are guys betting on themselves and betting on something that actually sees them. Chinese sneaker brands aren't trying to be Nike. They're trying to be something else, something more collaborative, more...
Rise up, because we are here. We have been down.
I'm glad you paused it there. I didn't even mean to to let that soak in.
Ow.
Financially anxious. Let's not forget how we discovered Jasleen. The whole controversy with her husband was that she was humiliating him online, in part by saying, I don't work, I never intend to work, my husband should pay for everything of mine with a smile. He should be excited to spoil me. Like, that's how she rose to prominence, is saying, like, I never have to worry about a job, I never have to worry about money, because I'm a little princess that is spoiled by her husband. So to watch a video that she posts where she's like, who else is financially anxious out there? To misuse as someone that deals with anxiety on like a real level. To misuse that word so grossly, it's just upsetting me. To be like, I'm financially anxious. Oh, imagine the anxiety that creeps up when you slip your husband's credit card out of his wallet. With no consequence, by the way. I guess he just takes her shop. Well, here he just takes her shopping and is like, "Yep, get whatever you want." So let's hear what makes Jasleen so anxious.
Financially anxious girlies that also love to shop, rise up because we are here. We have been dealt the worst of the world. Well, not the worst, but they are so juxtaposed with each other.
I'm glad she caught herself.
She even had to stop herself.
Okay, maybe second worst. maybe people who were born quadriplegics have it worse, but we're second.
I saw some bombs drop somewhere, but what about, who cares about those people? Financial and needing to shop? Oh my god.
This is why other countries or other other walks of life look at America with such disdain.
Yes.
We have it, I mean, basically the worst, where I love to shop, but I get anxious. Like, am I spending enough of my husband's money? Imagine the that keeps you up at night. How upsetting that is.
There's like a certain amount that I can spend like without my anxiety going up, but then if I go past a certain amount, I'm like, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, are we okay? Are we okay? Now let me be clear. The amount
I can spend like 80% of my husband's disposable income. But if I start creeping up towards 85 or 90%, I start to think, hey, should I even be doing this? Is this completely spoiled and selfish of me to treat his money like it's just friggin' like I'm in one of those booths that spits dollar bills out, and I try to grab as many as I can.
is not like an amount that's like set in our budget. It's like set in my mind where I get this like fear, anxiety, or like paranoia because me and my husband were broke at a time. Oh my god, what if we go back? It's more of like a trauma. If I say trauma response, like okay, everything is relative, right? If you're looking at this with zero empathy, you're like, who cares? Just don't buy it, blah blah. Okay, I'm not fucking talking. I'm talking.
Imagine her standing. Imagine you like the crippling anxiety of standing at some wildly overpriced, bougie Los Angeles, or I guess I live in New York shopping center, just swiping his credit card, thinking, what if we're poor again one day? Who gives a fuck? Another handbag.
Talking specifically to the girls that like to shop but also get financially anxious. I think I post a lot of shopping videos, and you can sometimes read as aspirational or maybe out of touch. It's fine, you don't have to fucking follow me. But I just want to show you that there is definitely behind the scenes. Like, I post like a lot of pictures of myself in luxury stores, but I don't buy like 50% of the time. I really like to go with my husband.
I only buy shit like half the time that I'm in a luxury store. What a crazy, out of touch statement. Boy, am I on board with hating this lady now. I tried my best for a while where I'm like, maybe she was trying to be funny. And this, by the way, when she went on the Shelton show and was like, I was doing a character, like I was trying to be funny, and now I realize like people didn't get it or I wasn't doing a good job. I mean, this just disproves that, right? To go right back to, I love spending my husband's money, but it gives me anxiety. Am I spending enough of it or too much? Like, what a completely out of touch. And who is this for, by the way? Like, she wants to be an influencer. Who is this appealing to? Like college girls that are like, I love spending my boyfriend's money. This is just like me.
All ladies that want to spend money but are sad when they do it. Guilty ladies.
What's the anxiety? She's doing it. Just stop doing it, I guess, if it gives you so much anxiety.
I really like to sit and think, and that's why I always tell the sales associates, I'm like, you're gonna hate working with us because like, should I? But should I not? Should I get this? Like, I'm such an annoying, indecisive shopper. Most of the time, it's up.
What a struggle. The next time I have anxiety leaving my house because I can't fucking see anything, I'll think, well, at least I'm not forced into a luxury store and I have to worry about whether or not I need another dress.
That just hit me what she said last time. She goes, I go to these stores, but I don't buy 50% of the time. That means 50% of the time she's buying exorbitantly expensive shit. She's like,
wildly overpriced items that she doesn't need.
I don't get a Lambo every time, just every other time.
Right, exactly.
Akash being like, no, this piece was made for you. You have to get this piece. You have to get this piece. That's why I love shopping with him because he's so my friend.
Mark, let me hear that again. It just shatters your heart as a man to hear her try and like justify this by saying, no, Akash says you need. What a simp. A true simp. Crackamico hit the nail on the head. Just a true simp, this guy. By the way, speaking of Crackamico, put out 2 songs this week. Both good. But the Dana White one is unreal how good that is.
He's a
maestro. He's amazing.
The man amongst boys, I think. You're right.
It's Akash.
It's time for the skanks and it's all about Ari. Drugs and the drink, bitch, sorry, not sorry. Racist, rapist, going retarded. Let's party. Get ready for the chew, 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 chew. Balls heavy for the chew, 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 chew. Chew fit. We in NYC, the place to be. And there's only one man that you came to see. That's Ari. Rise for the motherfucking president. Heart in the soul for the skanks and it's evident. His real ass dude, nobody better. He made it rain on these bitches. He controlling the weather, controlling the media, pumping in your ears right now. This Ari. Tell him what it is like now. Ray Bird, and he got away with it. Big bank, he don't gotta chase pit. No more. Side cast to the boy, stay winning. Wanna taste that piss? He gon' put your face in it. Eat an asshole, fleeing. Bank won't feed it. Punch won't scheming. Hero demon. No reason to believe in the skanks and the legion. Everybody rise, let's pledge our allegiance. Exactly. It's time for the skanks and it's all about Ari. Drugs and the drink, bitch, sorry, not sorry. Racist, rapist, going retarded. Let's party. Get ready for the chew, 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 chew. Balls heavy for the chew, 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 chew. And Lewis and Jay.
We're number 1 in all of sports. Their numbers don't compare to slap.
We have more followers than every single professional sport. More than like Rihanna, Jay. I would say yes. Well, it's kind of gimmick. They said it was going to be the greatest card of all time. But there's absolutely nothing gimmicky about this event.
You got me saying, why, Dana? You was my guy, Dana. How much cash you need for your greed to be satisfied, Dana? You probably cap for the power slap, but the fuck you lie, Dana. Girl, then go fuck yourself. Matter of fact, here's a vibrator. Use it on your wife later. Instead of smacking and yelling, wipe your tears and dry your makeup. Instead of sipping up for them boys who took our skyscrapers, who gon' violate us and hide papers, child rapers, who wouldn't hesitate to annihilate us. I used to think you was the man, UFC was dope. Diaz, Rich McGregor rule, boxing was a fucking joke. Every other sport, the athletes shut their mouth and kept it woke. Let them speak their minds for the whole damn time. We know you kept them broke. Instead of the kid from the Disney Channel pulled the numbers and you got exposed. You know that you fouled, cause that boy a clown, but look at whose side we chose. You a liar and a hypocrite, always talk about fighter safety. Got your fighters like, I took a slap in decapitation just so long as you pay me. You sociopathic. I hate that you think you a maverick. Low ball on these fighters who give up their body and brain for your brand is tragic. I ain't gonna say it was magic, but you're pretty lucky that this happened. Cause if you never met the
at the Dana White House, all about the cash at the Dana White House. Watch him slap that taste out his wife's mouth. Better fight for your life, or they might knock your lights out. Dana, we said they ain't no Dana White dumb man, no one of us go. Dana, he's a traitor. They ain't come unless it's in Jalo. Hey, this White House UFC event a motherfucking mess. Even your employees and homies giving it negative press. I can see the oil steaming on that dome. I know he's stressed. I think DANA going BANANAS. You the one that Joey Rogan thinking presidential. Now look at Trump fucking everything up, and I guarantee Rogan resents you. Why you not inviting Strickland? His freedom of speech, you defended it. When he bashed every race and religion until it's your friends, all of a sudden it's sickening. You promised us you're gonna stay at home. New McGregor with no Johnny Jones. When he caught his lane, he should be ashamed. He don't mind cause he making a lot of bones. Keep your head on the swivel. Might be a white shooter, new bird to fist. They ain't giving up negative politicians. Call him Kurt Lewinsky. Cash at the Dana White House. All about the cash at the Dana White House. Watch him slap that taste out his wife's mouth. Better fight for your life, or they might knock your lights out. Dana, we said they ain't no. That ain't money, no one of us go. Maybe I'm just a hater. Have fun, just look out for those drones. Free Jeff and Hannah.
This is her not. She is. She'll just walk through fire with this nonsense.
Not even a little bit. And to include his name in this video shows you how completely out of touch she is, or just doesn't care. Like, doesn't care what people think of him, where he's been humiliated online. And it doesn't seem like she gives even a little bit of a fuck.
The Hilaria and Jasmine show I'm thinking about now would be a monster annoyance, but also funny as hell to watch.
And her response to this would be, Akash tells me keep making video, and I'm sure he does. I'm sure he's very supportive and says, "Oh no, it doesn't bother me at all." But just as a human being, to not look at it yourself and say, "Hey, I know you say it's okay, but I don't want to keep embarrassing you like this." Like to have none of that. Like I get Akash being supportive and say, "Nah, keep doing what you're doing. You're building a following, whatever." He's being supportive. And she is taking that and going, okay, just head in the clouds, doesn't give a fuck. There doesn't seem to have been a second where she's like, yeah, but I don't want to humiliate you over and over again. And I think, like, including his name in this video is doing exactly that.
It is a hobby. Talking specifically to my girls who see me, I love you, I'm here for you. Love shopping, but it does make me anxious. You have to get, like, that right sweet spot, but it does make me so happy, and I love it so much. I love guys.
Oof. Shopping. I don't think I've ever heard that.
Ma'am, this is $3,400. Here's my husband's card. You're trembling. Are you sure you're all right?
What the fuck? All right, up next we have So Smart on Finances. What about sports? What does she got for us?
Well, she has to. She has to, America has Knicks fever. And shout out to the Knicks for their big win last night. Very happy for Coleman. Coleman put a lot of work in this season, and boy, it paid off. So shout out to Jack Coleman and the rest of the New York Knicks. But, people had Knicks fever. So earlier in the week, she is not immune to such a fever. So she caught it.
She's the Rick Brunson of shopping.
Yes.
So I have always famously said that I don't care for team sports because I don't like it.
This is great. I can't wait till you hear her reason. But I just like already. I've always famously said, no one knows who you are. I'm the only one still watching you. Like, me and Unique are the only one.
if this is all there
I
is.
don't know what's happening now. What's happening now?
Oh my God. Hi, Felicia.
Hey, Felicia.
Felicia, can you hear us? I think that's AI.
It might be.
Yeah, it could be.
She's having a cigar.
Yeah, because she can't see Clearwater Chat. Clearwater Chat, I mean Clearwater. Clearwater Chat. Clearwater Tam. Go ahead, Gilly.
Oh no! No. Hey, Teamster Sam. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Nice in. Thank you.
Carmick, do you give Clearwater Chat and Gilly your best or blessings?
Well, I didn't hear any of this, I guess. I just got here.
It's not Instagram official like Clearwater Chat and T-Mobile. They're just dabbling. Gilly, you'll never date anybody in the Dabblerverse ever again, right? Just say it here.
Well, no, of course not.
And Felicia, is it true? Is it true? You would have dated Carmix longer if you didn't get high.
Well, yeah.
Wait, so you guys broke up because he was getting high too much?
No, he hid pills from me, and they were prescription pain pills that he never told me. But I'm not here to get into all that. I mean, I know that I know.
I'm just because people are going to send super chats about it, so I might as well cut to the chase.
Right.
We broke Biggie's one of Biggie's commandments, so.
Huh?
I just kidding.
What's that?
Don't make jokes. Let the professionals make jokes.
All right, I'll let you guys do it. I said he broke.
Clearwater Chat, you're here for the eye candy.
Okay, there you go.
Clearwater Chat, you say you're going to beat Carmix up and steal Gilly. Why are you acting so docile now? Yeah, is this whole thing character? Are you serious about dating Felicia and beating up Carmix?
We just heard she's out of the Dabbleverse for months, so it's fine. We're better off as friends anyways. I never said I was going to beat up the Carmex.
You just said it earlier in the show.
I don't recall that.
He's being conservative.
Gilly needs a man.
Carm, you scared away the fish. Clearwater Chat going to take your ex.
Yeah, I'm not talking to Tommy Jordan.
I don't think anyone is.
I don't blame you.
Gilly, you have something against prescribed meds?
Yes.
What do you mean, yes? You can't just say yes. So I'm on Lipitor. Are you have a problem with that?
What's that do?
It lowers my cholesterol.
Oh, that's good.
But drugs like drugs that make you high or stuff like that, you're against them.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, I always have been.
Why? Did you have an experience as a younger person?
No.
No, because like some people are against smoking. Like my dad was against cigarette smoke because his parents both smoke, and he's like, it's stupid smoking. So sometimes people just it's a reaction to what you grew up with. You know, people are on pills or whatever, so you hate pills. I really don't care if people are on pills. Would Carmick get back with Gilly? He has to give up weed. He's not ready for that.
Oh, well, I give up anything. Yeah. Everything.
Carm, you're cool with Gilly dating Roland Rossetti? She said he's like you, but with twice the talent and more masculine.
I never said that. I don't even know who that is.
Yeah, he's not worth knowing, this guy. They've been promoting this character. The same.
He sounds like a Formula One guy, is he?
No, he's just some AI creation of a musician, and people are trying to. He's just like Carmick. It sounds nothing like me. They're making fun of me with this guy.
Felicia, how was your day with Steve?
terms much stronger than it was before the war.
With special guest right now, I want to get to quickly Sayed Mohammed Barandi with us again. He is a professor of English literature and Orientalism at the University of Tehran, a political analyst known for his critiques of Western media and culture, has appeared as a commentator on international news networks. He was born in the United States but returned to Iran when he was 13, later fought in the Iran-Iraq War. Please welcome back to the show, Professor Morandi. Good to see you.
Hi, Jimmy. Thank you very much for inviting me.
I'm so glad you could make it. So tell me, let's start off with what's like.
What can I do for you? Well, I hurt my back today really bad. Can you help me with my back? I mean, what's wrong with your back? It hurts. My professional diagnosis is your back hurts. Well, what can I do about it? Nothing. Nothing? Problem is, you're using it wrong. The back isn't done evolving yet. You see, the spine is a row of vertebrae. It was designed to be horizontal, and people came along and used it vertical. It wasn't meant for that, so the discs get all floppy, swollen, pop out left, pop out right. It'll take another 20,000 years to get straight out. Until then, it's going to keep hurting. So that's it? It's an engineering design problem. It's a
You know that there are some people out there that's gonna look at you, Spike Lee, Oscar award winner, Academy Award winner, Spike Lee. Okay, you know he's a celebrity. He's so accomplished. This is the latest example of another a spoiled celebrity expecting preferential treatment. What do you say to people that think like that, Spike Lee?
In my heart, I'm still the kid from Brooklyn that was sneaking in the garden. I love the Knicks. Those are my guys. I grew up with Willis Reed, Red Holzman, Dick Barnett, Cazzie Russell, Dave Stallworth, Nate Bowman, Bill Bradley. Those are my guys. It's a shame. I look up at the roof and you see the banner from 72, 73. That's the last time we had a banner. I think, am I going to die before we win another championship? Is my son 24? Is he going to die for another championship? What does it say to you that you're sitting here today talking about this, and just a couple of years ago we had Charles Oakley removed from Madison Square Garden. We had Kevin Durant decide to go to Brooklyn in part because he looked at the headlines that were
Welcome to the Ali Pali Open. It's a chance for the ordinary darts fan to win tickets to the greatest show on earth, the Paddy Power World Darts Championship. But I've got a few tricks up my sleeve. You gotta shave it. I usually do it for darts, right? Future.
Feel like I look like myself.
I can't even do
No, I definitely like myself out. They call me Mark Fletcher, aka Marky Mark.
A little bit scruffy, like, but hey, I can get used to it. Wow. That's incredible, isn't it? You got all this and this, and I thought, what is right.
Check out. They know class and lost their respect.
Your checkout percentage is like 80%.
it's time for our grand final. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet the players.
Hang on, Johnny. One sec. Slight change of plan. Here we go then.
Ladies and gentlemen, time to meet our players. The former Masters champion, the one and only, Joe Cullen.
It's December again. I can't believe it.
We have Nathan Aspinall.
It went by so fast. If you are from the start, I want that Christmas spirit again. I find myself downtown, no.
The 2026 NFL offseason has seen a lot of insane free agent signings, draft selections, and wild trades take place as we wait for the season to kick off on September 9th. We've seen guys like reigning Defensive Player of the Year Myles Garrett get traded to the Los Angeles Rams, A.J. Brown get traded to the New England Patriots, and Dexter Lawrence get traded to the Cincinnati Bengals before the 2026 NFL Draft. We're still telling dropping offseason moves to occur, but there are guys on NFL rosters that teams quietly want to trade to other teams before or during the 2026 regular season. Teams will shop around and explore the market and see what options are available to make the trade viable for both parties. So today, we're going to take a look at a few guys NFL teams want to quietly trade away before or during the 2026 season. Brandon Ayuk. Ayuk Ayuka's made headlines for lots of bizarre reasons. As his relationship with the organization collapsed, Ayuk suffered a severe knee injury and missed the entire 2025 season to recover and refused to attend mandatory check-ins, resulting in the 49ers voiding the $27 million in his future guarantees. Ayuk is currently on the reserve/left squad list and wants to be traded to the Washington Commanders, where he can reunite with Jaden Daniels, his former Arizona State teammate. Getting Ayuk traded would help the 49ers save $20 million in cap space and have been aggressively retooling their roster for the upcoming 2026 season. However, trading Ayuk might get harder, as an arrest warrant was issued regarding a traffic violation in 2025. General Manager John Lynch attempted to trade Ayuk in the spring, but nothing came through. On top of that, rival NFL executives said that Ayuk is just untradeable, but the 49ers must find a trading partner who will take Ayuk and revive his career. Anthony Richardson. After signing Daniel Jones to a 2-year, $88 million extension during the 2026 offseason, Anthony Richardson requested a trade out of Indianapolis, but continued to show up to OTAs while waiting for said trade to actually happen. The Colts should trade Richardson sooner rather than later, as he has really struggled to find his offensive identity with the team for the past 2 seasons. Not to mention, the Colts declined the 5th-year option of his contract, making him a free agent after the 2026 season. Potential landing spots for Richardson include the Los Angeles Rams, Minnesota Vikings, or Detroit Lions, as those teams could use a veteran presence backing up their respective starters. A team that would truly benefit from Richardson would be the Lions, as head coach Dan Campbell knows how to get the best out of his players. And he certainly could learn a lot from Jared Goff and earn a fresh start in the Motor City. However, other teams don't want to make a move on Richardson just yet due to the Colts asking price for him, as they are wanting a mid-round draft pick or an equivalent value player swap. As of now, Richardson remains a backup to Daniel Jones and will be ready for action whether he gets traded or not. Max Crosby. As everyone knows, Crosby was originally supposed to get traded to the Baltimore Ravens for their 2026 and 2027 first-round picks, but the trade is voided when Crosby failed his physical. The Raiders are still in rebuild mode, and could potentially still trade Crosby later down the road, whether it's before or during the regular season. A couple of teams who can make a move for Crosby include the Philadelphia Eagles, Dallas Cowboys, and San Francisco 49ers. Having Crosby on the Eagles would cause nightmares for the NFC East and get them closer to potentially returning to the Super Bowl. Crosby on the Cowboys would strengthen their defense, and he would have an immediate impact against opposing competition. Not to mention, it would improve their chances of returning to the playoffs. However, Crosby on the 49ers would see immediate results, as he and Nick Bosa would cause havoc and disrupt the Los Angeles Rams and Seattle Seahawks' chances of potentially winning the NFC West. Even though Crosby has committed himself to the Raiders for now, don't be surprised if they quietly trade him to one of the teams that we mentioned above, or someone else, either before or during the season. Alvin Kamara. Although Kamara wants to finish his playing career at the Saints,
I gotta be honest, what men deal with, it's not fair.
How do you bend your bills without losing the form of the hat? Come on, give us something.
Wait, let me ask you, and be honest, folks. Now you know the answer. You're going to try and be one of these people that seems like you can predict the future. But be honest with me. When he said men's hats, what's acceptable for men's hats, how many of you, by a show of hands, were thinking, oh boy, here comes the sports versus Real Housewives analogy?
Every time. Every time. It's like clockwork with it.
Prove a point. Like, I remember when I first moved to LA, this guy that I was friends with, he was on a date at Universal City Walk. And a guy ran up to him and stabbed him all down the leg. It was a gang initiation.
Unless the story results in they had to stab someone who was wearing a funny hat. I don't understand how we got here.
Didn't want to kill him. Didn't take any money. And I just remember being like, I mean,
yeah,
is that let the guy in?
So I guess the message is wear whatever hat you want. I don't know. Don't wear red hats in a certain part of town. What is the message here with me?
All right, now to something serious.
Like, she's just nuts, this lady. She's manic. I don't know. She does seem, I'll give her this. She seemed less loopy than the previous episodes we've covered of hers.
It's a bipolar podcast, though. It swings wildly from the minimal, like hats, to the giant, like big
Yeah.
issues.
And don't say multiple personality, because that's one of the banned words we learned.
Oh, now we're going to talk about something serious, though. Aging.
Oh, man. This is going to be a fresh take, I'm sure.
Maybe she'll tell us why, aging, why people need hats.
Here's my thing about it. This is what I say whenever I get lasers. I don't get Botox anymore, but I'm sure I will again. It's fine. I'm not like shaming anyone that does. I mean, I'm trying to get it in my armpits. It's just they tell me it comes out.
He's saying, I do it, and just haven't in a while. And she's like, I hope you guys don't think I'm shaming anyone that does do it. You do it. Of course you're not shaming people.
Not only do you do it in a weird and awkward place, like no one else does it. Look at their face. To look normal, you're doing your armpits and ass.
This is, again, similar to Jasleen Singh in a way, where it's like someone who's so out of touch, where it's like, well, my entire audience, you guys probably get Botox too. It's like, who do you think you're talking to?
Is there?
No. My thing is always, I just want to have I don't want to look younger than I deserve. I want to look the age I would look if life didn't fist fight me on a daily basis. The things that prematurely age me.
Isn't you just describe like being a human being?
Yes.
Or did Whitney have it so rough? Like Whitney's the only one that's dealt with real problems. I want to look like the age I should, like all of you guys, all of you regular people who don't have life beating them down. You people with like actual regular jobs are just listening to this podcast as a distraction from either your mundane or miserable lives. But me, I've been beaten down by life particularly fiercely.
I'm just noticing the picture behind her. I think that might be just a big fuck you to her sister. She's got a picture of horses behind her, by the way. It's fucking hilarious.
It's taunting her.
Yes, that is a taunt.
Me that weren't like fair. I just, so to me, it's like any gray hairs you have are from horrible things that happened to you. Right. If they hadn't happened, you probably wouldn't have it.
Yeah, I don't know. I think.
What was that? I'm sorry, Mike, I didn't cut it.
Or you just get old. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Every gray hair represents a molestation.
I'm in trouble. If that's the case. Oh my god.
I think I'm not young. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't think you can't do. Here's the reality.
Yeah.
Is that if you came in and had done it, I probably wouldn't even notice.
No, you wouldn't notice.
No one would notice.
That's the thing. No one would notice. No
it's
one
like
cares.
Kind of between you and Marcel.
She wouldn't notice after all, and she doesn't care.
Yeah.
So it's honestly between me and myself.
That's right.
Which I don't know. It feels like a pose. It just feels funny.
Wow.
But then beauty's funny.
Yeah.
Aesthetics are funny.
That's an interesting point.
Still don't know how to wear my hat.
They really are so terribly brave for almost aging naturally. Like only getting some Botox,
in LA, that is kind of brave. Like, you see how they talk. You don't hear a lot of talk like that.
We should be applauding. That's courageous.
Now she does this thing where she does a last question with these bad questions.
Like Coach HP.
Yes.
You ask me.
Let us summarize.
Hit me. One more question.
Let's see. Maybe out of them. Should I dye my beard? Oil men, razor, golden retriever, condiments, snacks, pantry.
We've done this time. I love listing the
golden retriever got me.
Golden retrievers, hats.
What can you discuss about golden retrievers?
I would pay. This is a very blank wall here. I would pay a gross amount of money for that list just to hang right here. Just
on its way, Mike.
Piece of paper that says golden retrievers crossed out, hats crossed out.
We'll have to write that down. We'll send it later.
Hats, golden. Let me hear that list again. Go back.
Golden retriever.
Oh, sorry.
I like that he's reading it like he's reading back the minutes of a big important meeting. Also,
it is, or like a grocery list. Here's the things we got time.
Maybe out of them. Should I dye my beard? Oil men, razor, golden retriever, condiments, snacks, pantry.
Anything.
Condiments and snacks was two different conversations.
That's two big subjects. You want to make sure you tackle both.
He started talking snacks and the condiments, and she goes, "No. We have that."
I think you missed a third there. It sounded like pantry was a topic also. So we've done this, where we've done AMA type episodes, and what I do is I go to the listeners of this program, and I guess we do it in a way with super chats, where it's like, hey, ask whatever, what are you guys interested in? And sometimes that might be a mundane thing. What's your favorite snack, or what kind of hats are acceptable? But like, it's interesting to the viewers. This is going to like one of your friends who doesn't listen to the podcast. And evidently, like the way Whitney has spun it, this is a show that gets into like the Epstein files every week. It's fluoride in the drinking water. And they're just like, hats, pro or con. Golden Retriever. I don't even remember the Golden Retriever talk, if I'm being honest. I went through the whole podcast, but I don't remember the hot take on whether we're for or against Golden Retriever.
They're cute. All right, moving on. Hey, what can you say about Golden?
Yeah, what? Whitney, Golden Retrievers, go. What could a controversial take be? I wish I went back and found it.
Maybe I don't know. Should I dye my beard? Golden Retriever, condiments, snacks, pantry.
Anything you think that's going to give me a modicum of self-awareness or the audience a break from me talking about aliens.
Oh, current Etsy search list.
I like that she thinks we're not capable of taking a break. Like we're, checking into the just time stamping at the coal mine. We're going down for another. All right, we're just going to talk about the Epstein files again. We're going to have to get through that.
This show is like that Billy Joel song where you just list things. Where you just make a list of giant things that he talks about.
Let's go. Oh, I put Etsy notification on my homepage. I have been using Poshmark quite a bit.
It's okay.
Oh, well, excuse me if this isn't on my homepage. Vintage Sterling Victory Bracelet, World War II.
Oh, cool.
I'm getting into wars.
They do, Marcel, kind of at the same time.
I'm just so goddamn interesting. Aren't all my interests really unique? Like, again, if you get into wars, like Madam Shane will talk about history sometimes in their podcast, and it's interesting. They're like surprisingly knowledgeable about a lot of stuff, and they talk about it in a very unique, interesting way that appeals to their audience. So if you're interested in wars with me, what I would suggest is talk about the things you've learned, in an interesting or funny way. Don't just go, I like wars. I'm into wars now is not a subject. You gotta pepper it with some facts or interesting takes.
Time.
Well, we're at war, so I think there's a little bit of a like, hold on here.
I came home the other day and there was a road.
Hold on, we're at war? What is war? I should be knowledgeable, like when he's in the panic room. I should know what's going on if I'm going to weigh in on wars.
But she can't tell us how to wear a hat. Stay out of wars with me.
Yeah, right. Yeah, how big is the war? Hey, men's hats, your thoughts. If that leads to trauma in young boys,
yes.
What is the war topic contain?
Her head might pop off.
Roosevelt's documentary thing on, and I was like, are you flirting?
Where are you on God these days, babe?
I know you guys are going to have to go to the Good For You podcast if you want Kevin's hot take on God. I didn't have the stomach for it.
Oh, that was fantastic.
That's all right. Seems like she's doing well.
We people were out of the crazy lady section. Give it up.
Yeah.
We did it. Now to Calvin Shop. Almost worse.
This was just weird.
It's getting so bizarre.
I don't know what Brian Cowan's doing. In the same episode, he mentions his daughter going off to college. He presented one of the strangest stories. And like that, I guess it's maybe an interesting news story to discuss. But the way Brian presents it, I found fascinating. But let's hear him. This is just like an inappropriate conversation he's having about his daughter. I wouldn't love if my dad was doing this on a podcast, but I don't know their relationship, so I'm sure maybe she loves it. So let's hear Brian Cowan talk about his college-age daughter.
Get ready to feel uncomfortable, people. Here we go.
Why is that?
You think she'll be a sorority girl?
I don't think so. Whoa. She's not. Already inappropriate. What? None of our business. I don't know what you're implying with that question. We're already in the first words of the clip. We're already in an uncomfortable territory. But let's find out, I guess. Will she be in a sorority?
Yeah, it would get away. It would get in the way of her academia.
She's gonna be successful.
Well, she was.
You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, I think
just worry about her. Being the older, successful lady with a bunch of cats.
Well, she's
worried about her getting drug walked. That's what I'm worried about.
All right. Oh, again, this commentary. Like, if I heard my dad doing this on a podcast, where Brendan's like, "Oh yeah, she's gonna be an old loser with a lot of cats." Why is this the angle we're taking? Because she's going to college and she's smart? That's the we're shitting on her for that? I don't get this.
She's pretty.
I know.
You know what I mean? But she's
with her demeanor. It's gonna take a.
You better come corrected right up.
Listen, pal, you're calling my daughter a nerd. She's also very fuckable. No, so let's get that straight, all right, Buster? She's gonna be the trail of dicks in this broad. Don't you call her a nerd? And by the way, this is very inappropriate to say about Brian Brown's daughter. Why open the door to this? When you're a show that has a subreddit dedicated to mocking you, why is your daughter a subject at all? When you're on a show that very clearly doesn't like the way people talk about them.
This reminds me of Matt Reese talking about his kids getting late. Like, why are you talking about your kids getting late? Stop that.
It's strange, yeah, and like, listen, if they don't mind it, good for them. But it just seems like a strange avenue to go down when you do this type of show.
I gave him that dick. I guess see how it's used.
I stay out of it. The one thing I always say to my daughter is I always say, because I've never had to worry about her. She's so self-directed, it's crazy. I always say, hey, leave a little room. You know, you usually you want your kids to be like, hey, you're getting a little crazy over here.
Yes, you
know
want
what I mean?
her to get.
I'm like, I want you to get a little crazy.
Let your hair down.
Let your hair down.
Let your hair down.
I want you to get a little crazy. I want you to do something for the sheer joy of it. And some people are really good at
suck a dick of every ethnicity. Go out there and really paint the town red.
Red? Okay. Is it red?
Why are we having this conversation on a podcast on the side? I tell my sweetheart, she's always got her nose buried in those books, and I say, get out there and have some real college fun. So what are you kind of implying?
They're just killers. They're killers. Competitive. Some people are competitive, and they're just like, this is what I'm doing, and there's
nothing else matters.
There's no fog. She knows exactly who she wants, what she wants.
It's tough when it's in the business world, though. That's where it's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna be successful. I get it.
Everybody has their own challenges. If you make a fortune,
well, she
right,
doesn't
in
know
your
anything.
life,
To her, she's like, I don't give a shit.
What's that?
You know what I'm saying? Like, for her, what are you talking about?
What are we now dissecting the mental state of
the food influencers might be lying to us all. In fact, some of them get paid just to say good things about a restaurant. These people are going viral making claims that this is the best burger, taco, pizza, and their only validation, well, they got millions of views and likes. So how can we trust these places are actually good and worth waiting 4 hours in line just to eat? So we're eating at every most viral restaurant across America, from $70 pizzas to Wagyu Philly cheesesteak, and even shawarma that makes lines like it's Disneyland. Are these people showing us the best food on earth, or is this just fake content made for clicks? And it all starts in New York City. Starting off with a $68 sausage pizza, coming from the new pizza shop Sarah's, which is run by Michelin-starred chefs. But are their Michelin stars enough to charge this much for a pizza with Nduja sausage, burrata, and H balsamic? Given the price, we better hope this gets at least an 18. Of course, I couldn't do this without bringing back pizza expert Scott Wiener. It's very creamy smelling. That's a banger. I love this because you get this undercurrent of heat the whole time. Super light, airy, crisp, quick bite. It's just easy to eat. It's salty, it's sweet, it's acidic, it's meaty, it's smoky, it's cheesy, it's creamy. So many things. My first thought is this better than Wonder Street? Because I think they're in the same echelon of absolute perfection, like precision level excellence. So if you're thinking, oh, I don't want to go to Sears because I'm worried about the line, just come. So the final rating is S tier. Next up, the most viral pancakes in the world at Golden Diner, New York City. I will say, visually, these look impressive. And they smell amazing. The lemon zest, smell the butter. I love that this is like a new universe. I feel like I have never experienced this type of pancake before. You know how they cook these? They basically cook it only in one position, and then they finish it in an oven. And then they invert it. So there's only one side gets brown. I don't know. I waited an hour in line for this. Citrus zest is the best. I came in expecting to shit on this place. This is an example of emphasizing every single one of those elements that make a great pancake to the absolute max. I'm shocked. Starting off with 2 S tiers seems unnatural. So we have a new taster coming into the fold, and it is my buddy Saute. In fact, he has a restaurant of his own that's gone viral for a French dip. I was going to say right now, I don't want to boost your ego too much. We've had it boosted enough over the last couple of years. It's seasoned perfectly. The texture's fucking beautiful. Soft and creamy on the inside. It's not 1 ounce of dryness in this sandwich. It's a beautiful sandwich, really. If you haven't been to Salt Hanks, you need to go. Salt Hank is a friend, obviously. So he is disqualified due to bias. The competition should consider themselves fucking... the Henry's not in this. Now, on to the next. We have Bradley Cooper. Yes, the famous actor who's opened a sandwich spot called Danny and Coops. And as you can imagine, there were lines around the block because he was there actually cooking. It's a collab with Philly's Angelo's Pizzeria, which is the cheesesteak that won our best sandwich in America. Can they sustain the quality here? It's creamy, it's juicy, it's loosey, it's goosey. Cheers. That's just a vehicle for white American cheese.
It's so good. This is my favorite Philly cheesesteak I've ever had by a million light years.
The bread is beautiful. You can taste the toasted sesame, which I love. I think it's the best Philly cheesesteak so far because there's another viral cheesesteak in this video, and it happens to be the Los Angeles competitor. We've got East Coast versus West Coast now, but we'll get to that later in the video.
Some restaurants are lacking on the cheese, and they do not skip whatsoever.
Are you also noticing the pepperiness? And there's a lot of black pepper in there. The onion comes through, the beef comes through, it's seasoned perfectly. This is better than most of the Philly cheesesteaks in Philly. Is it worth it, though? You've got an expensive sandwich. This is probably the most viral Philly cheesesteak known to mankind. Is it worth the hype? I'd say yes.
I say yes, absolutely, 1,000%, yeah.
Although I'd say it's worth it, the original Angelo's was better. And if the original Angelo's is last tier, that puts Danny and Coops at a solid A tier. Now we move on to Austin, Texas. But what does Texas go viral for? Meat. Franklin Barbecue is the OG of restaurant hype. Even before Instagram or TikTok, people were lining up at 4 in the morning just to try his brisket. And after all these years, is Franklin still the king? And joining me today is our longtime taster, Vikram, to give us the palate of the people.
Don't even need a knife. Just use a plastic fork. That's how good it is.
Wow.
That's insane. What I'm really loving is, number one, how tender it is. The salt on the crust is addicting.
Brisket is very easy to mess up because really it's just 3 things: brisket, salt, real pepper. Everything else is technique and hours and hours of smoking and waiting on it, checking it, flipping it. All these things is perfectly executed. Seasoned to the limit with salt. The smoke levels are amazing.
I've had barbecue all over Texas. This is always ranking consistently towards the top.
It's an S. Moving on. Next up, All Day Pizza. They've gone viral for having pizza supposedly as good as New York City, but in Texas. And their current hit is a giant dill pickle pizza. Oh boy. This is just insane. He's a monster. I fuck with that.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Oh my god.
I think what's really doing it is these breadcrumbs on top. It has such a good texture, and it works so well with the crust that's there.
Crazy textural experience because you got the bottom of the crust on these pizzas is like traditional brick oven style where it's crispy on the bottom, but it's also crispy on the top. And then you get the crunch of the pickle. This is like the most explosive pizza bite I can think of, and yet it's actually not overwhelming. Like I feel good after eating. Yeah, I think pizza purists will have something to say about this. I'm very much more on the line of like, is it good? It does it ground the notes that's required of a great pizza, and I think yes and yes. Now, despite our high praise, if I were to compare this to the best pizzas I've had, I would have to say this is a strong A tier. Not punching quite as high, but still very respectable, and we move on. We're at Phoenicia Bakery. This is a bakery. It is a grocery store. It is also a deli. It is also a place that serves chicken shawarma. It's viral because of my friend David Douglas. One of his biggest videos of all time was about the chicken shawarma. We're trying it. Cheers. Cheers. I I gotta say, this is actually something that I order all the time on Uber Eats. It's one of those like simple things where it's a gift that keeps on giving. It's healthy chicken filled with fresh vegetables, freshly made in-house hummus. It's good. It's like not like blow your mind, knock your socks off. It's just like a place where you can get a healthy meal and it tastes good.
Among chicken shawarmas I've had, it's not really anywhere near the top. It's tasty, and I think the sauce is really carrying it, and it needs it because the chicken is pretty dry. I don't think I'd line up out the door or make a drive into the specific spot to get the specific thing.
This is like, I need a quick lunch that like I can eat and not hate. It's not necessarily like a knock your socks off. What do you think? C, B?
I honestly am probably thinking C. I think this is like mid.
Yeah, normally it's like a B or an A for me. This is definitely a C. I'll come to you to grocery shop. That I will do. Very good grocery store. Highly recommend. Moving on. Now we move on to a Michelin-starred barbecue place, Interstellar, for their peach tea glazed pork belly. It's a lot. Sort of like a visual ridiculousness because you literally get this giant platter of basically a whole pork belly chopped up.
I can't look at this and question if it's going to be good or not. It looks fantastic.
I'm just going to go in. Whoa. That is bonkers. That's like eating candy. Like, you don't look like you like it. Let's hear it.
This is an interesting profile to me. I think what I'm used to with pork belly is like Asian pork belly. And this is just really sweet. It works for a barbecue. You get a good candied glaze. I don't know if I would line up and grab this. I think this is a cool side to have. Curious to see what you think.
I love it. What this reminds me of is like a Texas version of red cooked pork. This is expertly prepared, but it's also going to be a make or break for a lot of people. Because if you don't want like explosive, fatty, salty, literally smashing you in the face, you're not going to like this. So I think like it really depends on the person. Do I think it's worth waiting in line for? I don't know. Like, I feel like this is in between a B and an A. I think for you it's a B.
Yeah, I think it's still very, very good.
Could either go B, it could either go A. It really depends on who you ask. I like it. That said, in the pantheon of great barbecue, this is a B tier for me personally. But now we move on to a true viral legend, the Giant Donuts at Round Rock Donuts. They've been around for 100 years, so they must be legit, right? We pulled up and there's already a line.
Gonna be a line to the bathroom after eating this.
This already looks like I'm halfway there just visually. It's just a giant donut. I mean, how good is it really? Is this really worth standing in line for 30 minutes to an hour just to like get a pre-diabetic coma for breakfast? I'm gonna go for the chocolate one first, even though it looks a bit like a poopy butthole. That's actually pretty fire. Here, you go swap. Chocolate one's better.
Chocolate one is better.
Yeah. The problem with the glazed one is there's so much dough. There's not enough glaze to dough ratio. Overall, great donut. Like, honestly, no notes, really. How much better is it than, like, any of the other good donut shops? Like, the local ones that just say donut.
Right.
I feel sometimes like, how did I get in this position? I know you do too. Like, where you're at the White House, you're just like, how the could somebody like me earn this opportunity?
Right.
I know, like for me, I know they've used me there before. They invited me there for Veterans Day, and I said no, I'm not going because I don't fucking agree with this war in Iran. I don't agree with all this shit. I don't want to go and have a picture in the White House so people could be like, see, you're part of this. And Trump signed an executive order, something about public land, and all it was a pomp and circumstance photo op to get executive order. Nothing has happened to it. Nothing has happened with it. No action's been taken. It was like all it was just they can make a press clipping out of it, a theater, and nothing's going to change. Nothing changes. Nothing's protected. So that's what I feel like a lot of these times. If I get invited there, it's for that.
All right, so Joe Rogan recently had on Cameron Haynes, who's a longtime regular guest on his podcast. And now, like we see with more and more of Rogan's friends, when they go on his show, Cameron kept bringing up stuff that can be applied to Joe, and I'm sure it makes him uncomfortable, like how Trump invites people to the White House to gain favor with their audience, or he'll sign executive orders that he knows won't go anywhere, but he does as publicity stunts to get good PR, like apparently he did with this one that was supposed to protect public land. He invited some environmentalists to the White House and signed an executive order, but then, according to Cameron, who spoke to one of the influencers that was at the White House, nothing ever happened with it. And Trump continues to sell public land, which is what got Cam to turn on him. Like, he voted for Trump, but now he seems to be really upset about that. and of course the usual stuff like the Epstein files and the Iran war. But now he feels like since there's so much to worry about, protecting public land is like the least talked about concern. So he started to feel hopeless. Like in the beginning of the podcast, he talks about how you can get into a negative headspace very easily, and then Rogan starts going off about the Epstein files and Charlie Kirk's assassination. So he's like, "See, that's what I'm talking about." And this clip has been getting a lot of attention because for a split second it sounds like Rogan is fed up with Trump and all his nonsense. But then later in the podcast, he spends a couple minutes glazing him. Also, I think Rogan might be kind of scared of upsetting Trump because if he's actually questioning Charlie Kirk's assassination, then I'm sure he thinks he could be next. Like Theo Vaughn was really paranoid about that too. And Rogan is really nervous about going to that UFC White House card. Also, recently it was revealed a few months before Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Trump called him and lost his shit on him for talking about the Epstein files. So I wouldn't be surprised if Rogan's kind of worried about rocking the boat. But we do see here that he gets pretty worked up about this stuff if he thinks about it. Or maybe this is him just acting. But it seems like he tries to avoid going into stuff too much because it freaks him out, especially being so close to it all and being one of the most influential people that still is somewhat backing Trump. So he might be nervous about stepping out of line because it sounds like he could just go off about this stuff, but he never really does. And we already know that Trump publicly snapped at Joe before the 2024 election because Joe originally endorsed RFK Jr., and then Trump made a post basically encouraging UFC fans to boo him at the next UFC event. And then Joe walked back his endorsement and obviously ended up platforming and endorsing Trump. So I think Trump tries to get people in line through intimidation. And Rogan's too big of a coward to really turn on him and go off about this stuff, which it sounds like he could rant about all day, but he never really does.
You know, I can go down a negative rabbit hole pretty easy. I try to avoid wading in that.
Well, sometimes it's like you just get fed up. Like, where the fuck are these Epstein files?
Yeah.
Who the fuck is this? Why is this redacted? Where is it? Who the fuck killed JFK?
Right.
Like, come out with it. What the fuck? Who fucking killed Charlie Kirk for real?
Yeah.
Like, what is that? Why is that fucking story so clouded in mystery? And why did they pave over the fucking ground right after the shooting? What the fuck is going on there?
See, now you're making me in a bad mood.
It's easy to do. It's easy to do. It's easy to get locked up in there.
Do you see my notes? Look at my two at the very top.
What does it say? Stay positive?
If you start mentioning those things that you just did,
Oh, it's hard.
dude, I will fucking lose my shit because I'm so pissed.
I know.
And
It should be.
And
And
also,
we're all pissed. We're all, we all thought that, all that stuff is going to be released right after the election. We're gonna drain the swamp and find all the pedophiles, and it would have been a whole lot different. First of all, if we didn't bomb Iran, I feel like we bombed them the first time, we were good, and the second time when we bombed them, I was like, oh, fucking great.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that all the people I know that really support Israel above everything else, they're fucking super happy about it. And I'm like, but all the people I know that are like America first, or people that are like, no new wars, that really thought that we're going to change things, and this is all just for money, we're not going to sacrifice soldiers for fucking money, those people are all upset.
So then Cam starts complaining about Trump and not caring about preserving public land. And Rogan brings up how issues like that don't get enough attention because the government distracts people with so much other bullshit. Like now UFO and alien disclosure is the new big one, which Rogan makes fun of here, but he entertains it and has had on politicians who are trying to make a big deal about it. Like last year in the middle of all the Epstein files fallout, Rogan had on this congresswoman to talk about UFOs. And it was like the most boring episode ever. It was such an obvious psyop to distract from the Epstein files. But of course, Rogan played along with it. Even though I don't think people even really give a shit about it anymore. I mean, it seems like every day now, the government tries to release some new evidence of UFOs or UAPs. And they send out all these politicians and preachers to try to promote it and make a big deal about it. But it seems like people couldn't care less. It's hilarious. Like, nobody seems to give a shit about it anymore. I mean, it's like old news after a day. So they just keep throwing out every distraction they can. So it's like a cat and mouse game. Whenever you're getting somewhere with one issue, then another one comes along and another one. And then there's just too much to focus on. And it seems like that's how Cam feels about the public land issue. Now that's at like the bottom of the list, which means it's probably a good time for Trump to capitalize on it.
Trump's like his errand boy for this public land thing because Trump doesn't give a fuck.
Okay. What it is, what it is, man.
Calm down, Larry. Listen to this, all right? In the doctor's office earlier, there's a guy sitting there, a skinhead, okay? He looks at me and he says, "What the fuck are you looking at, Jew boy? What? Fucking faggot." What? What? What you do? What I do? Yeah, what you do? I slunk out. You slunk out? Slunk. I slunk out. So you didn't do shit and you punked out. That's what fuck happened, right? Yeah, I punked out. How did that happen? What was I gonna do? The guy could have killed me. That's not a man call you a fucking faggot. You getting that ass, Larry. You know what I mean? You getting that ass, Larry. That's what the fuck you do. What are you talking about? You let that man slide today. You gotta immediately get in somebody's ass when that happens to you. You pull their asshole open, step into their asshole, close the door behind you. Take a spray paint can, right? Larry was here. You spray paint. Larry was here. Wash me, all that kind of shit. Fuck this whole asshole up. It's a snicker bar, throwing paper on the floor. Read a newspaper, ball of paper, newspaper, and throw the newspaper on the floor. Fuck this whole asshole up. You know what I'm saying? Then you open that asshole one more time. Open it again. Open that asshole again. Ah! Step out his ass. And leave that motherfucker wide open. So you know you've been there. Open it up. Step in the asshole. Spray paint. Larry was here. Leave garbage. Snickers. Eat Snickers. Leave garbage. Bitch. Fuck it. Get out. Eat. Open it up again. Yeah. Step out the asshole. Step out. Don't close that motherfucker. Leave it open so you know you've been there. You feel me? I got it. That's how you handle people. Get in that ass, Larry. Don't worry. All right. Hope you don't get me killed. My man.
Welcome back, Yanton Devils. Today I'm in Sheffield, the Steel City, about to put this iron stomach to the test. Again, steel, iron, best I can do. Meadowhall. Always sounds a lot more picturesque than it really is. Must be about 2 decades since I've been here. I don't really saw what all the fuss was about. So it's this, yeah. This. Right, so this is it. Wait a second. A kilo beef with a vegan bun? Oh, do you? Oh, that's weird. Thank you for watching.
How the hell do you do it?
Lots of practice. Lots of practice. Also, I thought there was only one milkshake, there were two, but I give my best. Right, so today I'm at a place called the Handmade Burger Company, and I'm taking on their, is that a special name or just the burger challenge?
Just a 3K burger challenge.
3K burger challenge. You get 30 minutes to finish, right?
30 minutes.
30 minutes to finish, and nobody's done it as yet, right?
First one.
Right, and wait, if you do it, do you get anything?
You don't pay for it.
Get the meal free. Right, cool. Man, I'm a little bit worried about this actually. Let's get started with the burger. What's up, everybody? Welcome back. And thank you very much for joining me for another episode. Today I'm at a place called Handmade Burger Co. in Meadowhall, Sheffield. And I'm taking on their 3K Burger Challenge. Funniest thing about this challenge is the promotional artwork says you get 1 kilogram of beef inside a vegan bun. Which I have to say I did find a smidge perplexing. I'm not sure who's that did that one. But yeah, it costs 30 quid, I think. And if you can eat it inside 30 minutes, it's yours on the house. The burger isn't going to be the problem, mate. Yeah, indubitably. The real problem's probably going to be the big old pile of fries. The burger looks looking delicious. Ooh, you know it must be good if I'm using the F word. Not the bad F word, but these burger patties are deluxe. And you get 5 of them, no less, not to mention the toppings. There's some kind of delicious chutney on this, which is kind of, it almost tastes like beetroot, but it really complements the burger. Yeah, you know, my original thought was red onion chutney, because right now over here it seems to be an unavoidable part of the cultural zeitgeist to have red onion chutney with any burger you eat in a restaurant. But it tasted a bit more distinct than that, and it tasted like beetroot, so I'm going to say probably beetroot. Wow. Those burger patties were thick. Like, just the chips now. At least they got something on them. Yeah, hallelujah. That something, by the way, is melted cheese, bacon, and some kind of leaves. Never really did figure out. Rocket, probably? I don't know. But this challenge is called the 3K challenge because it contains 1 kilogram of beef inside the beef burger, a kilogram of milkshake, although I'm not sure what kind of monster would measure liquids in kilograms. Let's just say a litre to be more accurate. And allegedly a kilo of chips. I realize this might be a little messy to watch. I could do it with a fork, but it'd take me too much time. I mean, you do have plenty of time. You could use the fork. You'd just be lazy. But yeah, a token apology to the audience never goes amiss. You know, it's always appreciated. I don't know why, but I just decided to start splitting the chips, the fries, whatever you want to call them, up into 2 portions here because it felt like a lot just staring down at that tray because it had some depth to it, you know. And yeah, I thought I would just kind of split them into 2, get done with the tray first of all, and then finish off the big pile on the little plate there. But man, this is more than a kilo of chips, so I'm just going to put it out there right now. It definitely is. This is an unruly amount of potato. I have to make a start on the milkshakes because there's a layer of milkshake too. That should help though. Yeah, thank the good dude for milkshake. It really did help sweeten the deal. Get the rest of the starch down. And you can actually choose your preference of milkshake from the menu. You can even choose one of the more premium ones like Ferrero Rocher. I went with salted caramel. I'm gonna give you a wave. Yeah, all right. I think I'm pushing on for time now. I'm about halfway, I think. A little bit of crowd support, that's what we need. Oh, man. Hey, always good to see representation of the beard army in the flesh. And this chap, he definitely gave me a mental boost when it came down to this final bit of potato. I tell you, the next food challenge I do is not going to contain fries. You always say that, man. They're tough to find, you know, far and wide. Usually food challenges are accompanied by a big old pile of chips or fries or some kind of potato product. Bit of a tactic restaurants employ to get you to lose. But at least these tasted good at the beginning, you know, when they had the stuff on top. The starch is done. Thank God for this milkshake. I mean, I think one won't be enough. But I'm glad that it includes a milkshake. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a trade-off because, of course, a litre of milkshake is no paltry amount. It's pretty substantial, especially when it's accompanied by the pretty large burger and a mountain of fries. So it could be, for a regular person, enough to tip them over the edge and probably into the nearest toilet. But the sweetness does, I mean, for sure it helps. 21.5 minutes-ish. I can enjoy the milkshake now. The second milkshake. Yeah, we're almost there now. Just got to finish up milkshake 2 of 2, which, by the way, was delicious. Hope you enjoyed it, and I'll catch you in the next one. It's cold. Slow and steady. Alright, this is Big Mix Food, and that was Handmade Burger Co.'s 3K challenge. That was more than a kilo of chips, I'm telling you right now. Oh, right. That was not as easy as I thought it was going to be. Now, I know ordinarily, at this point, I would usually order dessert as a bit of a gag, but I'm going to New York tomorrow. I'm literally flying there tomorrow, so, you know, give me a break. I'm going to be eating a lot of food when I get there.
Yeah, he's just really, really fun to watch.
Sorry, somebody stole his ball. Like, seriously. Never put this back on, okay? Otherwise I bust you. Alright, fair warning. Okay, here we go. WSOP day 16, and we are going for the late stretch, day 2 of the 3K No Limit Hoedown. This day should be hopefully quick one. We hopefully bust soon because we are ready for the next days, the 100K $1 million game and $250,000 tournament. So we need some rest. I will show you how to play. Okay, all in for the bracelet. All in for the bracelet. Real. You? Open. So 2 outer after flop. Oh, what is it? 7? And the winner. Wow, set over set. We are running so bad in this tournament. Okay, the camera guy is fired because we had Casino Royale and we lost, or what? No, we have flash. Flash, yeah. 7 red card. So one more time, day 16 of the WSOP. We had some sleep, and now it's last 30 minutes or so in the day 1 of 100K Super Hero Hour. So we jump in, make some stack, do some fun, and tomorrow, day 2.
I love Mario for the game. He brings it to life, you know. He brings so much energy and excitement. There's nobody else like him, you know. I think it's a good test. That's very important.
Wait, where's the hippo? Where's the hippo? Sorry, somebody stole hippo. Like, seriously. You're funny. Okay, I will punish you for this. I will fight. When you get it? When? 1 hand ago or 5 hands ago?
Literally, you didn't even miss it.
Huh?
You didn't miss it.
Okay, so what is the penalty for taking the hippo without asking? I'm asking official ruling.
He took your hippo?
He took my hippo without asking.
He bulldogged your hippo.
He just did it. What is the warning? What is the penalty?
Do you know who that guy is?
I don't even care. You need to sing now one song for me. That's the punishment. Sing the song.
What song?
Whatever song you like. Do that now.
Hungry, hungry hippo, hungry, hungry hippo.
Okay, we swear.
There we go.
Okay, last hit. Vychytajú Big Bite. Automatic Rezardo. Automatic, okay? No! Not this guy. I like him kind of. Okay, where is the camera guy when we need him? The biggest spot of the tournament so far, and we have only little casino. Royal. Not like that! Is this real life? What are the odds getting kings against queens? That this is so improbable. I never seen that in my life actually. Think around it. If you put me down, I will still like you. Think around. You are great buddy. Vamos! The winner takes it all, and it's not getting you.
It's because of the Hungry Hippo song.
Wait, give me the money as well. Thank you, buddy. Nice playing with you. Sorry about that. It was cool. Where is the 100K as well? I get everything. Welcome in the Billionaires Club with Gary Cass. The only 2 billionaires here. I'm so excited. Okay, end of day. We were very unlucky. We win only one all-in, and we didn't do the purpose of this day, busting the Mickey tiles.
First game, last game.
Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. But why is everybody so happy except this guy who is...
I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. What are you talking about? I wanted to get started. Okay?
Have you say vamos? Okay, let's do. Vamos!
The reason you doubled is that I did the Hungry Hippo song.
You gave me the song.
I gave you the song, and then you doubled me.
Okay, Kerry, this will be a long day tomorrow for both of us. How much you had? Million?
9 first.
It's enough for you.
That's enough.
I'm actually surprised you have that much. Nice playing with you, Kerry. See you tomorrow, okay? And bring me the glasses and never touch my hippo again with permission, okay? I will give you hippo power whenever you ask me nicely. That's the deal. So, we are just begging and begging. We play like half an hour and make like 1.5 million out of 600, which is very unfortunate because our only purpose was to bust Nikitayus, but nothing we can do about that. And that's all for now. Good night. Day 17 of WSOP, we are jumping into day 2, 100K. We have like 1.5 million out of 600,000 starting, so it will be a long day for us. We go to the money and probably to find a table as well. Where is the camera guy? We get a gift from one and only Kerius Magnus. Kerry, thank you very much, Mr. Katz.
As promised.
You know what?
I got my new pair in. They actually look. It's not as dark either, so it's easier to play with.
Kerry, see you find a table, okay? What is it, Galen? You try to bust me or what? Wait, we agree, Mikey, I get the places, right? Galen, and put the scarf down. It's so bad for my spectators. My spectators doesn't...
for loose cannon Andy.
I'll flip you for 70,000.
Is he trying to win 8K or is he trying to win 80K?
Pops. Hey, my man.
There's my answer.
And as we reach the finale, the table gets ruthless.
Really try to do you dirty. Don't take offense.
Poseidon gets after it.
He's just getting loose.
He'll sneak up on you, beat you up a little bit.
You got this.
Hell yeah! It's the big flat, man. Oh yeah, this is what we live for.
You ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. We're at Resorts World Las Vegas, where the final session of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour is about to begin.
It's been a crazy tough lineup for the less experienced players, and it's important to remember that some of these guys are relatively new to the game.
But then this year, a casino opened up at my house, like 5 miles. I like, where do we live? Arizona. Okay. Yeah, so my buddy's like, let's go play poker. I'm like, I played before. I like know the rules a little bit. And I went, I closed. I got $140. I was like,
Despite being a poker rookie, UFC fighter Sugar Sean O'Malley made a fantastic laydown against Jason Coon.
You're gonna be proud of that one, buddy.
But unfortunately, his rough ride has continued. He's on the ropes. $84,000 in the hole.
oh, this game is brutal. We're going into the last round. I need a knockout here. I cannot win a decision. I need to do double up multiple times. That's what we're going for.
Poseidon Ho brought on the 3-bet floods.
Damn, he's heating up.
But Poseidon's the one who ended up drowning against Sean Dean. He had to add on $50,000.
Coming from the bank of Jason.
And currently finds himself down 30K.
My plan for this session is take more chances, take more swings, because knowing that this is probably the last few hands, it's time for me to attack.
Sean Dean managed to cut his losses in the last session, courtesy of Poseidon. But he still finds himself down $9,000. He's not going to let that get in the way of his trademark needling, though.
Maybe 3-betting's not a good strategy for you.
Yeah, I need to relearn.
Go back to the bathroom and study some more. It's kind of fun. I try to chat a lot with people and just play some mental warfare.
You made a bad fold, I believe.
It's a great dynamic. You know, I've been on a lot of shows. Never as high in production, never as enjoyable as this game.
Cash Game assassin Matt Berkey is certainly enjoying it.
He's back.
He started the last session at the top of the profit pile and continued to trend upwards. He's now $125,000 in the black. What?
Going into the final session, I'm winning far more than I could have imagined. Today's going about as smoothly as possible, so let's hope to hold it off.
After winning a nice pot against Sugar Sean, Jason Coon finds himself up over 88 grand, and he's loving every moment.
The atmosphere's electric in there. Coming into the last session, I'm still up huge, and I'm just going to let it come to me. The loose cannon's up, so we're going to try to get him stuck and get that 50K in play, or see if he locks it up.
Loose Cannon Andy did have a good session last time, going from a small loser to an $8,800 winner, but it looks like Jason just might get his wish.
I'm floating around 10K profit, and that's not what we came here for, folks. We came here for big money.
Nice hand.
Yeah. So we're going all out. Winner takes all, or winner goes home with nothing. Either way, I'm fine with my decision.
Andy can probably get away with folding the rest of the hands and only losing a few grand. He says he's not going to do that, though.
Oh, it's magic to happen. I'm optimistic still, though. I think that's important.
Double.
Exactly.
Double, animal style?
Well, the double would put Sugar right back in it. Easy for Berkey to say, by the way, when he's sitting there on $125,000 of profit.
So let's get this final session underway. Hand 127 of 150, blinds 100, 200 with a $200 big blind ante. Action on the loose cannon. Who's got jacks? And just a call.
He's balanced with his limbs. I think he's hoping for a repop.
Deep is raising with King 9. Poseidon calls with 10-3.
I love this guy.
Back around to Andy.
Let's go.
Hey, did it. The old limp re-raise.
Deeb's not falling for it. And Potion was calling with some pretty funny hands. But 10-3 off? Come on.
And he picks up the pot. Now $11,500.
Now he can fold.
Next hand, and Poseidon has straddled.
A straddle to blind raise gives you last action before the flop.
If you don't use that next hand, you might not be able to use it anymore.
I got the bomb pass now?
Yeah.
That could be interesting.
We're okay for now.
I fully support that decision.
Action on Sugar Sean. Pocket eights.
The octagons.
He's raised to a grand. Round to Andy.
1,000 to call. Yeah.
Oh, he's in with 6-3 of diamonds. Poseidon calls with Jack 7, and we're going three-way to the flop.
I guess Andy really isn't going to lock it up. That's pretty cool.
Okay, 2 diamonds out there. Andy with the flush draw. Sean's still ahead with 8s.
This is why suited cards are so powerful. They have playability. You don't have to make your flush to get aggressive with them.
Check, check, check. We see the turn, which is the 6 of clubs. So Andy now has a pair to go with his flush draw. And he's going to lead. $1,500.
I prefer betting to checking and then facing a big river bet.
Poseidon folds. Sugar Sean folds.
Trades?
Wow.
No. Every time through over cards, yeah, it's no fun.
Another nice pickup for Andy. 2 for 2 to start this session.
Okay, you ready? Yes. There you got it.
Let's go.
So Andy's playing his bomb pot card. In this hand, every player will post $600 and we go straight to the flops, plural. Just a reminder, each player is capped at $20,000 total.
I also fully support this decision.
So no super strong hands out there. Poseidon currently has the best of it with King 8 of spades. Remember, each board is worth 50% of the pot. Jack 10-4 on the top. Ace King 3 on the bottom. Deep checks. Poseidon has a pair on the bottom board. He also checks. Sugar's open folds. Berkey bets $500. He has a pair of jacks up top and a flush draw on the bottom. Jason's out. And he also has a little something. Top pair on one board, bottom pair on the other. He calls. Deeb's out. And Poseidon is raising. Okay.
These can sometimes be juicy spots to bluff, but Berkey's not going to fall for it.
He calls.
This bluff would have worked on Andy either way, but certainly he's out with Berkey calling.
Heads up to the turns. Ace of clubs on the top. 5 of spades on the bottom.
I don't know if another bet's going to work. Berkey picked up equity on the bottom board, and the top board is an obvious bluff card.
Poseidon barrels, $4,500. Berkey calls. River cards incoming. 6 of clubs up top. Queen of spades below. So Berkey's winning the top. Poseidon is winning the bottom.
These boards both just got very bluffable, though.
Poseidon check.
He gives up.
13K is the cap, right?
And Berkey is going to bet the maximum.
Wants to make a light call painful.
Poseidon folds. Great pickup for Matt Berkey there. His stack's going to move over the 200K mark, and he is currently up $136,000. Here at the PokerStars Big Game on Tour, Matt Berkey continues to dominate proceedings. He's the biggest winner, up $136,000, and he is soaking up every second of his debut appearance on the show.
The big game is poker history.
You know, disgrace to the game.
It's everything that those of us who've been around since the Moneymaker days have aspired to.
See how smart I am? 9-ball corner pocket.
It's high stakes. It's a hot seat.
Explosions about that.
It's loose action and what cash games are meant to be.
Nice, I like that. I like your style.
To be at a point in my career where I can get a text and immediately find myself in this chair doing an interview is a pretty nice bookend for a 20-year career.
James, what's a bookend?
It's for people who own more than one book.
I binged a lot of the big game when I first started playing. I just kind of was looking up poker stuff, and then I saw like that, and I'm like, oh, I watched a bunch of that. That was
Pretty surreal then to find yourself sitting on it, huh?
You know, all the photo shoots before, all that was so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, yet it's like pulling teeth to get y'all to show up on time.
We laugh because it's funny, we laugh because it's true. Berkey and Jason both remain comfortably at the top of the profit pile. Andy's decent start sees him move over the 12K mark. Deeb's down 10K, while Poseidon and Sugar Sean remain the biggest losers. It's hand 131. Berkey straddled, so action's on Jason. Ooh, pocket sevens.
Couple of hatchets for a player known for putting people into the wood chipper.
He's made it $1,000. Deeb, 10-8 suited.
Never folding.
Calls on the button. Poseidon folds. Sugar Sean in from the big blind with Jack 9.
Alright, fellas, I need this one, so
Good luck, man.
thank you. Appreciate it.
Get it from Jason, not from me.
Hey,
I still gotta get even.
Me too.
This should be fun.
3 players going to the flop, which is King 10-3.
There it is. The O'Malley flop.
King 10, I'm gonna check that, though. You know that. Okay. I should have bet it last time.
Well, this flop is all deep. A pair and a flush draw.
More than he needs.
It's been checked to him, and he bets $1,500. Sugar Sean has a gut shot.
I would expect people to call a lot more gut shot draws as we near the end of this game.
He does call. Jason folds his sevens. We are heads up to the turn, which is the 10 of spades. Deeb improves to trips. That's a check.
Sean should bet this again. All the flop draws are going to continue to be draws.
Deeb loading up for a second barrel. There he goes, 3,500, and a fold from Sugar Sean.
Big man.
This guy's walked into so many monsters today. Every hand he's in, somebody's got 3 of a kind and a flush draw or a full house with a nut flush.
So I played hands with him, I would be doing way better.
Yeah.
Hey.
Not about your skill level, just your variance today.
Yeah.
I would have lost a lot more than you in that seat today.
I guess that's a win.
Yeah. At least 250.
Right now, Sean O'Malley is down almost $90,000. And to be honest, I'm not sure he could have done much about it.
I'm playing against the best guys in the world, and they're waking up with some of the best hands in the world.
I got it.
Figured you had it, but I can't hold that.
Sean is really, he was just running into it over and over and over again.
Oh.
Most people with your hands would now drive 50 hands.
You can't beat them when they got more skill and they're getting better cards.
I would have lost a lot more than you in that seat today.
It definitely helps knowing those guys are like, damn, that was a good fold. You played well. I would have done the same thing.
You made some really good reads.
I appreciate it.
far, man. It does mean a lot.
Sean Deeb doesn't just say things to be nice. O'Malley really has been ice skating uphill.
Next hand, Andy under the gun.
Ooh.
Hey!
No. There's my answer.
There it is.
Is he trying to win 8K or is he trying to win 80K? There's the answer.
There's your answer.
Deep folds.
I'm still unclear. Which is it, the 80?
Poseidon calls with A7. Sugar Sean is in.
There we go.
And here comes Jason.
Oh, boy.
Nice try, Andy.
Do I want to win 8 or 80? I want to win something.
Got plenty of chances left.
Yeah.
Poseidon is calling.
Do I? Shouldn't have missed. I'm trying to sneak one in there. That's not good.
Sugar Sean and Berkey fold. Heads up to the flop. Which is ace 9-7. 2 pair for Poseidon.
Watch how fast Jason gets away from this.
He checks. Poseidon bets $3,000.
No pair, no draw.
Jason folds.
They're just too good.
It's that easy. I just check and just give you the pot every time.
Keep doing.
Should highlight Poseidon is still stuck. Like, a lot.
I mean, what's he going to do? They fold when he has it and call when he doesn't.
It's Sean Deeb's turn to straddle.
All right, little chippies. Go to work. Go to work, soldiers.
Poseidon with Queen 8. Folds. Sugar Sean passes. Matt Berkey raises blind.
That's fun.
All right, now that he folded, I haven't looked at my hand yet. Just wanted to give you a shot.
God, I'm definitely losing a big pot this time.
King Queen suited for Andy.
There we go.
Re-raise.
Were you going to do that before you knew he didn't look?
I'm going to feel so guilty if I have something real.
Andy's made it 3,700.
What is it, 37?
We just said that.
Gonna give you a chance.
All right, man, I'm going to really try to do you dirty. Don't take offense.
It's all good.
But
Gotta earn it, right?
That's right.
He's not trying to.
This is much more of a gift than you earning anything.
Berkey still hasn't looked. The flop, ace 10 tray, gut shot for Andy, and King High could be the best hand right now.
Andy definitely has to bet this.
There he goes.
I wasn't kidding.
7-4, 49er.
I wish.
Stick her down.
I made a big fold. Queen jack off.
What? Now who's the nit?
Huh?
Now who's the nit?
9-4.
You think you had a bad hand?
No, but I've been giving him action with bad hands all night.
Another decent pickup for the loose cannon, who remains in profit as this game approaches its end. And Andy is going to be first to act on this next hand.
So we straddle? Did I miss straddle?
Your shadows, so.
Andy straddles action on Deeb. He folds. Poseidon with King 6. Calls.
3 folds, 5 folds.
Oh, it's going down to the left. Oh.
Round to Berkey with deuces. He's in. What does Andy have? Ace 5. Checks his option.
Seems okay.
3-way to the flop. Jack 10-7. Deuce is still good. Check to Poseidon.
And the Granu.
The limp And you better have a little bit of this involved with your limping range, Randy. Otherwise, you're just going to get torched.
I mean, Negreanu just opened up a new strategy once again.
Where is it from?
Thank you for helping.
I feel like Negreanu's doing this because he's trying to throw off these GTO wizards stuff off their game. They know that they haven't studied these spots.
I mean, it's atypical for somebody to limp and then 3-bet in general. To do so with pocket eights, I'm not so sure it's something Foxen would be expecting here as it comes Queen 4 deuce rainbow.
Well, if you saw the story, they've got aces or kings with this limper raise. You might as well follow through.
No club out there. No pair either.
I think the hand is just over.
Effort appreciated. Sorry? Effort appreciated. Yes. No, but besides that, I actually like it.
I mean, Negreanu did say that he's having fun here in this 250K, playing his own style. How is this hand not over? What's going on?
We got some sticky boys on our hands, Randy. Foxen, not only does he not check call, he turns this interview around and asks questions of the limp 3-better. This is Alex saying, I don't think you're doing that whole Kings Aces limp 3-bet business.
Oh my.
And this is Negreanu saying, yes, I am, by calling, retaining the ability to rep that, right? He wouldn't necessarily bring another raise with the overpair.
That's true, man. Now I'm just wondering who's the judge in this hand.
Well, the 10 does deliver the Broadway Gutty to Foxen. And the thing also here is Negreanu never suspects that Foxen is doing this with just a queen, right?
That's exactly right, because Foxen is supposed to be worried about kings and aces. And there's a limpy raise pre. And if Foxen had pocket queens, I don't think he's check raising top set. So Negreanu sniffed the flop out so far. I feel like Negreanu's just played his man to perfection. He knows he's good with these 2 8s. Oh, he's so good. Kid poker.
This is not for the faint of heart. This is adult poker, not kid poker. Out of Negreanu. 225 as well. How milky does this feel if you're Foxen? And by the way, I think with this price, he may be considering.
I mean, surely he's not calling with ace-jack high, is he? Does he think Negreanu's playing pocket 8s like this?
Got to draw to the king, buddy. I know the immediate price might not be there, but maybe some implied odds.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're up against 2 kings. So another 450 into the middle. Nearly one.
Oh, my goodness.
What is happening? This is dirty, too, because Negreanu played Foxen like a fiddle, and Foxen just managed to get there. Do you hold Negreanu's sizing on the turn accountable, Randy?
I mean, Negreanu's size is very credible that he'd had a big overpair or like pocket queens.
If I'm a selfie stick owned by Daniel Negreanu, I am holding my breath right now.
Yeah, I would be expecting a smash. Well, let's see if Foxen does the speaking himself.
Oh, God. Yes, snap fold from the 8 says suited spade combos make a lot of sense.
Wanted actually needed the check.
I didn't think I was getting it either way.
No, you were getting it all. Yeah.
Thought you were fooling around.
I wasn't. I had the best hand for at least a street. Maybe not. I don't know. A good hand.
Were they speculating that it's often a bluff when it's the mystery hand? Listen, guys, we're balanced too.
But we're super
okay?
balanced.
Kings for Negreanu, hoping to do a little bit better than Jans did moments ago. This is blind versus blind. He brings the pot to 45,000.
He too is balanced in the small blind raising, so he definitely has some garbage. That's why Einhorn is still defending 10-9 off.
Einhorn covers by a wide margin, defends, finds top pair in an open-ender. Threats to the Kings quite clear here. Just an 8% advantage for Negreanu with 2 to come. He brings the C-bet. 75.
It's always nerve wracking when you've got to overpair 3 straight immediately on the flop. Lose the 2 pairs and straights. But the good thing is for Negroni is he's so short that he would still be willing to stack off. Seems like we're getting a raise, so chips are gonna go in.
Yeah, just button versus small button.
There we go.
Okay. So Einhorn, always prepared for this reaction from Negreanu. I don't think we take it to 215 with the intention of simply folding from here.
Just a confirmation of the price. You're gonna realize that this is a good investment.
Yeah, I don't know if it's wrong.
Great opportunity potentially here for Daniel as the call gets measured out.
Only slightly ahead against this hand specifically.
Yeah.
Oh.
But ahead is the key reality.
You got a 9-10. Ooh, big flop. 7-8-9. He's got 100 outs. It's all right.
Not
Either have 1.5
100.
or have 1.5. One way or the other. One
13
is cost.
by our count with 3 of them great. 4 of them.
Well, an extra 2. If I'm gonna have 1.5 million.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's gonna cost either 250 or 50.
Yeah, I thought you said 150.
No, 250.
Yeah.
That's
Like I'm
fine.
getting a discount?
Yeah.
Negroni's saying he'll rebuy if he loses this hand.
Okay. 8-1. Oh yeah.
Queen is clean.
Right? I mean, I really am fine with it because I'm so used to whatever happens. I'm tranquilo. My life is amazing. I'm gonna have a baby boy.
They cover. They cover.
Whatever, right? Life is good.
Priming himself for possible disappointment is Negreanu. The ace.
Never scared. Never scared.
Not an issue for the Kings on this occasion as he retakes his seat. I confess it's like 98 degrees outside. Of the things that I'd be reaching for in my closet, that it looks like a repurposed ShamWow.
I missed that commercial.
You know what I'm saying? The dude with the crazy eyebrows?
All right, we're on the stream. You probably just saw a cool hand. I don't know what he had, but we're going to talk about it. Big one against Foxen. And then I was able to double through David Einhorn from the small blind where I 3x'd kings. He called, comes 7-8-9. I bet big. This is a plan. I wouldn't have played the same against the other players. And then he raises flop because I know he's much more of a, he's much more definitive early in hands, like pre-flop and flop. He will play the marginal hands more aggressive. So I was happy to get it with him. We doubled it. But let's talk about the Foxen hand. It's a little wild, a little crazy, little curveballs, a lot of curveballs, a lot of cuckoo-ness, a lot of history. Okay? Okay, kids, let's talk about the big hand. So I decided to come in with some unique strategies, which I often do, playing against high-stakes players. Alex Foxen's one who, I joked with him about it, but it's true. He defends his big line very, very wide, very good. He fights for pots, okay? So I chose that I'm going to use against him, specifically on his line, I'm going to use limps, and I'm going to use some larger size. I'd already limped once or twice, and now I limped in cutoff with 2 8s for 12,000. Yeah, I limped for 12K. Chidwick in the small blind completes. Now, Alex makes it 72, I believe. So I can call here, or I can 3-bet. We're deep enough where I feel like, he's messing around here with some ace wheel cards, messing around with a bunch of stuff. And whatever, we just have the best analog here. And if not, I don't think he's going to over 4-bet this out of position, right? He's just not going to guess. So I think I'll get some calls and place him in position. Otherwise, just going to pre-flop. Make it 205. Plus, queen 4 deuce rainbow. Checks. I size down a little bit, as they say. 150. Could even bet less. And he makes it 400. Okay, here's where it gets important with 2 8s. Now, this is Alex Foxen, who has a high frequency for check raises on flop, higher than your standard GTO player, especially on boards like this. He's going to have, in my opinion, far more check raise bluffs than check raise value. Because what is the value here? The value is aces, kings, ace queen is thin, king queen is thin, but could have a queen. Sure, those are those hands. What are the bluffs here? King jack suited, ace jack suited, ace deuce suited, ace 4 suited, ace 3 suited, 10 jack suited, all stuff that's wrapped around that queen. You can check raise here if he thinks I'm mussing about, and pick it up with the bluff there. So I decided to continue with the ace on this flop. Can't just give it. Turns at 10 of spades. I have 8 of spades. Not too relevant. He checks, and I decide here, what would I do if I had aces, kings, or a set of queens, or even a set of 10s? I'd go super small, for sure. You know, clear out all of his junk, make him pay for his ace highs and stuff like that, but not so much that he puts me at risk. Because if he's check raising me on this turn, I kind of have to throw it away. I go 225 with the intention of if a blank comes on the river, we just shut it down and hope he hits your game. He calls. River's the king of spades. Now I'm looking at that going, oh no, bam. Now I have to try to bluff him off the queen because it looks like he could have ace queen. If he checks, I'm probably going to go for it. Having the eight of spades helpful just a little bit, not a ton, but I would have probably jammed. And you know, I don't know what he had, but like I said, I think. Like I said, on the flop, whether it's true or not, you guys are going to see the video. I don't, because I don't know what he had. But I think on that flop, he's going to be bluffing a lot more than not when he check raises the queen for deuce rainbow. Because we have history. This poker's more complex than you guys want to make it in terms of like, you know, right and wrong answers in these spots. So hey, I mean, he could have had three queens too, but that's very unlikely that he's going to play it like that. So what the hell was that hand? You know, like ace jack, goofy, queen king. Doesn't make no sense. King jack suited. I don't know. One of those hands. Anyways, we don't know, but we're okay. And I like how I played it. I mean, it all made sense to me in the spot based on all the things that I said. So, okay, you guys will know better because you're going to see it, and then we'll talk about it after. While we're on break here, we're going to check out how the 10K limit hold'em is. I got a dong Chen sighting. How many chips you got, dong? Are you chip leader? Yeah, buddy. Woo! Dong Chen. Let's go. What's these two? Hi, Benny.
It's Foxen being needled by the deck. It was pocket fives that put the hurt on him.
Oh, I put it over here for. I figured it. Oh my god. I put a lot of it. Yeah. Is it 45, 42? You put up, what was the hand? I'll tell you something else. You saw shoulders. I had to go pee. That is so nice. We left when we played the final section.
Negrano out-flopping the fives. 3 overcards presenting themselves after Daniel defended from the big. Foxen's 45K open.
I put 45. Okay. Check it.
This is eagle eyes on Alex.
So Foxen going to lose the fives and lose with fives.
Looking that way. Follow through 40. Call. Negrano picking up a gut shot at the same time that Foxen does. The 8 would be a problem for Alex.
Yeah, the straight draw useless, but he doesn't know it. Looks like the game plan is to run a multi-street bluff with the fives with the turn bet. Mainly trying to target the 7-6x that has a high kicker that won't be looking to call again. But also, if he gets called in this spot, he will be hoping he might be up against like 8-7, 9-8 that will check call again and fold a lot of rivers. I would expect Foxen to bet the river quite a bit. Just assuming it doesn't change the board too much.
He is setting the stage, courtesy of this turn 160. Oh, the 8 now shows up. Negrano with the 10 high straight. Is Foxen ever not betting this if Negrano gives him the opportunity, which is not a given?
I think he might actually check it back if he gets the opportunity. And I think that's why Negrano's even considering a lead.
That does come with a check.
Guess we're going to find out. Now, it's not that the fives can't be the best hand. It's just, are you opening the door to only get called by the straight? Would 2 pair call you with the current line so far? Maybe Foxen's trying to piece together some hands that contain the 10x that he loses to. Queen 10 comes to mind, but hands like 10-7, they would just fold the flop.
460, the sizing out of Alex here.
This is almost all of his stack. Is Negreanu going to ask for the other 5? Yeah, he sure is. And that's going to do it.
Foxen knows.
The 5 man and my dead.
So Negreanu finishing what Muller started as bookending the break. A couple of big L's lead Foxen out of chips.
Negreanu got the last laugh against Foxen.
All-time number 9 on the money list, and considering that he isn't traveling the circuits like those ahead of him, that is impressive. All-time, of course, number 1 in terms of Canadians as a 7-time bracelet winner. Hunt's number 8 here. Nick Sheldon picked one up the other day as he becomes an 8-timer. Yeah, it's where you actually, as a chopper pilot, slide your helicopter down the mountain. No, it's not. It's not.
That's not very tasteful, my friend.
No, it's pretty dangerous, actually, I would imagine. No, you actually go off-piste, and they take you up into places you couldn't access with a lift ticket, and then end up in an avalanche eventually. Like wingsuiters, free solo climbers, exit strategy tends to be RIP.
Yeah, free soloing especially. That makes me nervous.
Yeah, those dudes are pretty sick. Meanwhile, freestyling is Negreanu out here, King 10 of spades. Knows that Muller off of that big stack should have some raise folds maybe from time to time.
Even his sizing is a bit of freestyling. Was quite small given how deep they are. But I don't think Negreanu expected that many folds from his opponent. But he's happy to just play in position. And here he's got quite the advantage, even though he doesn't have the best hand.
Open-ender,
Are they doing the wizard thing where it says, like, what I'm going to check back on the flop? Like on the stream, are they showing like, what percent I'm supposed to check back? Do they do that?
Not right now.
Just for this.
The Wiz is
I'm
doing
gonna go with it because I think it's a thing. Check. I think it's a thing. I
think so too, actually. So I like it for Negreanu because
23% probably check back.
I like it because when he makes the straight, his opponent will likely bluff at it, as they would put Negreanu on ace king or ace queen high, or even aces and kings. It makes sense to check back his hand.
Oh, wow. I don't think you have a 6, bro. No, 6. You said 2 of them.
Muller gets 95,
right? I mean, that error just proves my point.
So, call. 95? Yep. He wouldn't have a 6. 3 6. Not a 6.
Sam makes a pair.
Muller doesn't need just a 6 to go for value. He could have some sets and 2 pairs.
Ace high was already good.
Even sets and 2 pairs could go for big value, just because Negreanu doesn't have a 6 very often to 3-bet these positions.
Boy, look at this.
You don't have a 6.
65. Into 470.
I would give a 6. Yeah, I only give a 6. 315. Now,
Oh, wow. I thought the speech play would limit Negreanu and make this unavailable to him. And yet, speech and raise.
Your story checks out that.
No way. Ace succeeded.
Let's see if Sam makes anything. This is not the type of stuff he's accustomed to having to unpack when operating in familiar super high roller environments.
I feel like Negreanu's speech play is perfect for the way this hand's playing out, because if he's saying his opponent can't have a 6, then he can value raise a single pair like aces, kings, and queens that might check back the flop.
Now remember, Muller opened Negreanu 3-bet, then it went check on the 9-8-7 board. Muller then took the lead, sort of asking questions of the pre-flop 3-betting range for Negreanu. Negreanu, of course, calling with the open ender. Muller then bet, got an earful and then an extra 250,000 on top of his cheeky 65.
Something doesn't seem right to Mueller, though. But with the speech play, I could see Negroni actually raising an overpair.
Brain breaker, Randy?
Oh, what a call.
You crazy? I mean, you? That's good. That's it. Good call.
That's a brain breaker, man.
Well, it is Sam who is playing neurologist on this occasion, as Negroni threw everything that he had at that spot. But Mueller just didn't buy it.
See? Right about that. All right, we're banging up here at the feature table. 2.97. My man. You don't bluff him anymore. That's a new rule. These guys coming back for day 2, playing for the big money. Very happy with this thing. All right, that's the end of the day. We're going home. Gonna have dinner. I haven't even eaten yet, but it's so nice to schedule. We're done at 9 o'clock. Go home, see the wifey. We're done good. Fantastic day. Started off a little bit rough after that 8 hand, but and then we ran one, bluff. I mean, the thing about that bluff, okay, when he calls me with ace 3 on a 7, 8, 9, 5, 3, is I need to make sure that I have overpairs there too. Even ace 9 can do that. Maybe ace 9 is a little thin, but like 10s, jacks, queens, I need to be raising it as well. So anyway, good call. Whatever. On to the next. See you tomorrow, peeps.
Oh, and Alex Jones called me.
I heard that.
I don't know when he's going to report us. I'm not going to spoil his story, but he said I guessed right about Q.
Well, you said
Epstein. Well, yeah, Bannon, Epstein, and that Chinese guy is listening to you, and that's what all the video game talk was. to affect how can we make a game to that where it affects politics? We already did the cicada thing. We already did Gamergate. Now Bannon was behind Gamergate, if you recall Gamergate.
Yeah, I do. So this and this came out the Epstein files, you say?
Well, based on it, there's basically a whole exchange between Bannon and Epstein, or referees asking him about what this guy. The guy seems like George U. Some name, Gino U or something. He was asking about using video game, like path working to affect politics. So QAnon, Jenna's who guessed it actually. I didn't guess it. I didn't understand what she was saying to me. I was like, no, they're a team. They're together, and kind of. But the character in the game of Q, that's Jeff. He's got Q level clearance. He's above our intel and Israel's intel. He's in the Carol Quigley temporary zone to write that book that exposed everything. Cosmic's above that. The only thing above it's like cosmic clearance or something. So Q is leaking real rumors and stuff. This is all happening around the time of Julian Assange. Anyway, Alex, he's gonna. I won't say his whatever but he knew something inside that, with that being correct, and that's what he was talking about on his show the other day. I kept getting texts about it, where he said I guessed it, but actually it was my fifth wife Jenna that guessed it.
All right. Well, that's all. And so you're saying that Alex Jones is confirmed and will confirm your suspicion or Jenna's suspicion via you that Q was who again?
Bannon, Epstein, and this guy Gino. I think Gino is like YU. We got a bunch of emails about video games. He's a big gamer, and that's how these guys do their control mechanisms on people. You see it in the UFO bullshit community. So you get a government. You see it on podcasts. People are friends with some intel person and lets them know stuff. You get to go through a LARP, and so that's a mass LARP that affected politics. The same way Cambridge Analytica was effective. Okay?
Yes.
That's how big of a deal it is. But what people don't get is Bannon is behind the design of that. He's a dark magician, I would say, which is really just an intel person, if you want to be secular about it. But he studies that stuff. He doesn't dislike all Muslims, by the way. He likes them Sufi ones, which are like the Freemason kind. All the Freemasons is the architecture of the LARP around you. Get it? I'm like, hey, how come they don't do any masonry? Yes, they do.
And so
built your architecture of the illusion,
And so what was the main point of Q?
To feel like you're in on some clues and you're solving things, and Trump and Trump's in. I think Trump's in that also. Excuse me, Trump was also. It had to do with Trump too, because Trump was fighting on the inside. I never looked into Q ever or gave a shit about it.
Me neither.
The major component was Trump was in on the inside, and trying to fight the Satanists, right? You still see it floating around. You still see it here and there. That Michael Salla guy was on redacted saying that Trump has to clean the Satanists out of the. And you remember when Trump brought those troops into D.C.?
Yeah,
it was a big thing, and that's what was being spun at the time. I mean, obviously, he wanted to see this, but that it's all part of the LARP thing, and it affects politics, and that's why the Democrats get so because they're jealous of like a better video game than the one they can come up with for the stupid American public to be stupid about. And Gamergate's really bigger than I guess we all had supposed.
And okay. And so the point of Q was
you were live action role play gamers, right?
So no.
Oh, all right. It's you've seen Jesus. A bunch of nerds put on knight armor and nerf swords, and they go and hit each other, and they go, "I roll D20." It's like Dungeons and Dragons, but you do it live and act out the parts.
Yeah.
If you play a video game, someone has to give you branching storylines that are interesting in a role-playing game. Okay, so they can do it on a mass level. You've been seeing them do it with identity politics. You've been seeing them do it with QAnon. They drip feed, little limited hangout, horrible information. That's absolutely true about the government. And then there's an illusion, there's a good guy side that you could be a part of, right?
Oh, okay.
And you're doing so. It's significantly better than a No Kings protest in terms of entertainment, I would say. To distract stupid cattle, it's way better than No Kings.
It's just to dissipate your revolutionary energy, as they always say. It's 100% just that. You're mad, rightly so, as Steve Bannon often recognizes, but he ain't one of you guys.
Have. Ace 5. Checks his option.
Seems okay.
3-way to the flop. Jack 10, 7. Deuce is still good. Check to Poseidon.
Likes to bet when he's checked to.
And he does bet. $1,000. Turkey folds. So now Andy has the best hand with ace high. And he calls.
Will he be able to get to showdown with ace high? That's the question.
6 of clubs on the turn. That's a pair for Poseidon, and he is now a 92% favorite.
Ah!
He's going to fire a second barrel, 2.5 grand.
Now I hope Andy doesn't get to showdown with ace high.
Andy folds. So Poseidon wins the pot, but that was another well-played hand from our loose cannon. Call when you're ahead, fold when you're behind. Decent strategy, considering Andy will only take home any profit he makes over his starting stack of 50k.
I'm just your typical 9-to-5 Joe Blow. I've never been in a situation like this, feeling like a superstar, sitting amongst the greats of the game. I'm so grateful to be experiencing this.
How would you like to join us at one of our live events? Find out how by heading over to PokerStars. It's the home stretch of the PokerStars Big Game on Tour. Loose cannon Andy Taylor remains in profit, and his performance on the felt has earned him some admirers.
Andy's got game. The guy has definitely played poker a lot.
He's doing a very good job mixing it up between raising pots and limping in. He understood the mission was to play a lot of hands.
Do I want to win 8 or 80?
The stakes aren't getting to him. The stage isn't getting to him. He's just playing really solid and good.
And remember, Andy's pledged some of his winnings toward his children's sports nonprofit.
And 141. Poseidon first to act.
If it folds to us at the end of the night, and you want to flip for like 40,000, I'll flip you.
Okay.
But not 70,000. I'll flip you for 70,000. If you want to flip it at the end of the night, I'll flip you for 70,000.
Well, this is a first.
That is an offer. Poseidon raising 5-4. Pocket threes for Berkey. He calls. Jason Kuhn with kings. He re-raises. Makes it $1,800.
This ain't the one, Andy.
Deeps out as well.
Hayden?
Oh, man.
Poseidon calls. Berkey calls.
Jason's about in as good a shape as you can be.
The flop is low. Kings still way ahead. Poseidon with second pair checks. Berkey checks. Jason continues with $4,000.
This is 4,000.
Never a good sign you're calling $4,000 with your smallest chips.
Berkey folds, so heads up to the turn. Which is an ace. That might slow them both down.
Skirt card.
Check, check. The river is the 6 of diamonds, and the board just got straightier and flushier.
Jason may not risk a bet.
Wow.
Yeah, he checks it back.
King, you have king queen?
Oh.
Wow.
PKs?
Oh, 2 kings? You just check it down?
Just checking it down. Never be too careful.
Wow. Come on. It looks like it should be on that board.
It looks like I was going to get bluffed if I bet the river.
Yeah.
Maybe, Jason. Maybe.
Someone's locking up the window. I expect Loose Cannon to lock up.
Yeah, the guy that just said he'd flip reception cat, really locking it up.
We're up 120, so.
No, I'm not up that much.
You're not? Then just cut your stack?
Yeah, I don't think I'm up that much.
Jason up exactly $88,400 as he gets one over on his buddy Poseidon Ho.
I met Jason Flynn the first time in Jeju. It was at the restroom when I'm peeing, and he come by, and he is peeing, and he turned his head around. He said, "Hey, Poseidon, are you going to Montenegro? Are you playing Invitational?" And then, like, Jason Flynn to me, of course, is a superstar, and I feel this reality distortion. That whatever he say, I say yes. He said, "Are you playing Invitational?" Yes. Do you want to pair up with me? Yes.
Oh, is that true? Is that where that came up? I had no idea, but that does check out. You know, you don't get many breaks in some of these poker tournaments, so sometimes you'll get into some pretty captivating conversations alongside each other in the bathroom.
I remember we did our handshake before we wash our hands, which is hilarious.
Not only is that gross, but neither player made a flush.
There's a lot of oversharing going on there.
Close friends.
Next hand, Sugar Sean O'Malley under the gun.
Greg Matthews, the big winner.
Who, me?
Look over there.
We got a sign.
Yeah. 8 hands? Yeah.
Forward is Jason. Jack 10.
600.
He raises. Andy calling in position with 4-3 of hearts.
He is really going for it.
He passes. Poseidon calls in the big blind.
Queen deuce.
All right. 3-way to the flop. And it's Jason who flops best, pairing his 10.
Tune again.
Checks it. Andy checks it back. Turn card. Ace of clubs. Anyone want to rep that card?
I'm just happy it was not an improvement for Andy.
Check to Andy for the second street in a row.
Oh no.
He's going to take a stab at it. It's an overbet of $2,500. Poseidon folds. And Jason folds.
Oh yes. Look, this saw me. I gotta start having some faith in Andy and his strategy of capitalizing on his image.
Solid bluff there from the cannon. Now up $14,200.
I apologize.
Oh, alright. So, 6 more hands? Man, 6 more double ups. 6 more double ups should be chip leader. Only one way to do that.
So with just a few hands to play, Andy has straddled and Sean Deeb is raising blind to $1,000. Action on Poseidon. 8-5.
Dark race. Yeah.
He calls. Sugar Sean is in. Round to Jason.
I cannot continue.
You heard him. Andy with King Jack.
Heck yeah. Raise might have worked.
This is it, man. This is the one? This is it. Could be it. This is a Michael Dublé situation here.
I'm not feeling good.
4-way to the flop, which is trade deuce.
I feel like it might not be that.
Andy is ahead right now. He checks. Sean Deeb with 10 high is going to bet $1,500.
With the dark raise, he can rep this.
Poseidon is calling.
with 8 high.
Could have been. Could have been.
Ooh. Negative, Ghost Rider.
And he folds the best hand. Heads up to the turn. Which is the 5 of diamonds. That's a pair for Poseidon.
That's top pair to you, buddy.
Deep checks. Poseidon is going to bet 4 grand. Quick fold from Deep.
That's a good board for the dark end.
Right?
Hold on. He's hitting up.
Poseidon gets after it.
He's just getting loose.
Yeah, he's got that sweet face, but Poseidon gets after it. He'll sneak up on you, beat you up a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Jason doing his best Rusty Cole impression.
I think I might have the highest stack in
That's
here.
my struggle. Yeah, you definitely got the highest altitude.
Sadly, Berkey still got
I know, I think even still you might.
Still the old choo-choo slide it in.
I'm thinking about it.
Steve is straddled. Let's see what Poseidon has. Ace 9.
Way too good of a hand for him.
He limps. Sugar Sean folds. Berkey calls on the button with trade deuce suited. 10-8 suited for Jason.
Fun one.
He calls. 10-5 suited for Andy.
Not a great hand, but he does get to get in for cheap.
Deep checks his option. 5 players going to the flop.
Survey says, show me spades.
10-10-7 trips for Andy and Jason, but the cannon is outkicked.
I don't know if there's any way to stop what's coming.
The 2 strongest hands have checked. Poseidon's going to take a stab at this. $600. Berkey's out. Jason calls.
Try to make some money.
Oh dear.
And he calls as well. Deeb is out, so we are going 3-way to the turn.
And he really needs a 5 or a 7.
It's a 4. It's a low card, and that's not good for Andy. Jason now better than a 3-1 favorite to win the pot outright.
Dude, I swore that was a 5.
That's a bet of $1,100.
Andy could raise here, though I don't think it's the right play with or without the cooler.
You're counting ships already.
I wonder if he's actually as stressed as he looks.
Andy calls Jason's bet.
It's pretty tough here to overcall with ace high.
Yeah. Poseidon folds, heads up to the river.
Pair the board!
River card is a queen, so Jason's 8 kicker is playing. He has Andy beat. 6,200 in the middle. Jason's going to go for value. $3,000.
Okay, now spiritually, I totally get it if Andy raises here. But let me just ask, what worse hands would call?
Don't do it, Andy.
Raise.
Andy, no!
My man. Hell yeah. This is what we live for.
For the same reasons I just said, watch Jason not raise.
You're not supposed to make me laugh on a bluff. Possibly.
Hey, man. Hey, you know I got a nice hand, right? But I feel like you do too. I mean, it's silly. Silly spot. What do you got? You got queen tens somehow? You're just such a nice guy. I don't even care if I pay you the money. It's like, I have 3 of a your kind, so I'm going to call you. I have a 10 and an 8 of clubs. I call.
Anti-slow roll, at least.
I have 3 of a kind too. 3, 5.
What we got?
Your kicker plays.
My kicker plays? Okay.
Wow.
Very marginal.
It's a very marginal situation.
Andy is deflated.
Nice hand, Coon.
Thanks, brother.
Nice hand.
It's a close one.
This is a brutal game.
Yeah.
That was a brutal hand for Andy. For the first time in a long while, he slips into the red.
Yikes.
When I saw the 2 10s, I thought, oh my goodness, here we go.
I think it was a good read by him to think that he probably had me beat most of the time.
Great.
But after he raised, I was like, man, I don't know if I'm good here. Oh yeah, this is what we live for. But I'm gonna find out. I paid the money. I call.
I know I was smiling a bit, but when he turned over the 10-8, yeah, tough one. Getting out kicked. Nice hand, Coon.
Thanks, brother. It's a close one.
Here at the Poker Stars Big Game on Tour, a brutal coup has obliterated all of loose cannon Andy Taylor's profits. But with only a few hands remaining, and a promise from Jason Koo,
I'll flip you for 70,000. If you want to flip it, I'll flip you for 70,000.
Andy knows exactly what he needs to do.
Once we go under that 50K threshold, it's time to play. There's not many hands left. There's gonna be fireworks. These chips are gonna be in play.
As we approach the end of the game, Matt Berkey and Jason Kuhn are the only winners. Both up over $100,000. They are crushing. Andy and Sean Deeb are losing small. Poseidon is down nearly 40K. And Sugar Sean O'Malley is down $93,400.
Hi-ya. But way to bury the lead. What about Andy?
He only walks away with any profit he makes over 50K.
Good news. All the pressure's off. Now you can gamble.
That's fair. That's fair. It's gonna be more dangerous than ever.
No reason to rack up 45K.
It's true, but it's also a little self-serving.
Hand 147 of 150. 9-7 for Poseidon. And he raises. Sugar Sean in with Jack 9. 30 folds. Jason passes.
How many hands?
2 more. 3 more? 3 more, yeah.
Deep's in. 3 away to the flop.
Good look.
Sugar Sean flops best.
Good fold, Andy. Good fold.
Poseidon continues for $1,200. Sugar calls.
For like 20% of his stack.
Deep folds. Heads up to the turn.
Let me look at my stack.
Literally just a stack.
Jack on the turn. 2 pair for Sugar. Poseidon drawing to an 8. Checks it.
Get the money in.
$1,200.
Think he could have gone a little bigger.
Poseidon calls.
Just has to fade the 8.
It's the 8. Poseidon makes it straight.
You've got to be kidding me.
He cannot catch a break. Poseidon checks.
Got rivered all week, so I'm gonna check. Hope I didn't just get rivered.
You got rivered.
That is great discipline to not torch the rest.
68% of the 9-7.
Very frustrating run out.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Got rivered so bad this weekend.
It's a tough one.
I just had a feeling I was gonna get rivered too.
Sick, dude. I mean, the only one you gotta face is the 8.
Oh.
I had an 8 too in my hand.
Scam.
Poker can be rough sometimes.
It can actually be rough every time.
Hand 148.
Miss and then 2 more.
Thank you, Berkey. Looks like Sugar Sean is straddling. He's first to act. He folds. Jason with 6s. Raises. Andy, 3 high.
Good Lord, literally the nut low offsuit.
One cannon.
He's going to call.
Why not?
Sidon calls as well. And Sugar Sean moves all in blind.
Raise to 7,000.
I think Jason's actually trying to help Andy here.
30 what?
7,000.
Oh, 7,000, baby. Price of poker has gone up, my friend.
The helps I look. Wonder more about him though.
I did look. Still doesn't mean I have anything.
Andy forced to fold. Poseidon passes as well. Showdown.
Oh, that's not a good one.
The deuce is not what you want to see.
You kind of want ace or...
Not even over.
Unders.
That's a tough one.
Even
Well,
over.
you want me to make a set, I think.
I might still get rivered.
I'm going to prepay. I think you're going to get that. 2-2 on the flop.
Sugar Sean at risk.
Yeah, one time.
And they're going to run it once.
Oh, my goal is to make it to the end.
This counts as making it to the end.
Deuce 4 is a terrible hand, and it still had Andy dominated.
2 fours.
I'm not even.
Oh,
The prepay.
It's not. I've been here before.
You can have it. Hey, you can
Stay positive, buddy.
never seen one so mad to outflop somebody. I'm just showing no emotion after that flop. We're happier for you than you.
No, I just know. I've been here enough.
Because he's going to double up to stuck 90K.
Full house.
So wasted 2.
Yep, it still wins it for Jason.
Alright, Chris, hit us with it, baby.
Just has to fade a 6. Boom.
There you go.
All right.
That was very,
You're back in action.
not the right timing, but
A rare bit of good fortune for Sugar Sean, but he is still down 90 grand.
A couple dozen more like that should do it.
Okay, hand 149. Penultimate hand of the game. Berkey straddling, so the action will be on Jason. Jack 5. He folds. Prime opportunity for Andy. Oh, another rubbish hand.
Oh my God.
I'm shoving, just let you know if you're ready.
You're shoving.
Save your chips to flip with Jason on the last hand.
This is just not a hand to do this right now. Okay. I got one more hand after this.
I take it back. I'm not shoving.
We rarely see cannons in this situation. They're usually up or broke by now.
We'll take it to the last straw. Sorry, guys. Exposed.
He folds. It's going to the wire. Deep racing to 1K here. So to reiterate, our loose cannon is going to have to gamble with any 2 cards on the last hand of the game. What is the Sugar Sean?
Did I commit to that?
You can zip it in.
I'll say flop.
It's like we have 2 loose cannons.
He just calls, and Berkey has aces. What?
Oh, he's in, sorry. No, yeah. Well, you're right. I'm all over. Like, sorry, that's been like long day.
Berkey's raised the max. 2 faults.
I have aces.
The first time all day we're talking about it.
I have queen 8 off. I'm so glad I just didn't do something stupid.
Matt Berkey, still the biggest winner, up $135,000 as we reach hand 150. This will be the last of the game, and it's a huge moment for Andy. So Jason's straddling under the gun. Andy has to try and get as much money as possible, has blind raised to $800, and Deeb has blind raised to $1,600. That means actions on Poseidon.
No blind 3,200.
He folds. Is anyone going to look at their cards? Sugar Sean re-raises the max. Blind. Berkey, ace-10.
Looks like he may be the one getting it in with Andy.
He raises to 20 grand. Jason Kuhn folds fours. Andy is all in blind.
Good luck, brother.
This is it. Deep folds. Sugar's calling.
I don't know how I knew it was going to be me somehow.
Berkey calls us well, and we have a three-way all-in.
I do not think we've ever seen this before.
Our loose cannon is one run-out away from winning a $107,000 pot, and he doesn't even know what his cards are yet.
Remember, it's for the kids.
One time.
As we're multi-way, they can only run it once.
You got this.
Yes. Actually, I feel damn good.
Now you want to go Berkey.
Good luck, man.
Good luck.
Hey, this is a big sweat.
Yeah.
Sweat.
You broke even in this game.
It's like a
If they're
40.
killers, you fucking
Let's do it.
every single hand.
Yeah.
You should be so proud of yourself.
Appreciate it. Matt, sorry, we're all anti.
No, I understand.
Hey,
You know what, Jason? Not the first time.
I don't want to look, guys. I'll just.
It's an all-in and a call. All hands need to be tabled. Sean and Andy's hands need to be turned on their backs, and it looks like Jason and Deeb are going to do the honors.
All right,
I'm going to look at one, you look at one.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Jack, turn off for Andy.
He's dominated, though.
No.
It's a good hand for through Elgin.
Wow, you guys all have good.
You guys all have good hands.
Sugar Sean has 9-8 suited.
All right, no, don't tell him. Don't tell him. Nobody say it.
I'll say it. He wants to see Stave so hard again.
What'd you fold?
King 9. King 9, yeah. You should have played that. Because you know you're going to be a random hands.
Channel it. Hey, you're not in as bad a shape as you usually would be. I will tell you that. You're not in nearly as bad a shape as you usually would be.
Okay.
This is going to begin my villain era.
Begin?
I was going to say that.
No, anxiety.
I think we're all feeling it. Time to put everyone out of their misery. Let's see a flop. Top pair for Berkey. Gut shot for Andy.
Alright. You're not drawn dead yet.
Everyone has equity.
You have outs to drill in it, basically, but...
Well, not necessarily, but yeah.
The 8 would give Andy the straight. A king or a queen on the turn would give Andy more outs.
How about running jacks?
Come on, now. Give me a sweat. Actually, I want him.
Turn card. Here's a king.
Ooh, you got more outs. Let's go.
A 17% chance for Andy.
Well, that's okay, though. Queen, man.
Am I dead?
I folded a 9. You are dead. You folded King 9.
For
Yes,
sure.
you're dead, Sean.
Super cool. Hell yeah. Badass. Are you sure?
At least he's been consistent.
Our loose cannon needs an 8 or a queen on the river. It's a king.
Ooh, good game, bro.
Thanks, guys.
Be so proud of yourself, man.
Good game.
You, Berkey.
GG, bro.
Bro, that was so much
Yeah,
fun.
give my number. We'll see you in China.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Oh, Andy, you played so well, but sometimes it's just not meant to be.
I know he said he was going to go for it, and that it didn't matter either way, but he must be devastated. He put on a heck of a performance, though, and he should be proud.
Yeah, you can't fault the way he played. He was in profit early doors. He had a couple of setbacks. He got cooled at one point, but he never gave up. He did absolutely the right thing, but as I said, sometimes it just doesn't go your way. So here's how things finished. Matt Berkey had a phenomenal day, winning just shy of $200,000. Jason Kuhn was the only other winner, up nearly 100K. Sean Deeb got stacked early on, but clawed his way back to almost even. Poseidon Ho finished the session down almost $35,000. Sugar Sean's televised debut lasted until the championship round. He eventually left with nothing. And as for loose cannon Andy Taylor, he impressed throughout. He needed to make a move, and that gave us one of the wildest final hands we have ever seen.
The ending was insane, huh? Channel it. Channel it.
Oh, the anxiety.
Good game, bro. Thanks, guys.
Be so proud of yourself, man.
My overall experience on the big game is unmatched.
This guy.
It's exhilarating and devastating.
I was like, what?
I gave it my best and I had a blast. You know what? Even with leaving with nothing, I left with a lot.
The experience on the big game on tour is just fantastic. You can ask me any questions.
Can I see your cards?
That's yeah, what is that? I think that's what poker should be like.
How's it feel like no one's rooting for you, Burpee?
They shouldn't with this hand.
Amazing experience. How was my neck too big to choke out?
Oh, I did not have the personality I usually have at a table, but also I don't usually like the people I'm playing against so much.
You're a fighter. Trust your instinct.
Punch you is my instinct.
I had an amazing time here, and this is not my forte. I'm not good at deep stack cash.
Straight loosh, baby. The old 6-9 suited.
So I'm proud of myself to hold my own.
Alright, let's build a castle.
King in his castle, king in his castle.
Winning 195k in a game like this is far, far, far beyond expectation. Very, very clean. I grew up watching this show, and it's very surreal to be able to now compete as one of the pros that's being asked to be a part of it.
You're such an it these days. It's painful.
Sorry for having it. So obviously that's going to make me feel even more nostalgic about it moving forward.
Goodbye.
I had an incredible result. I had a great time. I had a massive day for several reasons. I got to win a lot of money.
Could be a spicy one.
And I got to hang out with Sean O'Malley. Such a massive fan. It was a great day.
Not quite as good as the Sugar Man.
From watching it on YouTube to being here in person, it's crazy that I'm able to do that only playing poker for a year. I'm able to go sit down with those guys.
Oh, this is what the big game's all about right here. It's those moments.
So I feel very, very lucky to be able to be in this position. Overall, this experience has been a 10 out of 10.
Hell yeah.
I'm going to be pecking around here and there, and I'm going to win some big tournaments someday. That's the goal. You guys haven't seen the last of me at this poker world.
For once, take some responsibility for yourself.
Can I talk to the ladies who take ride share for a minute? Girl to girl.
Girl to girl. Girl to girl.
Do you want me to end up in the same way?
I never said that. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Are you gonna just make a bunch of gobbledygook statements and wait for the claps?
Okay. I'm just gonna say what I can. All right.
Okay.
I don't think I get a really proper say in the argument. Neither should you.
What's the argument for that?
Because we are both male. In order to evaluate this situation first.
Well, I mean, what's the argument? Why can't a human stand up for another human?
Because that's not really the case. You're not factoring all the factors in. So, let's take like a race scenario, right? Where you say, someone wants to.
All who hate me love death. Oh wow, what a big surprise we have here. A person in the ABCD community saying that you're going to be assassinated or you might suffer the same fate as Charlie Kirk because you disagree with us and you're telling the truth. So you should be assassinated because you're telling the truth. College student.
School exam. This is the first time I've examined a fox, so I'm very excited.
What in the blue hell did I just watch? What in the blue hell did we just watch? I am sorry that I put you guys through that.
I think that if the idea of blaming our housing crisis on immigration is absolutely wild.
Obviously, the more people you have in a country, the more houses you're going to need.
Defining womanhood is just a project of someone who identifies as a woman.
Yeah, but what do they identify? You see what I'm saying? What do they identify as? They identify as a woman, but what is that?
I honestly don't know.
What is a woman?
Woman?
I don't want to assume, but you guys are all women?
We're women.
So how would you define it, like in the simplest terms?
That is hard. Yeah, it is. It is a stumper.
A woman is someone that likes to be pretty and think of themselves as a delicate creature.
I'm pretty delicate.
Okay.
I can be a woman too.
Yes, you could.
Here we are in the year 2026 where we don't know how to define woman, and even women can't define what it is that they are, which is woman. They don't know how to define it, and it is hard, as you saw a lot of them said. It's hard to define the thing that we are and what differentiates us between the other sex. It's hard to define that thing which we have known for years, but for some reason, in the most technologically advanced time of human history, that's the time where we don't know what a woman is and how to define it. But guarantee you right now, they will defend women's rights. What a woman is, we don't know, but that thing we don't know, we're going to categorize it in a specific situation, and we're going to say that we're going to defend it, yet we don't know what it is. So really anything could be that thing that you're trying to defend. Yeah. Before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. Let us get back into the craziness.
Free Palestine.
There's no surprise here that they look the way they look. They always have a certain look.
Part of science would you like to fund more on? Or like, what are you focusing more on?
Well, at the moment, I'm focusing on the NIH. I'm a graduate student at the University of Washington.
Oh, really?
Right now, I don't have funding because of the cuts to the NIH
Okay.
Trump administration.
Why do you think he went specifically for NIH?
Because he hates educated people.
Do you guys agree then that life begins at conception?
I would not say that. I don't think a zygote is a fully formed life form.
When do you think it becomes fully formed?
I'd probably say the heartbeat is closer than conception.
Okay, which is when, like, is that like 6 week mark? Or 3 week, 6 week?
Definitely later than 6 weeks. I think 6 weeks is one of the very earlier things.
Okay.
The heartbeat, I think it's probably later than that.
Okay. Like, yeah, you wouldn't say when the egg meets the sperm, it's not, that doesn't create a new life?
I would agree that that is not the basis for defining life.
Can we agree that life does begin at conception, but maybe you're not attributing personhood to that thing? Meaning that that's when it should have rights, it should have value, it should be treated as a human being?
Sure.
Okay. Because it's just hard for me from a scientific fact how we would deny what they would view as a scientific fact, which is life begins at conception, and which is how we can track 6 weeks, 12 weeks, sentience, etc. There has to be a precondition to fill that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So I think we're talking past each other, which is like, I say that life begins at conception, but you're saying I don't attribute value to that thing at that mark.
I think I can agree with that.
Okay.
So they just conceded that they don't attribute life to human beings. It just depends on what development stage they're at. That's when they decide where to attribute value to them. Good to know.
What is the minimum yearly income to be your future husband?
I said 6 figures. I said ideally 90,000.
Next.
I know I wrote $1 million, but I'm minimum 500,000.
You wrote 1 million.
I did. I said, but minimum would be 500,000.
You're so generous there. Very generous. You'll accept 500, half a mil.
My boyfriend makes $10,000 a year CAD because he's a farmer.
W.
The minimum would be just like a livable income, like 70, 80K
Nice.
average.
I'm going to come to you. 1 million you wrote.
Yeah, I personally have a very expensive living style. So,
What do you
I mean, I like the finer things in life. I like the nice homes. I like the nice cars. And obviously, I can provide that for myself if I really wanted to. But if yeah, absolutely. But if
How much do you make?
Well, I don't want to talk about how much I make.
Do you make $1 million?
I mean, no. That's why I'm looking for a man to do that.
Why do you deserve the luxury lifestyle?
I mean, a woman that can provide everything for her man deserves to be taken care of.
What does that mean, provide everything for her man?
I'm very old school. I submit, I obey, I cook, I clean.
Bare minimum.
I don't think that's the
Bare
bare
minimum.
minimum.
Just because you cook, you clean, and you apparently obey doesn't mean you should have a luxury lifestyle. Majority of people who were doing that back in the day didn't have a luxurious lifestyle. They were living under one income. A lot of them in average households, and they were doing that while living in average households. What you really want is you want to just live a luxurious lifestyle because it's appealing. Cooking and cleaning should be what every adult should be able to do. So I don't see what the special thing is here.
That's my sign. That's my sign. That's my property. I need that sign back.
Hey, mister, how much money do you make on the internet?
I don't know, about $50, $70 a day. Can I have that back? That's my sign. That's my personal property. The police are right there. Can you have my thing back, my sign?
Nice to meet you.
I'd like my sign back. Excuse me, officer.
What a wonderful day where another violent man who claims he's a woman is being violent towards an actual woman. It's 2026 where feminists have fought for equality. They get the equality that they fought for and then complain about that equality that they get, which they fought for, which tells us one thing. Feminists want something, they get that thing, and then they complain about the thing that they wanted the whole time. Maybe they shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Well, healthy masculinity to me is, or even just something I've felt as transitioning is like leaning away from whenever there is some sort of impulse or expectation you've put on yourself to like shut down or conform in a way that usually feels like this, like I am closing off.
Yeah, we're going to listen to this confused individual who decided to mutilate her breasts because she felt a certain way. Tell us what healthy masculinity is. You don't even know what a healthy human being is. Talk of healthy masculinity.
Twin brothers are
Can you answer the question? Do you believe that two twin brothers who have sex with each other, do you think that that's inherently immoral?
I think it's disgusting.
Is it inherently immoral?
I think it's pretty gross.
Is it inherently immoral?
I mean, to me, yes. But
Well, then you just violated your own definition of natural law, which says that people have bodily autonomy. You're saying now they don't, and that's immoral. So which is it?
yeah, I mean, it's just gross, though.
Okay, so is it immoral?
Yeah, is it, I mean, well, what are the repercussions of it? Are they harming themselves or each other?
They're both consenting.
If two consenting brothers want to commit an act of incest,
Is it immoral?
I don't know. I think it's kind of a gray area. I say it's technically not defying either their right to bodily autonomy, but I think it could potentially cause
Is it immoral or not? Inherently.
I don't know. What do you think?
I'm asking you.
If two consenting brothers want to commit an act of incest,
Is it immoral?
I don't know. I think it's kind of a gray area. I say it's technically not defying either their right to bodily autonomy, but I think it could potentially cause
Is it immoral or not? Inherently.
I don't know. What do you think?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you.
Answer the fucking question. Is it inherently immoral or not?
I don't know, honestly. I'm gonna say I don't.
You don't know if it's inherently immoral after you just said you believe every single individual has bodily autonomy for two twin brothers to engage in an incestuous relationship. You don't know?
I think that if it's harming themselves or others, then yes, that would be immoral.
Okay.
Like, if their parents knew about this and it destroyed their family, then yeah, that would be immoral.
Well, no, because how would that violate bodily autonomy? Who cares what their parents know and it hurts their feelings? Who gives a shit? Do you care about if your parents care about your sexual relationships?
If it destroyed my family, I think they would care, yeah.
That's inherently immoral if you engage in a relationship your parents don't agree with.
Well, it's not just that they don't agree with it, it's that it would destroy their family.
So I can make the same argument for a homosexual child. Oh, you're having a homosexual relationship and we're heavily religious, so that destroyed our whole family.
Yeah, but that's on the basis of choice. Like, religion is a choice.
Both of these are based on choice.
No, you can't really choose who's your brother.
Or you can choose to fuck him.
Yeah, that's true. But you can't choose who's your brother. You can choose who, like, You can choose to have an issue with homosexuality. That's a choice.
Yes, this is an individual that progressives and liberals are hailing up to go out to debate people, and this is the argument we are getting. She really could not understand what was going on. She seemed to be in a completely different world. But yes, she was debating whether you should be able to marry your own sibling. This is what the progressive ideology leads to. If all your morals are based on whether you harm someone or not, well, then in the scenario of a boy and his brother sleeping with each other, there would be no harm in that situation according to their worldview. Therefore, it should be okay to engage in incestuous relationships based on their principles. That was basically what this 2-minute clip was all about. It was about her trying to understand the whole conversation to begin with and also defending incest.
God bless you. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, why are you doing this? Mean, isn't it? What makes you think it's mean? Well, basically, it's kind of bullying, isn't it? Is it? Yeah, of course it is. All right. It's bullying because there's two ways of looking at it. Okay. There's the way of looking at it where we're mad. We're a bit mad, we're a bit confused. Yeah. You know, and that's always the way we looked at it, wasn't it? Right? They made a decision, didn't they? Who made a decision and what decision? That decision. That's just the decision. What? That you're mad? No, that's what's going on. What's going on? A long time ago. What are you talking about? The psychiatrist. It's the decision. Like they decided, didn't they, that gay people were mad, and then they decided they weren't. So that's one way of looking at it. There's another way where we've been treated like people, right? And we've been given hormones, we've been treated. Forget the brain scans, right? Because they're about you not doing as much. It's very hard for me, this is. Because I'm a woman. And it's very hard for me to say that to you, right? Because I know what you're thinking.
You're lying.
No, I'm not, darling. It's not a lie. It's not a lie. I'm being sincere. So it's not a lie, is it? I'm sincere. I must be confused.
Sincerely lying. Absolutely.
But it's not a lie. I'm not genuinely not. Genuinely, I'm not arguing with you. In fact, I'd go further and say, I wish you could see me. Well, I wish you could see me because these little children that kill themselves, they kill themselves because it's...
Where are all these children that these people talk about? Because my daughter was in the cult for 3 years. So, and she survived it. So she was in the transgender ideology situation for 3 years. They call it transgender ideology. That's not something I've come up with. That's what everybody calls it.
No, I understand. It's not everybody.
I'm going to free you. So where are all these children? Because everyone talks about these children that are killing themselves.
I can tell you.
But where are they? Who are they? Can you name one?
Darling. Right.
Darling. That doesn't make you a woman either, mate.
No, do you know why I do it?
Darling.
Do you know why I do it? It's a filler. Because I'm feeling really stressed out. It's dead difficult for me. But I'm doing it because it's important. Because all that's happened, I can see wearing a cross. Right? Yeah. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian as well, right? So, but I kind of can't Catholic.
But Jesus made you as a man.
Well, Jesus didn't make it.
Well,
read the Bible.
If Jesus was God.
I get what you said.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's difficult.
But you're going against how God made you. So how can you be a Christian?
Oh, we're not doing this. I'm not doing
Let
this.
him tell us how it's difficult.
No. The issue is that all that's happened, right? All that's happened, I promise you, is that you're just not listening to genuine people. I promise you. Look at me. Right? No, honestly, I promise you. Right? I've got a woman's soul, I guarantee it. From the age of 3, 4, 5 years old. This isn't about sex, it's not about anything. I promise you. When I went through puberty, okay, I immediately started at about 15, 16 in the middle. Genuine, I got perimenopausal symptoms that ended when I took hormones. I've got a proper endocrinologist, a proper doctor, right? So I'm treating a condition. I've been married for 26 years, I love my wife. Also, how could I come out? I love my wife. I didn't know this is what I was, because I was trapped when I was young, in a Catholic family. Couldn't be myself, that's all.
I don't go out.
Yeah. So it's just, you just try to like...
How does your wife feel?
Well, we've obviously, when
We're not together.
She's a trans widow.
She's not a trans widow, no.
I would call her a trans
But
widow.
would you blame, how could you blame, because what you're doing at the moment, girls, the way you lot are acting, when you like little girls or boys around, who are scared to run off, we're not making a choice, it's like you know what you are. It's so scary, so you go away, this is science, right? It's like being an abused child. When you get an erection, it hurts you like you're being touched, it's horrible. 26 years I was married.
I'm a 46-year-old woman and I've never talked about my erection. That's how I know that I'm a woman and you're a man.
This is it. No, this is how you don't know, right? This is it. It's so awful. Just think about this. Please, because this is science. Every single part of your body, every single part, your womb, uterus, everything,
It's female.
is in your brain. And if you were born, like everything else, but you had a faulty
brain
womb.
is just one organ.
No, it's
in the
not,
whole body.
Everything is in it. It controls
I'm
everything.
female in every cell of my body, which includes my brain, but isn't just my brain.
But don't you understand?
No, I don't understand why you're here addressed as a woman and you can't accept yourself as a man. Why can't you just accept yourself?
It's not about it, darling. I tell you what, but at the moment, there's like a fundamental difference. You just can't accept certain things, right?
Do you at least accept that you're not a biological woman?
No, I'll tell you how it works. I'll tell you exactly how it works, right? There's no biological women. That's category mistake. Biologically female. You are biologically female. I am biologically trans female. I'll tell you why.
You're biologically male.
No, it's science. So we're having a little conversation, darling.
But having said that, you have the right to be how you want
Oh,
to be.
darling.
Okay?
Yes, I was going to say. So this is the science, right?
Thanks, mate.
So you're biologically female. My biology is trans female because we cannot change my brain. My brain, when I was little, made me move a certain way. Horrible men saw me and they went, look at that gay. They want to have sex with men with no other. It's disgusting. I was a little girl. So I hid my body. That's what we do. The whole life of living like a ghost. And my poor wife, and what you've got to understand is, if I'd known, I would never have married her, would I? I like girls and boys, right? I'm attracted to them both. But the kind of girl I was, I couldn't be with a boy in the girl's position. The kind of girl I was, I couldn't be with a boy in the girl's position.
My daughter's sisters are very important. And
Yeah.
there's some tears at 15 to me and said, thank you so much for not allowing me to sterilise myself.
But she wants to realise, listen, honey, she wants that
I
size
was
of
being
14.
offered, I was being offered puberty blockers when she was 12 and a half, by James GP. You heard of Helen Weatherly?
You were being offered to take it.
No, because I didn't want to medicalise them, and then I peaked and realised that it's all a lie.
Right. When was that?
She was 14.
When was it though?
2022.
2020. You were going to get, how long was it? You were going to get 12 and a half mil on blockers.
I considered it for 5 minutes,
Yeah.
because I had
4 years ago. See ya.
because I was.
Excuse me, mate. Excuse me, mate. I've got questions for you.
Such male behaviour.
Yeah, this grown man clearly didn't know what he was talking about. And I don't know if any of you caught what was said at Edge of the Matrix. Master really broke up the part where he actually stumbled upon his words and he admitted something he didn't realize he admitted. But in that break, he said if he was a girl, he wouldn't want to be in that position dating a boy. And he was referring to the position of his wife dating him. He referred to his wife as the girl and himself as the boy in that situation, not realizing what he just told us all is he understands that he was a boy, understanding that he is a male. And it really begs the question as to how far these people will go and how much they will lie about their position, because clearly he knows what he is, but yet he wants to deny it. As I've said, I don't believe a lot of these people. Most of them are lying, and some of them are just in a delusional belief where they actually think that they're in a different body or they can change their gender. When in actuality, we all know you can't, except if you're me. You can identify as white.
doing an eating challenge inside an actual casino. That's a new one. Not much of a gambler myself, with anything other than my colonic health anyway.
So waiver, you just have to sign that you're competing. No big deal.
If I die, I'm not going to sue you. I get it.
You're good. That's it. You can take that with you.
This is the panel it comes on. They make a massive deal of the challenge here. So much so that there's a ginormous billboard outside the building of the challenge. They're making a big deal of it already. Look at this. This is it. 2 foot long classic Philly cheesesteak, crab fries, 45 minutes, $100. This is it. Look at how many fries there are. Goodness me. Thank you both. I really appreciate it. I mean, they say the house always wins in Vegas, and it might well win today. We'll see. Look how many fries do we have. What's the name of the challenge? Fly cheesesteak fly. That's the name. And it's just a giant Philly cheesesteak, right? 45 minutes to finish?
45 minutes total.
And if I finish, the $100 meal is free. You get a t-shirt and plaque on the Wall of Fame. 200. I have no idea how to play slots, but I'm sure somebody can show me, right? Whenever you are ready, if you want to give me like a 3, 2, 1 or something for dramatic effect.
3, 2, 1.
Thank you very much. Alright. Oh, this is soft. Lovely. That was a bounce apple. Bounce it.
It's good.
Oh. I love Philly cheesesteak. You know what's going to make sense? If I move some of the cheese sauce off this little plate here, and then I use the plate on which to eat. There's some technical difficulties with the timer right now, but it looks good.
Yeah.
This is yummy. Yummy, is it? What, you're 4 years old? Clearly saving the fancy archaic lexicon for the new channel, a link to which you can find down in the description if you're interested. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the episode. We're inside the Sahara Casino in Las Vegas for this week's installment. Yeah. Come here, you pesky mushroom. The thing about Philly cheesesteaks is they are as messy as they are delicious. Never a truer word spoken. And this one's about the size of your average draft excluder, so the effect is somewhat compounded. Maybe I can put that over there so you can't quite see it. Alright, 3/4 of the way through the sandwich. This is flipping delicious. Gonna get all the scraps. Alright, come on. How long we got? Ooh, indeed. We've got a good, what, 3/4 of the allotted time remaining in which to beat the house, if you will. But those fries are what catch most people out. I think those two girls said that they have not yet seen somebody try this, so they seem to be enjoying it so far. I think. How am I doing? Am I doing okay? Alright, this is the last of the sandwich. Should probably dip it in some of the cheese sauce. I've been saving the sauce for the fries because that looks like about 3 pounds of fries to me. Alright. I don't know, this is a lot. Who would eat this many fries ever? This must be the thickest cheese sauce on planet Earth. Oh. One piece of beef there. Oh, I got cheese sauce on the table. What a pig. to waste, can we? No more effective a moustache wax than nacho cheese sauce. Being aware of a secret for you there. I talk some absolute nonsense on this job. Oh, this is gonna take forever. I'm going behind. They're laughing at me now. Hey, well they might. Surely more fun to watch than basketball. Oh, come on now. These fries are heavy going. I think it's about halfway done with the fries. I need some ketchup on these things, man. I think it's the increased surface area of crinkle cut fries, which is making them a little bit more difficult to get down. Yeah, not sure on the science there, but any physicists in the audience, please leave your esteemed opinions down in the comments. Still plenty of fries left, but I'll leave you to enjoy the rest of the video in peace. Hope you enjoyed it. And as always, I'll catch you next one. Man, these fries are heavy. Bro. I hope you're ordering the challenge, boss. No? Come on. You can't help it like that and not get the challenge. Was it a 30-minute time limit or 45? Oh, okay. This is Baby's food, and that was Chickies and Pete's ginormous Philly cheesesteak challenge. Oh. He's like, what am I clapping for? You just ate a sandwich, man. He ate a sandwich, why did I clap? Thank you very much, that was delicious. Moment of truth. Oh, what piece there? Thank you very much. It hurts so good.
Now.
That's pretty cool. I like it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
You made him. You made me.
She's so nice. Alright, we're gonna get this gambling credit now. Where I put all the food? It's in there somewhere. Yeah, I don't know where. It's harder to breathe now, so it must be in there.
Alright. You are set. So you go right over to the World Cup and you get some free. Hopefully you'll win a bunch of stuff, right?
I don't know how to play it, but I'll try it.
Yeah, someone will teach you.
Alright, someone.
The rewards is right here.
Right, okay, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Thank you, thanks. I don't think talking to the machine. Yeah, I don't think that helps. Well, it sounds like she won. We're gonna find the rewards desk now. There's too much neon. It's stressing me out. I was just at Chickies and Pete's. And they gave me this. I don't really know what to do with it.
Do you have a player's card already with us?
No. Okay. Can I donate that to someone? Can I give that to someone? You maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll just keep it for like as a souvenir or something. But thank you very much. Thank you. I'm gonna sign up for a player's card. I'm like the furthest away from a player there is. Let's just go get 4 or 5 oatmeal cream pies and try and drive home without commitments. That's my kind of gamble. This whole thing right here could be a bit of a health and safety risk. Halfway through, see walked past and hits the end of the paddle. You could get cheesesteak going everywhere.
$50. We got third in this tournament in March. It's an incredible result. I've always wanted to win the 1K GG Masters. I always call it the best 1K on the internet. We got third in fucking March. That was such an insane run. We And if you haven't seen that, it's one of our recent long form videos as well. Okay, when we don't have any, just quickly scanning for recreationals. Dude, how about the Knicks, man? They surprised me. I did not think the Knicks were going to win the championship. I really did not think they were going to win the championship. They deserved it, though. They were a gritty, connected team. The Spurs just choked every game. It's just unbelievable. I'll raise ace queen here. The Spurs just choked every single game. Just shocking stuff. Jalen Brunson is unbelievable. What a story, man. I wasn't a huge Jalen Brunson fan, but holy shit, man. He balled out, dude. So in control. Like, he was just such a killer. I don't know. I raise ace queen here. This guy makes it 8.5. I think we can just fold, actually. I think we can just let it go. The late reg, the marathon, the grand.
I dropped 40% after watching the game. Why is that the case? It's called a statistic. What's the most abortions in America? Women or black people? Is that so? Are you trying to say the termination of blacks in the womb?
One of the worst things, other than abortion, was the worst thing that ever happened to the blacks was the civil rights movement. Because prior to that, the families were together, abortion was unheard of, and the women respected the men. They may not always agree, but they respected that order. They brought in the government. They said you can't have a man in the home, and then they put other people in charge of them. Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King Jr., the NAACP, they became the leader of black people, and it's just been downhill ever since.
My grandparents, rest in heaven, they taught me how to clean up after yourself, make sure, or the typical, no woman wants a man that's dirty. Then my mother, you better clean up, or you're going to get whipped. So that's in the play. So now it's embedded in this brain.
Pick your own stick from the backyard? Like, what are we talking here?
Yeah, she's from the country, South Carolina.
Okay. Yeah. So, like, whack, like, with implements, like, what would you get hit with?
Everything. You know the bottom of the bunk bed?
Yeah.
The wood part? Yeah. Jeez. And you know it has the nails.
Ah, come on.
Yeah.
Come on. I'm so sorry, brother. That's
Don't be
awful.
That's
No,
okay.
I am sorry. I think that's terrible.
Yeah.
I'm a dad.
Yeah.
The idea of even yelling at my kid is appalling to me, and for hitting him with nails and sticks.
The man is the light of the family. He's the light of the woman and the children. And when the light is out, then the mother and the children fall apart because the woman it's not in her nature to raise kids or be a leader.
Shout out to Carmelo Anthony's moving on up, guys. He's living in a $900,000 house. This thing's beautiful. Is it a new Escalade? That is awesome. I do wonder if the lawyer told them to go out and do that to piss people off, to bring more attention to the case. I don't know. Is there some sort of 4D chess, or is it just... their lawyer is a guy who, what did he do, beat a baby's ass? He gave a baby a brain injury. I think he was either shaking or, as they say in the hood, whooping a baby's ass. Does anybody in the black community care about this?
I don't think so.
Or they're just like, oh, he whooped that baby ass. He won't slap the black off that baby. He ain't gonna cry again. What'd the baby do? Yeah, what'd the baby do? Anyway, Carmelo Anthony, gated community. Nice. Gotta get away from all the Carmelo Anthonys out there.
There's no way it's gonna happen twice.
That's true. Because they got it out of their system. Maybe that's why they're not putting him in prison. You eat all that red 40 as a kid. Also, that's got to do something to you. You know, the red barrel monkeys and the Sour Patch Kids.
Delicious.
It is good, but they're eating it like it's for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Yeah, it's interesting, too, because you'll see a guy arrested. He's like, arrested for 26 times. Why are they letting him out 25 times? Yeah, that's a narco-tyranny. That's what that is.
Civil rights tour. This will
develop an activist identity.
I don't. I think the opposite is true. I think by developing a grieving victim mentality, you are doing a disservice to your people. Did I already tell a story about how I taught at like a black school? These schools are like chaos factories. Kids yelling. You can't go anywhere without hearing "Abu-dabba-doo! Abu-boo!" Like kids yelling constantly. You cannot stop it. Throwing at your head, like on their cell phone. Everywhere. You can't escape it all day long. It's a mental nightmare.
And so day one, I was trying to tell him about design or something. And this little black girl goes, I don't like your attitude. Yeah, I go back to the the meeting of the student teachers. And this other guy who's in art school with me, who's this Nepo baby loser. The student meeting, he's like, I'm just looking at these kids. I don't know if they have a future. I don't know. I'm trying to talk to him. Like, you have to do something. Like, you could be anything you want. You could be a scientist. You can do something with your life. Day one, giving these black kids that are in their pajamas, giving them a rousing end of movie speech. Okay? And he had a very bad experience student teaching. So I go back the second day. I have printed out outlines of Air Jordans. Nice. And then for the two white kids, like Converses, and then some girl shoes for the girls. And it's gangbusters. The kids they're coloring in Air Jordans, and it's like the best art class of their lives. It was actually kind of good. But point being, it's babysitting. Their parents want them out of the house, man.
But what are you gonna do? Okay, if every day of your life, from K through 12, you've got some person in your face going, slavery, you were a slave, you were whipped, they called you were a slave. What's gonna happen to your psychology if you hear that every day? It should be like a chapter of a book that you go through quickly.
European colonizers also enslaved indigenous peoples throughout the colonial period. People who were enslaved built many settlements and towns across colonial North America.
I'm gonna go, and this nice lady is gonna teach you all about slavery.
There are 3 black historical facts and perspectives your children need to know before they start talking about slavery this school year. Anyway, I'm going to donate to this. You're giving $1,500 because we are good people, but we feel the guilt that we should feel, and so our money becomes their money. I hate that word, equity. That's the new word. There was equality, right? And now that we pretty much have societal equality. Black women are the highest educated group of women. They're the most enrolled in college per capita. But none of them can tell you what per capita means. They don't quite understand how that works. And what equity basically means is that we need to give up our stuff. That's what equity means. Because how can we be invested in a society where we ain't got? You feel me? We may have equal opportunity, but we ain't got the same equity. That means you gotta give us half your white man. We've been giving half our for 6 decades. Okay? It's getting ridiculous. It already was ridiculous. Now it's just a joke.
I've been doing music for 10 years. I've been writing movies since I was 6th grade. What I really try to do is get my EP out.
Her hustle game is strong. She's got everything on lockdown. She's the queen of all media. Beautiful lyric, baby. Perfect example of why we can't have a $15 minimum wage. There's nothing that she can do that is worth $15 an hour. So when you raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, you are pricing her out of the job market. You're saying, look, you don't do anything. You stay home. Okay, we're going to send you money. We're going to keep you fed. We're going to make sure you can have as many children as you want. You just stay out of the job market. Don't do anything productive. Whitey is going to pick up the slack. So that's what that says. Is this a citizen of the future, a member of tomorrow's society that we are looking at here? Obviously, I don't want to do any communistic type of forced sterilization or anything like that, or a one-child policy. I just don't think that we should incentivize her mistakes. And that makes me a callous monster.
You are a fan of real music. What is this project?
I'm sure she's a very loving, kind person. Unfortunately, we're all sort of lumped into the system where we have to pay for this sort of.
The black people that are given media outlets, that are given prominence by the media, are the most like destructive and insane. Why is Migos? Why does he have a massive megaphone?
God damn it, you stole it from me, bro. I was about to say, who's Liar Cohen? You're picturing this guy. This is why.
Wall Street and the recording industry and are holding down black people. And it's white people who are at the top of Wall Street and the recording industry, right? Guys, you following me? If mainstream black people start delineating, like Ice Cube has done, between white people, okay, and I'm not going to say Brazilians, but I'm going to say people with white skin tones. Jet, can you pull up the clip of The Sopranos? The guy talking about being the white man.
Thank you, Joe. Let's get right to the point, huh? If you read Chuck D's book, you know that he advises that reparations be made by judo moguls to Hollywood on account of the way black folks have been portrayed in film. You're talking to the wrong white man, my friend.
You start making this differentiation, and I'll be on your side. Okay, I will listen. We can have a conversation though. We can start the conversation. Hollywood. Black people always complaining about how they're not represented in Hollywood, even though they're in every movie is 60 to 70% black. Fine, you have go ahead and have that beef, okay? The white people who run Hollywood. Can we talk about that for a second? Can we talk about that for a split second? Because they might be like the white people who run the recording industry, okay? And black people, if you can't make that differentiation, then hey, no hate, but this right here, this is the CEO of hip hop. And here's the guy who invented soul food. A nice little piece of your history. There's the guy who invented it. That's what I see. Help me out here. I'm throwing you a bone. Throw me a bone. Let's do it. Let's get it popping. Let's get it popping. Here's CeeLo Green. I love him. I love those songs. Whatever. Okay. Here's the whitest guy I've ever met in my entire life. Here's Snoop Dogg's weed dealer. I took this picture in Compton. Here's Liar Cohen, who has financially more rappers than Steven Spielberg has kids, and he probably has a Confederate flag hidden somewhere because he's so white. So let's close it off. Here's a Japanese person. He's literally 100% Japanese, and there's no genetic distinction between this man and a Japanese man. As far as I know, his name is Akio Toyota. He loves to go down to the pier and fish while listening to ukiyo-e music on his Sony Walkman headphones and he paints watercolors. They're amazing.
I'm really excited, man. Today's my day to give back. Give wealth, give inspiration, give knowledge out. Did you know the Africans don't have a word for neighborhood? Africans don't have a word for neighborhood. They have a word that means great sharing of ideas. Great sharing of brilliant ideas. And it's Gonguguzela, which is what they use to refer to their neighborhood or their city. That's what this area is right here. I call it a meeting of the minds. And there's broken piss bottles everywhere. And I love this type of neighborhood. I love living in houses like these, living above or below someone who makes a lot of noise and is smoking. There's always fighting with their significant other and kicking the door in.
and causing domestic violence. So first gift today is going to be the Dr. Emmett Brown collectible vinyl Funko Pop action figure. The Dead magazine. That's a good one. Imagine the look of joy on some little urban inner city girl's face when she sees this awesome poster and knows that she can do literally anything. That is amazing. Oh, I'm jealous of whoever's getting this. Batman with the keychain in the box. Philips Respironics Dream Station. This is a great one. That's going to go to a happy home. Oh, Philips, the heated humidifier. That's a great one. It really is true what they say. You know, every CEO, every guy with $1 million or more like me, spends more time giving away of themselves than they do of taking from the world. So,
Oh, by the way, there's a bunch of shots here. You know it's a black director when he's cutting to like women walking away from the camera and just he's showing their ass. So we just get to linger on the ass of women walking away from us. Happens with the black woman and then it happens with this white woman. So that's, you know.
what about regretting what you've done to the girl?
Yeah, it's all the consequences. We look at that all the time. She might scream, you know, people might wake up.
If you want to know how bad it was, read the accounts from the first explorer.
Kurt is here. Now, Kurt just interviewed, who did you interview?
Professor Shea, back on Dirt. I'll have it up probably Monday. But I told you, Steven Crowder changed my mind. Red, I don't think they do have nukes now because of what he told me. And it's stuff I didn't think of. But I think he might be right. I think he's probably right.
So you're saying Steven Crowder changed your mind or Professor Shea?
I call the active change in my mind Steven Crowder changing my mind. That's just what I use that as a verb every time my mind is changed. I'm like, you just Steven Crowder changed my mind. Professor Shea.
And so now there was credible reports, Kurt. Larry Johnson and Pepe Escobar, who doesn't seem very peppy, but there was reports that the president of Iran was on a phone call, and they said they had the nukes, and they knew that they were being listened to by the Mossad, MI6, the CIA, and that they said this on an open line so that they would hear this and it would get recorded so people would think they had nukes. But you're saying now Professor Zhang convinced you that they don't have it, and tell us why.
Well, the first thing he said was, I didn't know this backstory. Like, have you heard the story go around that they got 3 nukes from North Korea?
I heard.
That was like another aspect of it. I'd never heard that.
I hadn't heard that. I heard maybe it came from Pakistan. That's what I heard.
Oh, okay. So he goes, first of all, and he said they were like 80% able to do it. Okay, but so I thought, remember, I think Russia or China probably gave it to him because they said America broke the thing. Go ahead now, right? That's what I assumed.
Right.
He goes, first of all, if someone's giving you that's a Trojan horse in and of itself. You don't know how it works. You wouldn't accept that gift from another country generally, unless you know every aspect of it, because they could be handing you a fake one, they could give you whatever. Secondly, there's a fatwa against making nuclear weapons. He said Iran's a theocracy, not a military dictatorship. The military that runs it, they're the right-wing part of the religion there. And because of the fatwa by the Ayatollah that we blew up, which is who declared this evil son of a bitch that nukes are bad and they can never make them, and Iran should never be involved in that. They abide by that. And there's no fatwa. It's okay now because Israel is attacking us. And the last thing he said, Trump's dying to preemptively nuke Iran. An excuse to preemptively nuke Iran would solve a lot of problems for him. So to throw that out there, they might have nukes. It's not like Israel's not going to nuke them if they have nukes, the way I was assuming some mutually assured destruction. I think if it turned out they did have nukes, remember how Judge Napolitano reacted to Larry Johnson? He goes, wait, so they've had him the whole time and Trump was right? It'll be an excuse to nuke them first if they have nukes. And how many nukes would they have? 3 or 4, you know? So he says for those reasons, he thinks whatever got put out there to hopefully maybe make it okay to preemptively nuke them. The way Sam Harris has been urging us to move.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So now you're convinced that they don't have the nukes.
Yeah, I mean, look, we all wanted to think that as Jews.
We all wanted to.
Did you ever think you'd say that in your life?
But if they did have nukes, and then Trump went and dropped the nuke on Iran, they would still be able to deliver a nuke to Israel. So that's the bad thing. I mean,
Israel will do that anyway. Israel nuke.
Yeah, because they have the Samson.
They don't have Samson option.
Yeah, the Samson option, meaning that if they feel like their country is under an existential threat, that they're just going to nuke the world because they have over 280 nuclear bombs, and so they'll just nuke everybody and take everybody down with them. That's their Samson option, right?
You know the Samsonite option that they mostly use is where you pack all your shit up and move to Cyprus and Argentina and shit.
That's what they're doing, by the way. They are
the Samsonite option.
They are in Cyprus right now. Zionists.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not buying property, they're buying entire villages and then making it exclusive to Zionists. They're to Jewish people.
Like an Albanian resort town.
So they're actually buying villages, entire villages, and making them into like little Israels.
Wait, is the whole planet Israel? And I don't belong in Israel?
It feels that way. I don't think there's no amount of money in PR that they're spending lots of money on PR right now. Israel, they're hiring. They hired Spike Lee's old producer, gave him $1 million. They're putting millions of dollars. I heard over $1 billion into now Zionist media, meaning all the people who've been lying to you about Charlie Kirk's murder and telling you it happened just the way the FBI says, those people. So whoever those people are saying that, those people are taking money somewhere, and maybe it's being hidden because they're getting it through crypto, or they're getting it from a third-party cutout. But I guarantee you, except for Patrick Bet-David, because the guy's independently wealthy, he doesn't need money. But everybody else who's telling you this is taking money somewhere, somehow, to lie to you. And it's a lot of money. And those people obviously don't have integrity, and that's why they're willing to do that. So
this job of the future, Jimmy. You're either going to be doing, no job UBI, or pornography, or paid chill. Those are the jobs of the future.
So just keep that in mind. If you see someone telling you that the Kash Patel FBI narrative, the Erica Kirk TPUSA narrative about how Charlie Kirk was assassinated and who did it, that's correct. If you see anybody pushing that story, that's a tip-off that they're liars and they have no integrity and they're being bought. And the money's coming somewhere.
Or they're trying to be bought.
Or they're auditioning to be bought. Exactly. That's another great point.
Or they do that bidding on stories. We want to get this message out. You can get up to $50,000 depending on your engagement. So you do a little Squid Games of it where you got to compete to get the price. Yeah.
So yeah, I think we actually covered that already on this show, right? That they'll send out a story and they'll pay you if you repeat this fake story this propaganda, and then you get paid by how much engagement you get. Everybody, come see me on tour. I'll be in Spokane, Tacoma, Los Angeles, special video panel.
Now, if you were to tell me that the greatest French fry dish ever created was from Canada, I'd probably tell you, you got some balls, my friend. But these are not just French fries. We're talking about poutine. Dark, crispy French fries topped with cheese curds and drowned in a rich, flavorful gravy. And I'm fresh off a trip to Montreal, led by my friend and Montreal native, Josh Elkin, who showed us all the iconic spots to eat the city's most famous dish, poutine. And after thorough investigating, I'm importing those secrets straight to you. This is how to make authentic Quebecois poutine. But to us poutine experts, we refer to it as pooter. And to make a great pooter, we're going to get this started a day prior. And the first step, before we get into the fries, we need to work on the gravy. What I'm going to show you today is how to take just your average supermarket stock. In this case, we're going to start with a chicken broth or a chicken stock, and we're going to fortify it. We're going to turn this liquid into really gelatinous, sort of high-quality stock, and we're going to blend that chicken with oxtails, with some beef. We're going to get all that marrow, all that collagen into the stock. And that's going to be the base for this incredibly flavorful gravy that goes on top of the poutine. And it starts with the stock, the beef, and some mirepoix and garlic. Got some carrot and celery spears right here. We can just roughly dice them up. Throw in the onion, keep the skin on, and just slice it. Bay leaf as well. Now, one thing is important to note that while this can all be done in a day, I am taking my time with it, splitting it into 2 days. And that's going to really guarantee the best result. But start this early in the morning, you can get it done. Let's get this fortified stock cooking. First step is we need to preheat the pan, get it nice and hot. Once we've given it a few minutes on high heat, we're going to lower it down to about medium, get some oil in. Swirl it around, get it coating on the pan, and then give it about 20 seconds to heat up. While it's heating, we're going to generously season the oxtail all the way around, get it into the pan. I'm going to find the biggest side of each oxtail, and that's the first side I'm going to place down in the oil, try and get as much surface area browned as possible. Now with that heat on medium-low, we can see the oil sizzling. I know it's hot enough that it's not overheated or too hot. And we can just be patient, allow the oil and the heat to do its thing until that first side is super deeply seared. We want to create some caramelization on the bottom of the pan. That's going to add that depth of flavor that we're looking for in our stock. You see that color? That's what we're looking for. And you just want to flip them, brown the rest of the sides of that oxtail. And once we're about like 98% done searing the meat, I'm going to toss in the whole garlic cloves. We're going to sort of like sear them, try and get some caramelization around the exterior. Since they're whole cloves, they can take a little bit more of intense heat than if they were like sliced or minced. I'm looking for sort of like that blistered exterior on them. Bump the heat up just a little bit. We're going to add in our carrots, celery, season that a little bit. And again, we're just trying to kind of like sear those vegetables. Bring out a little bit of those complex caramelized flavors in the vegetables. You don't want them steaming. If you're steaming, the heat is too low. If you want, you can take out the meat, make room for those onions, start building that flavor into the pan. Once all those vegetables are nicely browned, we can return the meat back to the pan. We can deglaze with our chicken stock. Now to make sure this cooks nice, we're just going to add enough water to cover the meat, or to mostly cover the meat, that's fine. Add the bay leaf, bring it up to a boil, then drop it down to a simmer. We're going to cook this until that meat starts falling apart like butter, probably 4 or 5 hours. We're going to set that off to the side. Then we're going to bring a big pot of water up to a boil. That's what we're going to use for the first stage of our French fries. Now while that water comes up to boil, we can deal with our potatoes. First step, we're going to take this bowl, fill it up with cold water. Now the secret to hand-cut fries is the more consistently sized you cut each fry, the better and crispier they're going to get. If you've got a bunch that are like the same size and then some that are slightly bigger, those slightly bigger ones might not get as crispy. And if you're wondering why, it's kind of like too many different sizes for them to all cook evenly or the same. We've got long potatoes here. We've got squat potatoes here. You kind of want to look for some nice shaped ones, but we can make, you know, any size work. First thing I want to do, I'm going to take the ends off. This helps us make them a little bit more even. And then again, I'm going to just trim the sides. Stand it up. Again, shave a little edge. Then we're just going to slice it roughly half a fingernail thick. Try and get them as even as possible. Then we can just cut them into fries. Into the water. You don't want them too thin. We like them almost a little bit on the thicker side. Thinner ones get kind of these shorter ones, which I actually found were sort of the length of most of the fries in the poutines that we had. I think the question why to trim so much, it's all for the sake of trying to create consistently crispy fries. Now all this water has become cloudy and starchy. Just going to rinse this under water until that water runs clear. Just like cleaning rice. Nice and clear, nice fries. These are ready for the first stage of cooking, which is a blanch. So our water is almost up to a boil. To that water, we're just going to add a little bit of vinegar and salt. And I've got a large sheet tray that can fit in my refrigerator, lined with a towel. And this first stage is to kind of cook them through, and then to get them into the fridge and get them nice and dry. Get all those starches to sort of gel, create that fluffiness inside, and then tomorrow we'll work on the exterior for about 5, maybe 8 minutes. We're basically trying to get them as far cooked as we can before they start being difficult to work with. Once they're nice and floppy and barely holding together, then we can carefully strain them out of the water and arrange them on our sheet tray to dry. So here we've got our fries. Some of them have broken, right? That's great. I want different sizes. I mean, even these long ones, right? What you're going to see, if you break it, you get a smaller chip, which is kind of nice. And then you get this frazzled edge that's going to get really craggly and crispy. Just going to spread them out. All that steam you see is moisture evaporating, which is exactly what we're hoping for. We're going to allow that steam to subdue, and then we're going to pop them in the fridge overnight. Now, while we wait for our stock to finish out, I need to talk to you about the state of bread in the supermarket. It ain't what it used to be, I'll tell you that much. Commercialized, processed, mass-produced, sucking all of the life out of a staple of our diet. Today, Wild Grain has a different approach, and with them now, I have high-quality, fresh bread anytime I want. Wild Grain is the first baked-to-frozen subscription box for sourdough breads, artisan pastries, and fresh pasta. They partner with small bakers and pasta makers across the country to keep the tradition of artisanal and nutritious food alive. And unlike many store-bought options, Wild Grain uses simple ingredients you can pronounce. A slower fermentation that's much easier on the belly and much richer in nutrients and antioxidants. Something that's stripped away from modern bread. It's nice to be able to keep it in the freezer, so whenever I need bread, I can just take it out of the freezer, pop it in the oven directly on the rack, around 425, and I have fresh bread in minutes. And this sourdough right here is by far my favorite item from Wild Grain. See these fermentation bubbles? You can't fake that. Good crumbs, super moist inside, amazing butter, incredible bread. It's wild this was frozen 20 minutes ago. They even have gluten-free and vegan options, and they've got brand new protein boxes. That's something new. And for you guys, Wild Grain has a crazy offer. Click the link in my description, use code NACS, and you're going to get $30 off your first box, plus, wait for it, free croissants for life. I mean, how do you even make money doing that? That's an offer I take advantage of. Now back into the recipe. Now our stock's been cooking for about 4.5 hours. And you can see that piece of meat pulling away from the bone. The meat is just kind of falling apart tender. And what I really love about using an oxtail, it's like using meat and bones at the same time. But it's one of the cuts of meat that has just like the most connected tissue and gelatin. So it adds so much to a broth. And so we can take the meat out, pull it off the bone. You can make pastas with it. You can throw it in like a pita, a wrap. And we can take our broth, run it through a strainer. The broth has been reduced by about half. One last step is we just want to get all of that flavor pressed into the broth. Now the benefit of doing this ahead of time is we can allow this to cool down, throw it into the fridge, and then that fat is going to solidify up top. So we can scrape the fat off, and hopefully what's left is this beautifully gelatinous cube of flavorful rich stock. That's going to be the basis to the gravy. You do this well, gravy's going to be good. Then you can sort of pick apart the meat. I mean, that's some of the best meat you could eat. It tastes like the pot roast my grandma used to make. That's got all these little bones, so some of the meat kind of is hard to get at. See the odd shape of the bone? You kind of have to work around that to clear it out. I mean, look how succulent this meat is. Sticky, gelatinous. We'll take our broth and cover it. We're going to create a little gap, the steam escape, place these in the fridge. And tomorrow, we make poutine. So it's the next day, and one of the benefits of doing this ahead of time is, see our stock? It's become jello, and it's going to allow us to scrape that fat off the top without having to use a fat separator like we normally do for our gravy. So I'm just going to take a spoon, just try to get the majority of that fat off of it. Flavored beef tallow. So we got our excess fat over here. That's how you know you got the base of a good gravy. To know how much flour and butter we need to use to thicken it, I'm going to add it to a measuring cup. Looks like about 2 cups of stock we've got. Now for me, generally when I'm thinking about like, say, gravy for Thanksgiving, you've got a big amount of it. How do you know how much to thicken it with? I go with a ratio. Per cup of liquid, you use 1 tablespoon of butter to 1 tablespoon of flour. So for this, We're going to go with 2 tablespoons of flour, 2 tablespoons of butter, and here we've got our chilled fries.
Like what I'm telling you about, like see that uneven cut? I know this one's going to be crisp, but right around here,
It's going to be not as crisp as one that is, say, like that.
here's a perfect example. These two are uneven, so for me to expect them to like fry up
Exactly the same is unreasonable. But if you start snapping some of them, especially some of the bigger ones, you're probably going to end up with some better results. And so these fries are getting cooked with a double fry method. The first fry is going to be around 300 degrees, about 3 to 5 minutes, and we're going to get that set up right now.
Now, everyone always asks me, like, what do I do with extra oil? And I've tested this recipe and a couple other fried recipes, and what I did is, once they're cooled, I just strain them out, store them, and use them again. We're going to use some of this leftover oil that we used. For this, I am using peanut oil. And to top off those two, I'm going to add a little bit of fresh oil. The blend of used and old, I find, creates a better fry. For extra flavor, a little bit of an elevated touch, you can add about like 10 to 20% beef tallow. Then we're just going to get the heat on, get that oil up to 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Once the frying oil is up to temperature, I'm going to take about a third of the batch of the French fries, gently lower them into the oil. We're going to cook them, trying to maintain 300 degrees, and cook them for about 3 to 5 minutes. This stage is essentially to draw out any remaining moisture left in the French fries before the final fry gives it its final crisp. So after about 3 to 5 minutes, they should be a little stiff. And once you start to see any sort of like color forming around the edges, we're going to get them out of the oil, drain them on a wire rack, and then we're going to get another batch of those in, and we're just going to fry these in batches, ensuring we never overcrowd the oil so that we always have control over the temperature of the oil. If it's ever too hot or it's too low, we can actually make an adjustment and have it have an impact, which is much harder when there's more mass in the pot. so now what these look like, they look like,
In-N-Out fries right now. Now what we're going to do, get them back onto our tray. Now that steam has softened them back up, which is obviously why we want to fry multiple times. The amount of water content that's in there is kind of out of your control. Frying multiple times allows us to control that. Now these can go back in the refrigerator. They will cool all the way back down. If you want to speed it up, you could throw it in the freezer. When you want to take them out like this, and then you will proceed as we go throughout the rest of this video. So here I've got my mini saucier. It's a 2-quart guy. Great for sauces. We're going to get that onto medium-high heat. We're going to add 2 tablespoons of butter. We melt the butter completely. Then we're going to add in our flour. And we're going to whisk that flour in until it turns a tan, creamy paste. The darker you get it, the less thickening power it's going to have. So now we're going to just slowly start to work in our stock. The roux is made and the stock is added. We simply need to bring it up to a boil and then simmer it, and we can assess how thick it has become. Here I've got a little rosemary and thyme bundle. I'm just going to add that in, and I'm going to remove it in a few minutes. And I just want to subtly infuse that herb flavor. I don't want it to be super herbaceous. Subtle hint in the background. Now, as you can see from the consistency, it's not quite thick enough. So when that happens, what you can do is we can take a little bit more flour. This is going to be 2 tablespoons of flour. Add 2 tablespoons of room temp butter to it. Then just with your hand, knead that flour into the butter. It's thickening as it reduces, which is another way you could thicken it. Or we can take a little bit at a time and then slowly whisk it in and see where we're at. Now this is good to go as is. We're just going to add a little bit of Worcestershire sauce. And again, totally optional, but a secret that I've seen. A little squirt of ketchup gives it a little bit of gloss, a little bit of like vinegary tang. It goes really nice with the whole dish. That's banging. Just going to set it off to the side and let it reduce even further. Now we can get our oil back on the fire, and we're going to get that preheated once again. After about an hour in the freezer, I wouldn't say they're frozen, but they're solid. Now they're ready to be fried. On another note, we're going to make a basic poutine here, but I'm going to then add a topping, right, to take it up a notch, as my friend Emerald used to say. Remember the meat we picked yesterday from the oxtail? All we're going to do, take some of that gravy, get that on the stove, warm that up. And our gravy, now the perfect, sticky, thick consistency. Now the target temperature for the second fry is going to be 375, 370. That's going to get these nice and crisp, and they should be perfect fries. Now with the fries so cold and our target temp at around 370, 375, I'm going to shoot to around like 180-ish, 185 to compensate for the cold French fries. Now we're just going to monitor the temp. Got a full blast to maintain that 370, and that drop happened, but we're maintaining that. One thing to remember with the fries in Montreal is that they definitely fry them to a much darker color. So we see them taking on color, and we're going to keep going. I'm going to keep my eye out for any that might be, cooking a little faster. Anyone that I might want to kind of pull out a little early, I've got a little bit of that control. Like right here, we got a small one. That one's ready to go out. When I'm almost done with that first batch, I'm going to start to jack the heat up to get it prepared for the next batch of fries that are now still cold. That's looking real nice to me. You just want to get the fries onto a wire rack to drain off all of that oil, and then in with another batch. Again, do not overcrowd them. You want them perfect, you got to be patient. Now while that last batch fries up, we're going to talk about cheese curds. The most vital part of this. You can make gravy, you can make fries, but you need cheese curds to make poutine. And these are the real ones. Fresh cheddar curds. If you're in America, why I'm making this is because you used to have to go to Canada to eat this. But now with Amazon, you can order some of this online. You can bring poutine home to you. Now these curds come a little big, so I like to kind of chop them up a little bit. We're going to top it and toss it into the fries. The idea being that squeaky cheese up top stays a little cool and squeaky, so you get the texture. And then the cheese mixed in should be nice and melty. They got a nice crisp on them, perfectly cooked. Again, this is super duper crispy. This one with the thicker edge, still crisp, but just got a little less shatteringly crisp to it. It's just the different sizes, so you're going to get a little variance, which actually works out in this recipe. So we're going to get our fries into a bowl, a handful of curds, salt. See that crisp? So now the heat from those fries is going to start to melt the curds. Pile the fries down, cheese curds on top. They put a lot on. I mean, they sell cheese curds at a gas station. Then on top, that beautiful gravy. Trying to get like every curd coated in that gravy. That is a classic Quebecois poutine. And like I said, we're stepping it up a notch. So on top, we're just gonna dot those little nuggets of oxtail. I mean, are you crazy? It's perfect. You can still hear the crunch. The cheese curds melted a bit better. First time I tried it, I'll even show you in the test footage. The top cheese stays squeaky and kind of textured and cool, but inside, all that cheese melts into a stringy, beautiful mess. Kind of like this. It's getting a little bit in there. That's what you're looking for. Far and away, the greatest French fry dish in the world, straight from Canada. They do a lot well up there. I'll tell you that much. Now, there was a lot to learn in this video. Even if you're not making poutine, there's a place for you to know how to make fries, a place for you to know how to make gravy, and how to put it all together to make this. The recipe's going to be down in the description. That's all that I have today. I'll see you next time. Until then, take care of yourself. Go feed yourself.
All right, Long Island day 2, and it's time for some barbecue. It's fun to rhyme. Who's good? I don't actually know if I can park here, but fingers crossed. All right, we're going to bounce back strong today. Yesterday's performance was frankly undignified, but I'm feeling good today. No. Alright, this is it. The Swing Belly Challenge. It's mostly barbecue food. I like that. Challenger may not leave the table and must hold the meal until an official ruling by management. It's pretty big. It's hefty. You think you could do it? Like, I can't do it. No. You can't. No. I like
How's everybody else? No, that's like a regular course. Okay.
I've seen people do it.
Yeah, you've seen people do it? So it's not that hard then, right? So if somebody's done
It's
it.
a lot of food. I would never be able to do it myself.
I'm English, so we can't really eat, you know. Not many English people can eat. I think the mac and cheese might have been a mistake. It's $60.
$60.
I'm good for it, I promise. Right, so that place called Swing Belly's Barbecue today, which is in Long Beach. Long Beach? Yeah. And I'm taking on. Does it have a special name or just like the Swing Belly? The Swing Belly Challenge, which is a bunch of barbecue food, which looks and smells delicious. You get 1 hour to finish, and if you can finish, you get the meal free. You can do that when I lose it then. Yeah. Go. Right, okay. Probably start with the ribs.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to another episode, the second episode, in fact, in what I think I'm going to call the Long Island mini-series. Because although I'm in New York in the broader sense, I'm mostly going to be around the Long Island area. And today I'm at Swing Belly's Barbecue in Long Beach, taking on their eponymously named Swing Belly's Challenge in an attempt, yes, to win the meal on the house and the free t-shirt and the spot on the Wall of Fame, but also to recoup some of the lost pride from that rather ignominious defeat last time out at Chris's Ice Cream doing the kitchen sink challenge. But the less said about that, the better. Today we're doing this, which is a barbecue challenge. It costs 60 quid. Not quid, dollars. That's what they call them.
This is appropriate music. You can do this.
Yeah, I tell you, one thing I love about doing food challenges out here is no matter where you go, pretty much always the staff will get involved, which of course makes partaking in the challenge a lot more fun, especially for me. I should say also, if you notice my arm going off frame, don't panic. There's nothing surreptitious happening. I'm just disposing of the bones to the side of the table, and the staff just periodically check how clean they are.
Oh, is this Robert Tepper? What a great song. I'm definitely going to win now.
Yeah, easy there, fella. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Remember what happened last time? Anyway, Robert Tepper, No Easy Way Out, made famous, of course, in the movie Rocky IV, which got me pumped, I'm not gonna lie. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about the challenge. It consists of mostly smoked meats. You get ribs, rib tips, whatever the heck they are, chicken wings the size of your face, pulled pork, pulled beef, I think, 2 slices of Texas toast, and 2 sides of your choice.
I mean, look at the size of these wings.
Yeah, those chickens were training for avian Mr. Olympia or something. You also get turkey and brisket. Not sure if I mentioned the brisket already, but the most interesting part is you get to choose 2 of any of the sides on their menu, which incidentally is why I don't have the usual customary pile of fries just sitting there in the corner. I actually managed to get 2 tasty sides. I elected to go with mac and cheese, despite the waitress recommending to the contrary. I think she probably did that because you get a pretty large portion if you choose mac and cheese. I also got collard greens because I've never had collard greens before. That, however, was a mistake, as you will, you'll see.
Is this clean enough? I'm just putting the bones down there. Is that? That's fine. So it's okay? Yeah.
Good news. I've said this before, but if you're ever going to do any kind of meat on the bone challenge, it's generally a good idea to check with your server somewhere near the beginning to make sure that the bones are clean enough. So you don't have to go back at the end when you might be low on time to soak the bones dry. So get yourself a bone inspection. Accidental innuendo there. I didn't even mean to do that. That would be a great t-shirt slogan.
There's a lot of mac and cheese. I'm blaming you for this. You told me the mac and cheese was good, so you're taking responsibility for this.
It is good. It's just heavy.
Yeah, in her defense, she did actually recommend that I get 2 vegetable sides. But I thought, I'm not flying out thousands of miles to eat vegetables. Although, I ordered the collard greens just because they sounded interesting, but mac and cheese was the one for me.
I don't actually know which parts of this are edible.
Is that for ribs?
I don't know what it is.
Yeah, the ribs were what I would call rustic. You know, they didn't come away from the bone too easily, but they did taste good.
I'm starting the mac and cheese now. Here you go. I probably should have done that at the beginning, when it was warm, but...
The bread and the cornbread, I don't know. It's tough to
I love cornbread, though.
Yeah.
I'm excited about the cornbread. I'm leaving that to the end.
It's really good. Okay, so
and cheese was a good choice. I was worried about it, but I think it's like a pound of mac and cheese, but it's good. I think maybe if you were uncertain about whether you could do this or not, I would probably not recommend getting the mac and cheese. Maybe the cost.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're really scraping the bottom of the ship barrel covering Cloud, aren't we? No, this is Tito. He was on his downfall, guys. The end of Cloud. Y'all ready for this? Bad banner for Foz and Bro, it's over. Look at this. He's chopped. He's chopped. Run! What was he thinking, bro? His watch. His Mania is running wild on Cloud's face, bro. Like, where were you when Cloud was not only frame bombed by the ASU frat leader,
butt botch job by his plastic surgeon. He looks so ugly now. It's like we're now more handsome than him. It's over for him.
Because his nose doesn't fit his face. His previous nose, like, fits his face. It's masculine. Now it's like...
This is the downward spiral, right? So once you change one thing on your face, then all your other proportions are f***ed up. So then you have to fix this, this, and this. And then every single thing you change, again, is a cascading spiral where it's going to be off a little bit. Now, the only hope for him is the ultimate nose job cope, where it's going to be better in a year. That's what they always say. No, don't worry, bro. In a year, when the swelling goes down, it's going to look so much... Look at how it looks here. Like, look at that.
Okay, but Ash, this is when he realized... This is when he showed his nose off for the first time. Look at him reading chat while showing his nose. You ready?
Because he thought he won, but he realized.
Look at... Oh my god!
No,
It's so bad!
no, he's bugged!
Look at...
He's chopped! Dude, he's ugly! This is like the undashing Cody Rhodes saga wrestling buddy. And he's got to hide his face now in shame. He's become ugly. Ugly Cloud. What will he do now?
Look at this! That wasn't the
He's
Photoshop.
sad! Hello, darkness, my friend.
His nose is too small.
His nose is small! It's not proportionate to his face! No woman will ever love him now! He'll never get the vagina again! Bro, he's over for him. Like, his kissless, handholdless virgin status for the rest of his life. He already had it hard enough as it was because he was a wristlet. And he was always getting wrist mobbed, bro, because his wrists were so tiny.
That's what his arms are.
Well, yeah, it's not as big of an issue as his wrists, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
And
if
his
you
legs.
have tiny wrists, women immediately pick up on that and are repulsed, bro. It's over for
His stick doesn't work. Remember he was saying that it was ED or whatever from all the
It
cults
serves
exactly
him right, buddy.
Yeah.
He skipped nose day. So was it? So late. So this is it.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back to the MMA Zone. Today, let's get started with Sean Strickland crashes UFC White House press conference. Last night, we had the press conference, and honestly, the views were amazing. So much so that Sean Strickland decided it was a smart idea to crash the press conference. And before we continue, make sure to leave a like on the video to help support the channel. So, as we mentioned, the UFC press conference was held last night, and honestly, everything went pretty well, other than the fact that it was delayed by an hour due to the weather conditions. Hopefully, that's not the case on fight day. Anyways, heading into this event, we all know the controversy surrounding Sean Strickland and him not being cleared for the White House event. So he decided to show up during the press conference. He first posted a clip letting fans know he had traveled to Washington moments before the press conference was set to begin.
Hey guys, we're out here in DC going to Chester. It's real fun. I've never been to a Chester, but Washington.
So does anyone want to guess what happened once fans realized that he was there? They found him and swarmed him, which led to some funny and weird interactions. Seriously, we had Strickland leg-kicking fans and yelling out some wild things. But ultimately, things got too chaotic and Strickland had to be escorted out by police.
You guys, boys and blues, you saved my life. we're out there doing the right things. We almost died. So guys, I go to the weigh-in to the press conference. I'm in the way back. I have my face covered. I'm literally just sitting there watching the press conference. These cops come up to me. I'm like, hey, you gotta take off your hoodie. I'm like, I'm a middleweight champion. Like, if I take my hoodie off, it's just gonna be bad. I can't do it. And the guy says, no, you have to do it. Like, I pulled down, like, it's just moving. He's like, no, you have to do it. I'm like, dude, I'll take my hoodie off. But you better stay and keep me safe and protect me. And they're like, yeah, I'll do it. So I take my hoodie off, and they shine a flashlight in my face. And all of a sudden, the crowd forms, and these cops just take the off.
And speaking of Sean Strickland, it looks like he's getting called out for avoiding the rematch with Hamzat Chimaev. No joke, Hamzat recently appeared on Fox News Radio's The Brian Kilmeade Show. Chimaev went as far as to say that Strickland is ducking the fight. Yes, I'm just waiting for the guy, Strickland, to accept the fight. So I'm ready for tomorrow as well. So I'm writing to Hunter Campbell, and then I'm like, give me a fight next day. The guy is running away. I'm trying to catch him. As Hamzat gets set to take on Dylan Dennis tonight at RAF 10, he was at the press conference yesterday and talked about the situation with Strickland again. Here's what he had to say.
Of course, I'm gonna go rematch. I don't lose the fight. I just lost there for the judges. Or next time, gonna go take his head off. But I trying to get him, but he don't wanna go out to the gym and think about his shoulder and stuff. I'm just waiting for Dana Hunter bring the guy out to the cage.
And if you're wondering, yes, Hamzat made weight for the Dylan Dennis match tonight. He weighed in at 203.4 pounds. Islam Makhachev exposes Dana White for lying about injury. As we've covered on the channel, after it was announced that Topuria versus Gaethje will headline UFC Freedom 250, news broke that the UFC had been looking at Topuria versus Makhachev instead. But it was reported that an injury to Makhachev prevented the fight from happening, according to Dana White. Eventually, however, Makhachev came forward and said the real reason the fight isn't happening is because Topuria's camp asked for too much money. Of course, both Dana and Ilya have dismissed that claim, but Islam still isn't walking back those comments. In a recent interview with Red Corner MMA, he said it on what he said before. When you keep silent, they start talking online, and people start believing them. They start worrying about me. Accept the fight. I accept, but there's no contract, so how can I accept? What should I accept? I don't have any injuries. I have an old hand injury, but I will only do surgery after I retire. But for now, it doesn't stop me from accepting the fight, because we all saw what really just happened. Some would say it's not true, but I can show you the chats with my manager. He called me. The White House event, a fight against Topuria. And I said, let's go, right away. I didn't ask for it, but Ali said the pay would be higher because it was the White House. But then the next day, Ali called me and said, it's canceled. I asked what's wrong. He told me that Topuria asked for some insane money, and that was it. His manager himself said in an interview that the money we were offered for this fight wasn't enough, so we turned it down. It was his manager's words. Ilya may say whatever he wants, but it was his manager who negotiated. I try not to get involved in this kind of verbal exchange online. But when you keep silent, people start to believe that what he says is true. Ilya claims that I pulled out because of the hand injury. It had nothing to do with the hand. I said yes right away, without asking for more money and stuff like that. Now, it is worth noting that Topuria's manager, Malki Kawa, did acknowledge that they asked for more money when the UFC approached them about fighting Makhachev. But according to Kawa, their counteroffer meant nothing since they were then told Islam was injured. Then, in a follow-up interview this morning with Adam Zubarayev, Makhachev revealed that Topuria wanted $20 million for their White House fight. Adam said this to Islam. The tournament at the White House, a lot of people were expecting to see you, but Habib said in our podcast that he wouldn't want you fighting there. Do you understand now why he said that? And Islam replied by saying, more or less I do, but we've had conversations. Like I said on Twitter, I already posted about it. Sometimes if I'm quiet and the opponent is talking, then he's telling the truth. I got a call in the morning and was offered the fight. I agreed without asking for anything. They offered me the fight themselves with a higher purse. Then the next morning, they called back and said that Topuria wanted something like $20 million. He was turned down. That was the end of it. And a couple hours later, his manager gave an interview. He said that the money wasn't enough for them to fight Islam. But for the same money under their contract, they agreed to fight Gaethje. And speaking of Islam's next fight, in a recent interview, he was asked if he was the matchmaker, who would he want to fight next? Surprisingly, he picked Michael Morales over Ian Gary. Islam said, well, here's the thing. If we pick between Ian and Morales, to be honest with you,
In terms of my legacy, I would go with Morales. Why? Because he's still undefeated. If I beat Ian Gary, some will say Shao Kahn beat him too a few months ago. I agree that they are both rightful contenders. I also don't write off Kamaru Usman, although everyone else does. But if you match Usman up with those two guys, I don't think they beat him. Do you want to see Islam fight Ian Gary, Michael Morales, or somehow Kamaru Usman next? Justin Gaethje and Ilia Topuria heated back and forth. At the UFC Freedom 250 press conference, things got heated between Ilia and Justin. It all started off with Justin saying that his coach made a good plan for him. And of course, Ilia fired back right away, saying that his coach won't be in the octagon with him. Check out the clip.
I'm sure that my coach has come up with a magnificent plan for me. The coach is not gonna be in there with you. You're gonna be alone in that octagon with me. Yeah, me and you, buddy. That's how it works. No one is gonna be helping you. That's how it works. And me and you, just me and you are talking about your coach as one of the best. I'm fighting Lord. You are not even the world champion. That's what we're doing. What makes him the best if you are not even the best? What makes your coach the best if you are not the best? His success as a coach, other athletes, myself, our accomplishments, his accomplishments as a whole. So that's what I would say. But what makes my coach the best in the world? Because I won the world title in the featherweight division. I defended successfully. You're going to move up in the level. There's no better about it, Tyler. So my coach is the best in the world.
Well, that was just the beginning. Josh Hogan then started taking jabs at Ilya again, calling him short, mentioning his ex-wife again, and even said that Pineda mouth feeds him like a baby bird.
Can I interject, please? I think Taporia is so mad because he's so short he can't see himself in the bathroom mirror, and he mirrored us from hanging out. I'm sorry. The incredible Hoagie, he just be getting me in trouble. I'm sorry. Taporia, I'm a real big fan, though. You're still my favorite. I'm sorry. The incredible Hulk says Pereira chews up Taporia's food and birds feed birds feed it in his mouth.
Can someone just
I'm sorry.
drop this guy?
Taporia,
Pretty disrespectful stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if Ilya finds him outside like Masvidal did to Colby a few years back. Well, the feud between Ilya and Gaethje didn't end after Hogan made those comments. When they went to face off, Ilya told Justin not to come any closer or he would punch him in the face. Of course, Justin told him to do it, and Ilya decided to shove him instead because he doesn't want to hurt him before the fight. Check out the clip.
I'm closing. Can you hit me? Yeah. Okay, do it. I'm closing up right now. Oh. Look at this. Look where we're at. Look at this beautiful view. You want to act like a fucking animal? That's so good. I think I'm fighting for this, right? Okay. No, this is not the number one in mine, boy. That's my right now. It's much better. One more, you might as well train.
After the incident, Ilya was interviewed by Megan O'Leary, and he said that if he punched Gaethje in the face, then he wouldn't have been able to show up on Sunday, so he just gave him a little shove instead. Nevertheless, the fight on Sunday is going to be a bang. Who do you have winning? Let us know your predictions in the comments below. Following last night's press conference, Ilia Topuria went on Instagram this morning to praise Dana White for everything he's done. He wrote, "Without a doubt, Dana White is one of the men I admire most. What you've built and the event you've put together is truly historic." A press conference at the Lincoln Memorial. Speaking of the event, all the fighters made weight this morning for UFC Freedom 250. Thank God. So what are your final predictions for the event? Drop your predictions in the comments below. Alex Pineda reveals UFC is not happy with Josh Hogan. If you keep up with the channel, we recently reported on Alex Pineda coming out and saying that he's been hearing some talk that Josh Hogan might not be on the UFC roster for much longer. Hogan fired back saying he signed a multi-fight deal earlier this year and that Pineda wouldn't be able to hide from him much longer. Well, during UFC Embedded, Hogan reacted to the situation by saying, "Pineda could say whatever. When you put on a fight like how I put on last fight, I mean, I don't think I'm going anywhere. I just signed an 8-fight contract as well. So he's just talking just to talk. Maybe he's running away. Maybe he's scared. Maybe he hopes that the UFC CEO
Dana White kicks me out. It doesn't matter what I say, because the most important thing is still what these fists talking about. So what did Pineda mean? While sitting down with Daniel Cormier ahead of his fight with Cyril Gane, Pineda claimed that the UFC brass isn't happy with Hogan and his antics. First, it's my self-control as a martial artist. Honestly, I don't want to be talking too much about him. He's been so loud and disrespectful, but I heard the organization doesn't seem too happy. That said, it does look like Pineda's comments might have gotten back to Hogan, because during the UFC White House press conference, this dude did nothing but compliment the other fighters on stage and keep things respectful. He did get a little annoying at one point when he kept talking after each answer. But hey, some people are into that, so why not, right? Anyways, Josh Hogan's antics may not be for everyone, and Sean Strickland is in that same boat. Strickland randomly decided to tweet out, "I like Josh, but man, his gimmick is like nails on a chalkboard. I cannot mute or click off fast enough. But it's going to be a banger of a fight." And then Strickland repeated that he's hyped for this fight between Derek Lewis and Josh Hogan. He wrote, "I will say I'm probably the most excited for Josh Hogan and Derek Lewis fight, but it's highly likely Josh will dry hump him for 15 minutes. What are your predictions for the fight? Let us know in the comments below. And as Alex Pineda could set a new record at UFC Freedom 250, talks of him being the GOAT have started to rise. Well, during Fight Week, Cyril Gane was asked who the best fighter in the UFC is, and he said John Jones. Well, Bones reacted to the clip, writing, "Still on the roster, still capable of making the biggest fights on the globe. I appreciate you keeping it real." Joe Rogan scared for his life at UFC White House. Since it was announced that the UFC was going to host a card on the White House grounds, Joe Rogan hasn't been shy about the fact that he has his concerns. Well, now, with the card just a couple days away, it sounds like Rogan has not completely shed all his anxiety about attending the event. During a recent episode of his podcast, he talked about the threat of thunderstorms and lightning at the event, as well as security incidents occurring. Here's the clip.
That's the fear of this weekend at the UFC, because it's East Coast. It gets very muggy. And DC, so these guys are all working out outside right now. I saw a video of Ayman Zahabi working out outside, and Ilya Topuria is working out outside, and you have to feel that heavy air.
The changes things.
Oh yeah, man.
See those thunderstorms, dude?
Oh yeah, there is a canopy that's over the cage. They put a canopy over the cage.
If lightning hits that, that's not good.
Well, if it is a canopy, I think grows that.
I mean,
I don't know. I'm more worried about attack than I am with lightning.
Oh, that's true.
But I probably should be more worried about lightning. I actually have friends who've been hit by lightning. We do. Remy got hit by lightning.
Yeah.
So I know. I don't know anybody who's been hit by attack.
And how's the weather forecast looking as Sunday nears? Unfortunately, not great. Unless the forecast changes, it looks like it will be raining. While that's not great news, here's some good news. It looks like Dana White said that no matter what, the UFC White House will happen. He said the following during last night's press conference.
"Listen, the show goes on Sunday no matter what happens. We're going. So if it rains, snows, whatever happens, we have a fight on Sunday. So I'm sick and tired of hearing about the weather now and all the other bull surrounding this event. We are fighting on Sunday night on the White House lawn, no matter what."
And speaking of things trying to stop the event, we've been covering how the Public Integrity Project launched a lawsuit to have the White House card shut down, since, according to the suit, private events should not be held at the historic site. But MMA Junkie is reporting that Judge Amit Mehta in a Washington, D.C. federal court has dismissed the suit. In Mehta's ruling, the judge noted that the massive lighting claw will be taken down the following day. Even if plaintiffs had established standing, the court still would deny emergency relief because plaintiffs have not proven irreparable harm. Their harms are also decidedly temporary. The claw will be disassembled beginning at 10 a.m. on June 15, 2026. And that's it for today's news video. Check out yesterday's video on screen now if you missed it. And thanks for watching. We'll see you again tomorrow for more updates on everything MMA.
Oh, do we raise now?
Do you think there's gender fluid Hamas?
Sure.
I am a queer Palestine. That it's punishable by death to be queer in Palestine. Like, what do you think about that?
I heard that's not true, but
If
like,
it is, would it change your
no, not
stance?
at all. I don't give a shit.
So it doesn't bother you that like the people you're supporting might like kill you?
No, not at all.
It's kind of hot. I'm just kidding. Are you single?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll see you on Grindr.
Maybe, yeah.
You heard it here first. He supports a group of people that want to kill him. And he doesn't mind supporting that group, knowing that they want to kill him.
I actually read a stat that said the average woman in America weighs 195 pounds now, which I don't have a joke for, just pretty crazy stat.
He has a point.
Yeah, that's pretty sexist.
But yeah, so what is, I guess, sexist about that?
You said 95% of men are stronger than all women.
Yeah.
So you think 95% of men are stronger than every single woman?
Yeah. The vast majority of men are stronger than.
I'm not arguing that point. We're arguing whether or not that clip is sexist, and I believe it is.
Yeah, but so what's specifically about it is
You said
sexist?
dwarves are stronger than
Yeah.
all women.
No, I didn't. Hold on.
Also,
So
can we stop the side comments? Thank you. You said like 15-year-old boys will destroy the top soccer team.
Female soccer, yeah. In almost all instances where professional female teams do compete against 15-year-old boys, the 15-year-old boys almost always win. Appeal
You can't
to
say all.
study. Well, the claim wasn't all.
You just said all. You said
When did I say all?
You just said it. Don't gaslight me.
What? Hold on.
You said almost all instances.
Almost all.
Right.
You left out the all, so don't you
Implies
gaslight
majority.
me.
We need to understand that we're dealing with a lot of stupid people, and with dealing with a lot of stupid people, you're going to encounter conversations like this, where stating a fact that the majority of men are stronger than most women is sexist. In their world, there's no such thing as truth. If you state the truth, what you're actually doing is you're attacking them, and when you're attacking them, what you're actually doing is showing that you're hateful, and when you're hateful, what you're actually showing them is that you're a misogynist. You can't have productive conversation with stupid people because these are the conclusions that they come to. Before we get back to the video, make sure you guys like the video as much as possible, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and also mainly hit the notification bell so that you're notified when a video comes out. Also go and subscribe to my new Facebook channel. It'll be linked down in the description below, so go and subscribe there. Let us get back into the craziness.
Are you a fan of Charlie Kirk? Why don't you dig him up and give him the neck ball?
It's the weirdest thing I've heard all day. No. Miscarriage is not murder.
Have you ever seen Ivan?
Because abortion is intentional.
Have you ever met a woman?
Yes.
Really? Was she lying? A lot of people think I'm confident, but I'm actually just loud. Because you can't really tell.
Hey, what if you decided that instead of trying to do these gotcha things, they're not very funny. Have you ever been not funny? I'm not out here to be funny. Right. Yeah. And we were having a conversation, and then you came up and started asking me if I've ever made a woman. So who's actually being irrational, right? So what if I just said, listen, abortion is this grave, murderous sin, and some people feel guilt and shame and deal with it in different ways. The way you're seeming to deal with it is different than others, but we all do it in different ways. But see, Christ came to forgive sinners, even sinners like you.
You'll realize with a lot of these degenerates, and sadly a lot of them are college students, that the only thing they think of is sex. Even when they're trying to be funny, it has to come down to sex. They can't talk about anything different. It's all about sex. It's really sad.
One of you in my comments who seem to assume that I like men has gotten way out of hand. Okay, I am a woman who only likes women who like women. I don't like men. I don't love men. I don't want men. I want nothing to do with men. I think they smell bad. I think they look bad. I think their muscle bodies look all stupid. I think they're dumb as fuck. The audacity? Holy moly. They can't see anyone but themselves. They can't think of anyone but themselves. No, men, if all of the men in the world tomorrow just disappeared, that would make the world a better place. All the animals would be happy, nature would recover, women would be happy, children would be dancing in the streets. That's my opinion of men. And it will be forever.
Well, that's interesting. You definitely have had a long time to look at yourself in the mirror, which is more likely how you came to the conclusions that you're coming to, speaking of men.
Oh, you were the same person that ran away. You want to have a conversation?
No, I'm not going to have a conversation because I'm not going to give a platform, you fucking Nazis. Why don't you go home?
You can't explain your
Quit being
position?
such fucking losers. My position is I care about human rights And I care about people living their lives and minding their own fucking business and not being in my face with stupid fucking cameras. So, why don't you just get out of here? Bring down the button a little bit. Yeah. Well, I don't care. I am trying to make a scene because you guys.
Can I ask you a couple questions?
That's no, you're not gonna ask me shit.
Do you think it's okay to sterilize children?
None of this shit is actually happening. You guys are fucking
Really?
dumb.
Really?
Let's talk about it.
Kids aren't getting puberty blockers. What is not happening?
I'm not putting myself on this platform. You guys are fucking idiot losers.
Well, you just put yourself on.
You're the one inserting yourself into the platform. All these fucking rednecks.
Is that the best argument you can marshal?
It is. That's the best one.
I don't want to give you a platform, but I'm going to come back and spend nearly a minute with you giving you a platform. And yeah, in order for you to give someone a platform, you would have to have a platform to give those people. They're platforming you, you're just giving them content. Don't mix the two. I understand you're in college, and college students tend to be stupid, but yeah, you should understand that.
For all you gun owners who carry your gun everywhere you go, why do you carry your gun? Why? I just want to know.
Hey, my right, your west is my gun. This is for fun. This is for fun.
I don't want kids. Sorry, fuck them kids. When it comes to just abortion in general, it's your body, your choice. So.
Choice to kill the baby.
To abort it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's none of my business.
So you guys are okay if another woman wants to kill their baby?
It's her body, it's her choice. When it comes to something that is literally being formed inside of a woman's body, it should be that woman that gets that choice and to kill the baby. What that woman does with her own life does not affect me in any way whatsoever, shape, or form. So if that feels like that is really her best option,
But it does affect the baby
option, then
to kill it.
and that's what you can think what you want about abortion all you want, but at the end of the day,
So would you kill a baby?
I mean, yeah, I'm not having a baby.
Yeah.
My selfishness is selfless because I'm not going to bestow that on some child. I don't want kids. Sorry.
And they can vote.
Is beheading an alien culture?
Well, look, we need to let the criminal justice process.
I've just said I've moved you globally. Mr. Ben, I've moved you away from that. I've specifically said that. We're not talking about the United Kingdom. Globally, is beheading an alien culture?
Well, seeking to behead an individual is absolutely abhorrent.
And is it an alien culture?
I think from all countries would condemn it. The point I was trying
to make... an alien culture, Mr. Ben.
The point I was making in the House of Commons, and the reason I picked up on the point, the wording alien culture, is that what is that saying about, say, people who come from a particular country in another part of the world? Because perhaps we'd like to contrast one individual who appears to have come from Sudan, originally engaged in this terrible...
Well, I've tried not to speak about that because I want to talk more globally, sir. Is it, and I'll ask for the fourth time, is beheading an alien culture, Mr. Ben?
It is abhorrent, and of course it is. It's a terrible thing to do.
It is or it is not?
It is alien to all right-thinking people.
Just at the fact that he can't answer a direct question and such a simple question like this, he can't say yes or no. He has to do the politicians weave out of the conversation because he knows what the conversation entails, and him answering that question entails.
Elon Musk is officially the world's first trillionaire. Think about that. We're living in a time when more and more people are just hanging on by their fingernails to survive in this economy. And Elon Musk has more money and more wealth than anyone in human history. I want to be clear. This is not just some fluke. It is a feature of a rigged economy. Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill cut health care for millions of Americans to give guys like Elon bigger tax breaks. The tax code rewards CEOs for firing workers and replacing them with AI. Loopholes have allowed Jeff Bezos to pay an effective tax rate lower than a Boston public school teacher. And we are left with a country where a handful of billionaires at the top pop champagne in their $300 million yachts, while working people take on even more shifts to try to pay off their student loan debt. The top 1% of U.S. earners now have more wealth than the entire middle class. We need to overhaul our tax code. We need a wealth tax. And it's about time that corporations paid their fair share. Today's marker should be a wake-up call that enough is enough. Time to make change.
Oh no, Elon Musk is a trillionaire. Oh no, however will we live? A millionaire complaining about a trillionaire. Wow. And to top it all off, there are more of them. More idiots like this who are on X, which is owned by Elon Musk, while paying for premium membership, which would go directly to him, are complaining about his trillions. Newsflash here, you might as well have a share in the trillions he has because you're paying him.
What's your point, Lee? Elon Musk has deserved every single penny of the money he's made. Jeff Bezos, yes, they have a large,
the most
yes, they have a large
you
slice
have ever
of the
made.
pie.
They are making money off the American taxpayer, off the American government, after deals with SpaceX.
Bigger.
I
It
don't know
has
why
made
you're
our
shilling
standard
for
of
these people.
living.
It's nuts.
It has made our standard of living because capitalism has a moral argument that needs to be better. It has made our standard of living better than any other group of people in any other time. And I would say, I want
standard of living, Lydia?
He's a trillionaire because guess what? With his money, he's literally letting blind people see. He's letting paralyzed people walk. I want him to have the money. Not Elizabeth Warren, who's going to funnel it to straws.
He's letting blind people see and paralyzed people walk. What are we doing? I do think that Neuralink. Have we heard of Neuralink? Does it work, babe?
Lydia's point about capitalism
so freaking
insane. Hold on, Lee. Lydia's point about capitalism being a vehicle.
Just look how crazy they're going over someone who's not affecting their lives. They just hate the fact that someone could work and earn money. They really hate it.
Two men debating abortion.
Okay, so why is that a problem to you?
Because you don't give birth.
Okay.
Yeah, your feelings and a man's feelings should be like there and their opinions a little bit, but the mother should have the final say no matter what.
Okay.
And that obviously.
Could you see a comparison to if someone said, well, these are just two people who've never owned slaves talking about whether people shouldn't have slaves or not?
I don't want to talk about slaves.
I can say things like slavery are evil and wrong, even though I've never been
saying
there.
a man can't have morals. He can't. Their opinion is stuff about it.
Yeah.
But to an extent that they should not have an opinion if a female should or should not have an abortion.
Okay, but so similarly then, can I have an opinion and saying that stealing is wrong, even though I'm not a thief?
But I'm not comparing that.
But
it's so thick. I don't like. Just don't compare it to anything else.
Okay, but I'm saying from a moral point of view that I'm saying something's wrong. It doesn't mean that I need to be doing that thing, be giving birth, to say, or be a woman, to say actually this is wrong. In the same way, in a similar way, that I could say that actually sexual harassment is wrong and evil and should be pulled out and prosecuted. But actually, I don't need to be doing that to say that that's wrong. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get the moral side of it, yeah, but
Yeah.
Like when there's votes on abortion and if it should be right or wrong, I think strictly females should be able to answer that.
Okay.
Why it's just.
But if it's a moral issue in society, do you not agree that actually it affects men and women?
It does affect both, yeah, but the baby's in the female.
You would think that colleges would make these people more intelligent, but no, you can clearly see that they just get more stupid. It's really sad. Her whole argument boils down to if you haven't experienced it, you can't comment on it, which is insane because there are a lot of things she hasn't experienced and she comments on as proven in this conversation. But of course, college students are unfortunately the stupid ones of our generation.
But you just said you're fine with men being in your spaces.
That's not at all what I said.
Oh, you said I agree to disagree. That you're comfortable with having men pretending to be women, trans women, in your locker rooms, in your bathrooms, in your sports, in your prisons, in your shelters. And what about the 3 boys at Davis High School who competed in girls' sports? Are you okay with that? I'm just curious. There's this flag right here. It looks like you're proud of it.
I think it's time to go, though.
Okay, thanks. I will share this with the school board tonight. Sure. So you really should stand up for girls and women. Sorry.
I will do what I feel is right.
Which is give up spaces.
Have a good day.
Yeah. Okay, Sarah. Bye.
As long as they don't hurt people's feelings, they don't really care about the truth. It's about protecting people's feelings. As long as we can make the most amount of people feel good, even if we're lying to them, it doesn't matter.
I can be very prejudiced. Heavy on it, and I'm proud.
You're proud to be prejudiced against white people.
Yes. Y'all are proud to be racist, aren't y'all? No, hold on, let him speak.
mass deportation of all legal aliens because they hurt black people the most.
What you talking about, dickhead? I'm fucking African, bro.
You're
Get the
locally
fuck
here.
off, bro.
You're
Get the
locally
fuck
here.
off, bro. What are you
You got
talking
nothing to
about?
worry about.
Hold on, there's more illegal motherfuckers that make more than your black ass. Let's be honest.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do, bro. Let's be honest, bro. The illegal motherfuckers make more than your black ass, bro.
And they work
My
at the
parents
prison.
make more than your black ass, bro.
And your parents are illegal?
You get out there talking about y'all.
Why can't she keep speaking? She wants to speak, it's okay. Don't touch my mic, please.
No, we're not. Stop.
What in the blue hell was this? Do they think the charades and the shenanigans that they do is convincing? Maybe to the lowest common denominator of stupid people, yeah, but come on.
I have learned so much from my queer colleagues and friends and family about queer Joey. That's something that Minister Asaguera and Minister Naylor talk about all the time. And experiencing that sacredness when people get to be fully, unapologetically themselves. When folks get to celebrate who they are and live their best lives without fear. I believe queer folks to be among the most bravest, and I always have. And I genuinely feel sad for people who miss out on the brilliance, the creativity, the resilience, the absolute life force, and the incredible style of queer people and what queer people bring to our communities. As a mom, nothing gets me more worked up and heartbroken than parents and families who reject their children, who reject their relatives. It's something that I've never been able to wrap my head around, how a parent could reject their own flesh. The truth is, when you reject someone for who they are, it reveals something broken in that person, not the 2S LGBTQI relative. And so we're here today to celebrate the opposite of that. We're here to celebrate love, acceptance, and the freedom to be yourself. And we need to be clear about something. We're watching what's happening around the world, the attack on queer rights, the rise of homophobia, transphobia, the bigotry, and our government rejects all of it. And I'm so proud to say that our caucus has some of the most queer folks anywhere elected in Canada. And so we stand with you. And we reject the Manitoba PCs who exploit fear by attacking trans rights and trans children. That's not who we are. That's not Manitoba. So celebrate loudly, celebrate proudly, and know you belong here, not just today, not just in June, but every single day, and your government stands with you. Miigwech.
All of these words and different letters, different acronyms, just to tell us all that you're confused and you learn things from confused people, which tells us all that you yourself are confused. Thank you very much for telling us all that you're confused.
I just need to vent for a minute because I'm so frustrated right now. I am very recently divorced. I left my husband. Our divorce was finalized last week, like very recently divorced. And I am currently staying in a very tiny little apartment that my friends were so amazing and allowed me to move into temporarily until I can get my feet under me and figure things out. And I'm trying to find a house. I am trying to find a house in this horrible real estate market. Like, I can't find anything to rent because a livable rental is $1,200, $1,400, $1,600, $1,800 a month, which where I live, like, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. And to buy a house, like, the houses, it should be like $100,000, $120,000 for a house, or like going for $150,000, $160,000, $170,000. Like, it's just flipping absurd, and I'm so frustrated right now. And I was so excited about this house today, and it didn't happen, and I'm just praying they don't get any other offers, and then maybe they'll come back to me in a couple weeks. I don't know. Probably not, but I can wish, right? I'm just frustrated. Like, I'm just trying to get my life figured out again and find some stability, find a place to plant roots and grow and feel stable and safe and all the things for myself, my kids, like my grandkids, like my poor grandson is so confused right now about grandma living in this apartment, and it's just, I'm just frustrated. Like everything's so freaking expensive right now, and wages are going.
By the way, we have some very, very, very good news, okay? Four activists jailed over 22 years over Elbit factory raid and police injury. So basically, what happened is that these were the, what was it called? Palestine Action. There you go. Palestine Action members that ran into. Let me see. Can I find this? Are there any images and videos of this? No, that's not it either. Fuck, I can't. Yeah, I don't know if I can really find this. That's too bad. Well, anyway, goodbye. Yeah, watch the video again. Yeah, I didn't know if I could find the video or not. But either way, these are the people that broke into the building. They were being restrained by police. It was the girl with like the really big sledgehammer. She hit a girl in the spine and she damaged this woman's spine, and she was a police officer. And so they literally, like, I mean, this was straight up out of like, you know what it was like? It was like, so you remember the beginning of The Dark Knight where they, crash into the bank and they rob the bank? Well, imagine that, but it's for retarded liberals. Okay? Or actually, that's not even true. It's for retarded leftists, right? Crazed, mentally ill leftists that break in there, except for none of them are the Joker, right? They're all the first henchmen that get shot. And so they just totally fuck everything up. They crash it in there. Yeah, Elbit is a defense company from Israel. They have defense plants in the U.S. too. Well, that's fine, but I don't want to have people going into that building and then blowing it up. Also, this is important to keep in mind. Palestine Action supports Hamas. So this isn't like just an advocacy group. I want you guys to see this. The group has been highly active since October 7th, and it is prescribed as a terrorist organization. And this is the co-founder of the organization, arrested and charged with inviting to subscribe. And let's see here, statements claimed no faction of the Palestinian resistance, Hamas or other, has done anything wrong. So these are people who are literally defending terrorism. They are literal domestic terrorists. They're considered a banned terrorist organization in the United States. Well, if they're a banned terrorist organization, why are they not going around and arresting every single one of them and putting them in Guantanamo Bay, right? Or whatever their equivalent of that is, right? That's what you should do. I mean, these are literal fucking domestic terrorists. So that's really, I mean, in my opinion, right? I mean, that's what I think they should do. So terrorism is terrorism. The excuse doesn't matter. Yeah, for sure. And what's the holdup? Exactly, they won't do that for some reason. Yeah, I mean, so basically, the far left woke idiot Charlotte Head thought you could break into a government facility, start chimping out, and nothing would happen. She's just been sentenced to 4 years. And there it is. And this is, again, do you remember what I said before about how Mehdi Hassan is one of those people that will always rationalize, defend, and deflect from Islamic terrorism or things that benefit the goals of Islamic terrorism? Well, here's him doing it again. So he says gut wrenching. They smashed a policewoman's spine with a sledgehammer. Zach Polinsky is on the side of anti-Zionist domestic terrorists. Yeah, well, I mean, what are you going to do about it, right? I mean, somebody like that should be getting sent to like a fucking solitary confinement cell, right? And you're a part of government murder, tens of thousands of people. You want to justify the TV to justify those murders. So this is again trying to reframe it, and you don't want to talk about this. What does that have to do with driving a car into hitting a police officers with a sledgehammer? Ultimately, people like Mehdi Hassan will always run defense for groups that support and enable Islamic terrorism. In a saner world, all four of them would be executed. And by the way, I'm being generous here because the truth is that I would probably go even farther with these groups. I would. These are literal terrorist groups. They go out and they kill people, they hurt people, and they're fucking insane. So that's it. And you should never, again, like the only reason I respond to any of this stuff or say anything, and saying, well, Mehdi would be deported as well. He would be, right? And I think he should be. I mean, he's literally a terrorist supporter. So why would you allow a person that's a terrorist supporter to stay in the country? It just makes sense to deport people that way. I would do that to all of them. And so, yeah, I mean, if you can't unequivocally condemn terrorism and any form of violence, then you just have no place in Western culture. You don't. And so that's it. Something big rocks and small rocks. Yes, exactly. And anyway, isn't he an American? I don't know if he is or not, but things can always change. And so anyway, three of the four people. This is his defense of it. Three of the four people didn't attack the police officer, and all four were cleared of violent intent. Imagine driving a car into a building and then fighting off police officers and hitting one of them with a hammer, and then you think that you should be cleared of violent intent. Oh my God. Holy shit. Are you kidding me? This is what they do. And this is the reason why you are always wasting your time trying to debate and argue with these people, right? Because they are literal terrorist supporters. They will lie. They will cheat. They will say whatever they need to say in order to get the approval of people who are too stupid to know any better. That's the reality. And so what happened to the officer? I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. And yeah, check his quote response to me. Oh, did he respond to me? Let me see what he said. What is this here? I didn't even see what he said. Let me see. Is there a response? I'm not seeing it. This freak, 1.3 million followers, wants to execute a group of young people who took direct action to prevent a genocide. He wants to execute them. The modern online fascist right. Okay. Yes, that is exactly what I want, and I will vote for whoever, anyone who will do it. Okay. And yes, just very plain out and very simple. This is exactly what I want. Yes, thank you. Yeah. Thank you for your understanding. There you go. And so, you made a typo, so you're wrong. What I want, yeah, I will vote for anyone who will do it. Yes, okay. Somebody said I made a typo. I did not. I did not make a typo. I thought I got it wrong. But no, okay, there we go. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yes, I thought about doing this, but yes, this is exactly 100% what I want. To say you don't live in the UK. Well, I mean, I think that we should do the same thing in America. Yeah, I think I think that we should do the same thing in America. We should do the same thing in the UK, in Australia, in Canada. It should happen everywhere, right? And that's the way I see it. Anyway, thank you for this. Yes, exactly. And I think that it's important to just be pretty out there and direct about how you feel about this stuff, because I think this is exactly the way that I feel about it. Dear valid consumer, what is the word people? Yes, I gotta give it to you. You're becoming more retarded every day. Sledgehammering peace officers will not prevent a genocide. Yes, and sorry, but sledgehammering another person is not okay. Nah, he's right. You're mad because he called you out as an Islamic terrorist. That is exactly right. And there it is. And give me a single example of urban war does not meet your definition of a genocide. In a saner world, Asmongold would be executed for supporting a genocide. What does this have to do with any genocide anywhere? You can't go inside of a building and hit people with a sledgehammer. This is actually a very simple concept. But, as usual, this is what happens. What they thought? Well, it's just some fucking idiot. Who cares, right? And so anyway, and these go-to people are schizo over Palestine. Yeah, I really I'm really not interested in what's going on in the Middle East, if you want me to be honest. And yeah, exactly. And these, by the way, these people are because they are ethnically connected to it. That's the reason they're ethnically and religiously connected to it, and so they are always defended. So sentenced and imprisoned on the grounds of terrorism, no jury ever convicted them of. Meanwhile, the British government continues to aid and abet the greatest crime of our time, a historic miscarriage of justice, and a truly dark day for civil liberties. So you have these people, right? And I want you to understand what these people are doing. They are literally defending, putting people in.
Talk about creepy. You guys sniffing glue in your mom's basement, Charlie. That's creepy. I'm telling you, this is the wrong kind of glue, Charlie. No, it's not. This is made for like kindergartners or something. No, this will work. No, look, non-toxic and safe. We don't want safe, we want toxic. Nothing's happening. Nothing is gonna happen. Nothing's happening. Nothing's gonna happen. No, you're right, this isn't working.
Oh, we're being babies, Mac? Why don't you go work for your dad all day?
My dad's a meth dealer.
Oh no! My daddy's in prison.
My daddy used to give hot shots to prostitutes. Sorry for me.
What you need?
One please.
One what?
One rock of
One
crack.
crack.
A crack rock. Is that enough? Is one crack rock enough?
How much would you recommend for a first-time user?
Oh, I feel awful.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
I don't feel like this anymore, dear.
Me neither. Okay. Listen. Maybe if I make a phone call right now, I'll be able to make another appointment.
You think you'll see us on such short notice?
Try.
Hey, man. Thanks for seeing us on such short notice.
That's what I do, babe.
2 more, please. No, these are older. I need to get new headshots because you can't have an agent without your headshots. Dennis, will you come over there and Aaron? Will you buy me some headshots? Please. Dennis. Hey. Dennis. Hey, Dennis.
What?
When you become a veterinarian, will you buy me headshots, please?
Hey, get out of here, you piece of shit! Yeah, I'll buy stuff. I'll buy you lots of things. I'm definitely gonna buy a bunch of crack. Guys.
Hey.
Hey. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, good.
It's going all right.
Put a couple things together lately. Hey, are you guys holding? Holding what? Do you have any money? Please? I just need a little bit of money. Wait, enough money to buy some more crack.
And then we'll go on welfare and I'll go be a star.
And then I can be a veterinarian of some kind.
Maybe we should think about rehab.
We should hit rehab as soon
Pretty
as possible.
soon. In a couple days.
Yeah.
Not now.
Jesus Christ, that was cool. Oh, look who it is. What the hell are you guys doing here?
We're getting our jobs back.
Yeah. You might have a little bit of a drug problem. Oh, see, I might not really care. I don't give a shit. Positions have been filled.
So we're going to take yours.
No, you're not going to take ours. My dad called and said that we could have your job. We need money to pay our hookers, okay? So you can't have them. But we need money to buy crack. Oh, I'm sorry.
Are we going to get addicted to crack? Is somebody going to get addicted to crack?
I'm so out of control. No. Why would you do this stuff, Dad? Because you are crackheads, children. Crack. Okay. Yeah. No, that's it. Yeah, that's right. Okay, no. No. What the hell has gotten into you last couple of days?
What the hell is that supposed to mean? You think I can't do this by myself? You think I'm on something?
On something? Yeah. No, never said you were on something.
Oh, well, then don't start.
Are you sure you're okay, dude? No. Just start thinking, you know, and I'm like, and you stay here and eat your eggs. Make sure you eat some of the sandwich. You can just meet us down there, all right? Can you meet us later? Yeah.
Meet you later?
Are you gonna meet us down there? Yeah, we're gonna meet you down there later. Hey man, what are you doing?
Tying off.
No, go tie off somewhere else.
So we can do whatever we want.
Give me the hose. Give me the little rubber hose. Whoa, he's got a knife. Okay, great. He's got a knife. Of course he does. Why not? You know what, man? Keep the little rubber hose. Good luck. Good life decision, man. What we're gonna do is we're gonna bash him with the bat when he comes out. All right, you wanna hustle?
Another hour and change for a bounty. Classic. That's a hell of a start for me. Let's go, Victoria. Bounty. Let's go. Big start. Big start. It's a little frustrating. I made some mistakes on some rivers, but like Victoria said, you don't have to play perfect. You just got to play overall pretty good. Victoria, I was talking to Victoria at break. I was like, fuck, I fucked up some hands. She's like, remember when those NBA players missed the free throws? You're a good mental game coach. Ed.
They're against spanking.
Yes, even spanking.
With children.
Well, unless it's two consenting adults, I don't really have any.
Spanking. What about when they get you and then it hits the back of your balls?
Oh.
Norm Macdonald has always operated in a space most comedians wouldn't dare enter. From savage roasts to jokes that left entire rooms speechless, these are the moments that prove he was always in a category of his own.
This is my promise.
Okay. To the people of the Video Podcast Network world, I will not eat a single morsel of food until Margaret Thatcher is dead and buried.
She died 3 weeks ago. We'll be right back with Larry King.
If other comedians viewed certain topics as warning signs, Norm saw them as directions, and this joke proves he never turned back.
Hey, for the 9th consecutive year, Nick, JetBlue Airline ranked first for satisfaction among all North American airlines. But you know what ranked least in satisfaction? 9/11 Airlines. What a terrible name for an airline. It reminds me of that tragedy. Oh, 9/11. Yeah, don't laugh at 9/11. I tried to tell you not to laugh. I know. I walked through blood and bones in the streets of Manhattan trying to find my brother. Jesus. Yeah, he was in northern Canada.
There's a reason talk show hosts ranked Norm as their all-time favorite guest, and nothing proves it better than this particular encounter with David Letterman.
The oddest slogan I've ever heard. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, they say. Of course it's not true. You can't kill a person and leave. They'll follow you across state lines, bring you back, and you'll face a jury with your peers. And I said, what does that actually mean? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas? And it came to me in a sudden. What it means is you can have sex with in Las Vegas, and she will not tell your wife.
In Vegas, they're not like these gossipy small town whores. Oh, you're Hank Johnson's husband. Dad, I had sex in exchange for cash last night with a...
According to retailers, the most popular Halloween mask this year is O.J. Simpson. And the most popular Halloween greeting is, I'll kill you and that guy who's bringing over your glasses or treats.
The thing about Norm was that he never approached a sensitive topic carefully, and the Bill Cosby situation was no exception to that rule.
Now, do you think Cosby's legacy will be hurt?
Yeah.
You do, huh? I mean, there was a comedian, Patton Oswalt, who told me, I think the worst part of the Cosby thing was the hypocrisy. And I disagreed.
You disagree with that?
Yeah. I thought it was the... That's my feeling, most are hypocrites. You don't meet many go, I like... You know, I know it's not politically correct, but by God, people go, well, he's not being a hypocrite, and that's the worst part.
Most people adopt vegetarianism as a lifestyle. Norm adopted the word and left everything else behind.
This year, he says he's only going to eat meat that he's actually killed. And I was wondering, what are you adhering to?
What are you, vegetarian? Strict vegetarian.
No, have you done that?
Well, I eat chicken.
That's
not
not
bad. I'm not, I said I'm not strict. I eat chicken and
steaks.
I eat raw game. Did you ever eat it's not dead yet. And you eat it, and as you're eating it, their death throes are making you hungry. That's better than the soybean.
Yeah, you're right.
Which sounds better? That or soybean? Well, how about this? College freshman Scott Damerow he set a new world record by using his head to bust 142 eggs, and he now officially holds a place in the Guinness Book of... ridiculous.
Most people can switch between being funny and being serious. Safe to say, Norm never quite managed the second part.
Yeah, this is what my doctor told me. I go to my doctor, right? I say to my doctor, Doc, what's going on? My doctor says, you are fat. I said, how fat am I? He said, you're so fat that if you don't stop, within a month you could have a heart attack or stroke.
That's not funny.
It's not a comedian.
No. I was expecting a joke.
You're expecting a joke?
Yeah, it sounded like
From my cardiologist? Let me ask you something. If I say, hey, I think it may be Madrid or Lisbon, and then the 50-50 comes, it's not going to say Madrid or Lisbon, is it?
You don't know.
Okay. But there's not a dude in the back normally.
No. These are locked in. This has been locked in for months.
50-50.
Let's do it. Computer, take away 2 of those wrong answers.
A great joke always needs a great punchline, but in Norm's case, the journey was always the destination.
I didn't know this, but you were a bartender. Oh, man, that was fun. I'll tell you what's fun about being a bartender. Always a story, you know? One time I was working in there. A drunk guy comes in, you know? And you're not supposed to serve the drunk guys. You know, that's one of the things you learn. This character sits down, you know? And I says to him, I says, what do you want? I can't serve you, you know? He goes, I don't want a drink, he says, you know? He says, I want to shoot a dart at your dartboard. So I go, all right, 1 shot, that's it. So the guy shoots the dart, bullseye. Never seen anything like it, you know? Even in his state, bullseye. So the guy says to me, he says, what do I win? You know? So I don't know what he wins. I'm confused, you know? So I start looking around, try to find something before, and I see right in the bottom of the bar area, there's a shoebox with a turtle in it. From where? What is that doing there?
What?
Norm might be a master comedian, but he's definitely no master chef. And Gordon Ramsay found that out in a way he'll...
So this black podcaster, after the Carmelo Anthony verdict, he said it's going to get worse, and black people should go back to Africa. Please do. Do us all a favor.
Check this out. And I want you to begin to think about this America and the white people problem that we have. I'm going to make a statement. We know that Martin Luther King, the beginning of his work, was all about integration. We do know that later on that did change. Integration has had great benefits. I think now, unless you must stay in America, unless you are supposed to be in the USA. Otherwise, if you're black, integration has had great benefits. I'm telling you, and I'm saying this as a collective, let's drain this place of its benefits and make our mass exodus and go home and build. I repeat, integration has had great benefits, black people, for some of us. Let's drain this place of its benefits and make our mass exodus and go home and build.
Let's all leave and let's drain this place of its. Like you're hurting America when you leave. You know how happy everybody will be, honestly, if the black population decided to go back to Africa. The crime rate alone, the violent crime would be chopped in half. Yeah. He said we have a white people problem. Can you believe that? He actually said we have a white people problem. That's like insane. We don't have a white people problem. We have a black problem.
The civil rights did not make white people that are infected with whiteness stop being racist. They still raise racist children that run this country to this day. The Civil Rights Act just made social discrimination federally illegal in key areas of American life, housing, voting, and such. It changed what was lawful, what was punishable, and what rights black Americans could legally demand and defend. That's it. And now, those rights, at the federal level, there's an attempt to roll them back.
What rights is black people losing in this country at the federal level? You gonna bring back the white only water fountains or something? He said white people are infected with whiteness. Are black people infected by blackness? Oh, definitely.
Integration has had great benefits. Let's drain this place of its benefits.
How many times are you gonna say this?
Our mass exodus and go home and build.
I'm gonna say this. In Africa, there's like 20 different countries, probably more than that. I'm not sure. All of them are black countries. None of these black countries get along. None of them. Yeah, it's all tribalism. Because if you're in Nigeria and you're in this other country, it's because the people in Nigeria, they're Nigerian. Yeah. And this country is what's another Zimbabwean, right? Then you got Somali. Yeah. All you got Sudanese. Yeah. Then you got all these countries. They're very tribal because no, I'm Nigerian. No, I'm Zimbabwean. I'm this, I'm that. And they all look alike. And you think taking your black ass from America, your African-American behind to Africa, they're going to embrace you? Yeah, Africans hate black Americans. Because they already know we're lazy. Yeah. He thinks that black people just go have their own country. Everything's going to be cool and dandy. Nope. Y'all going to be killing each other. That place is going to be ran so raggedy. Y'all's builders, y'all going to be living in grass huts. And y'all ain't going to have nothing. Yeah, I just seen videos where there's tribes in Africa in the year 2026. They're still living in grass huts. They're living in shitholes. Extreme poverty. It gets worse. Watch this.
I'm not saying everybody. Some of us should be here. Some of us should stay here. Some of us.
Yeah, he ain't going to Africa.
This is where our assignment is. But if you don't have that kind of direct.
So what's the name of the new album?
It's called Siamese Dream.
Released in 1993, Siamese Dream wasn't just an album. It was a lifeline for an entire generation.
The album resonates with people, young and old.
They're great songs, I think. Great songs tend to last. I mean, some of those songs have become, 90s standards. There was something about it, and something about the way people felt about the record at the time.
But amidst the soaring riffs and introspective lyrics, one song has risen above the rest. A track that has truly captured the heart of every Smashing Pumpkins fan.
So we'd like to do a song from Siamese Dream. And it's called Mayonnaise.
The band that made Siamese Dream, we were totally like this. Zzz, Nirvana, Pearl Jam, Eddie's and Kurt on the cover of Time, MTV. It was intense, and it was an intense time.
It started to build slowly, but I started feeling all this pressure about doing Siamese Dream because people would say to me, "Oh my God, you're going to do the next Pumpkins record. It's going to be huge."
I
Hi there, Manny Chevrolet here with Butch Vig. Butch, you're producing the Smashing Pumpkins. It sounds great. You are correct, sir.
Bill, you want to start another one of these with just a quick reference on the start? And then do that guitar thing over it?
The first record was very sad. There were a lot of sad songs. This record is very happy. There's a lot of happy songs.
This guitar brings much joy to everyone that I know. This, of course, is the mellotron, which is most notably used by the Beatles. It's a precursor to the sampler that used actual tape. But instead of like the Beatles used orchestral noises, we use just people screaming.
Siamese Dream is known for its epic singles Today, Cherub Rock, and Disarm. But Mayonnaise, a song that was not released as a single, has become the one true fan favorite from the entire Smashing Pumpkins discography.
I said, don't you want to know what my favorite Smashing Pumpkins song is? But when I answered that Mayonnaise was my favorite song, you said, oh, that's everybody's favorite song. And I don't know, I truly thought that I was the only person. I guess I've just been living under a rock all of these years. Why do you think so many people love and identify with that particular song?
The public answer is it's a great song. It is a great song. It's one of the best songs we've ever done. It started from an idea that James had, a beautiful idea, and I picked it up and ran with it and wrote the song around it. And that's probably one of the best things that he and I did together.
It's a little song that James brought me a demo somewhere in Japan in 1992. Played me the song and I heard the melody immediately. We put the song together, and of course it's one of our favorite songs. Everywhere we go in America now, there's some guy screaming for this song.
Mayonnaise is known for starting with a beautiful, soft, melodic guitar intro, followed by a heavy wall of distortion that just smacks you in the face and takes you to another planet. But by far, the most iconic element of this song is the infamous guitar whistle. What makes it even better is that this whistling sound happened by mistake.
It has such a cheap guitar that every time I stopped playing, it would make that whistle. And so when we wrote the song, we wrote in these parts that would stop. And so the whistle became part of the song because every time I'd stop, it would whistle.
Oh, wrong word, sir.
In a 2012 interview with Adam Graham, Lily talks about the origins of the song's lyrics.
And when I wrote it, I felt like I just threw together a bunch of weird one-liners. It didn't feel like it had any synchronicity to me. I was just looking for good lines to say. And now when I sing the song, I'm shocked how closely reflective it is of what I was going through. It's almost like this weird personal anthem to my experience, but I didn't feel that at the time. And I can see why people identify with it, because now I identify with it.
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
You want to know where the title Mayonnaise came from?
I do. The first thing that pops up on Google is, oh, Billy saw a tub of mayo in the fridge. It was the first thing he saw, so he's like, oh, we'll call it mayonnaise. He's like, what? Is that true?
Why is it named mayonnaise? And I even looked up the lyrics specifically because I'm like, maybe I'm mishearing some of the lyrics.
The names of your songs, how do
do you come up with those? Because some of them, they're kind of off the wall, like mayonnaise.
Sometimes you just gotta open up your brain and just see what comes in. I mean, I've spent more time explaining mayonnaise than we actually spent writing it, recording it, and playing it. The first time we went to Japan around 1991 or 92, we met the guy who was like our interpreter, and he worked for the record label. So as we were bored in between some of the interviews, we grabbed a copy of our first album, Gish, and then we opened it up, and it was the Japanese edition. And then we saw that somebody had translated all the lyrics because there was not, and so one of the songs said something. It was Rhinoceros. The guy had written something about mayonnaise seas. He misinterpreted my lyric.
Oh my God.
So we're seeing the lyric in English and Japanese. So I got upset, and so I said to the guy from the label, who the heck translated these lyrics? These are completely wrong. He goes, well, I did. And I go, mayonnaise seas? He goes, well, that's what I heard. So it became this running joke in the band about mayonnaise or mayonnaise seas or something. So it just seemed funny to us. I don't know. Yeah, seas and mayonnaise, right? So somehow that was the idea of something with mayonnaise and a song, the lyrics are stuck somewhere in the ether of the band. So one day in rehearsal, you get the invariable, what are we going to call this thing? And I was like, well, just call it mayonnaise because it's so stupid. We went with the idea that we would change the title, but somehow mayonnaise just kind of stuck.
Right.
Which is kind of funny to me not looking back, because it might have something to do with the fact that the song's not better known. Because if you called the song out, I just want to be me or something, it might have been a bigger song. Mayonnaise was probably a bit of a weird jump to figure out that song was called Mayonnaise.
What's your favorite Smashing Pumpkins song and why? What do you love about mayonnaise?
I'm going first with this show cards, right? Real world, okay? Tell you something. Check this out. Yo, this guy's a show card. You got your bad one. You better off shooting yourself with Papa Doc's handgun. Climbing up this mountain, you're weak. I leave you lost without a paddle. You know the shit's quick. You ain't the train. You the new kid on the block. But you get slapped back to the boondock. Plastic, this quality is tight. Take some real advice. And form a group with vanilla ice. And what I tell you, you better use it. This guy's a hillbilly. This ain't Willie Nelson music. Trailer trash. I took you to your last prep and have you looking foolish like Cheddar Bob when he shot his stuff. Silly rabbit, I know why they call you that. Because you follow Future like you got cans up his ass crack. And when you wrap it up, that's when you got jacked up. And that's stupid like Tina Turner when she got smacked up. I got your shoulder blade. You'll get dropped so hard that Elvis will start turning in his brain. I don't know why they let you out in the dark. You need to take your way back across 8 miles to the trailer park. Very nice, very nice. Let me get that mic, man. Pretty good, pretty good.
baby. 45 seconds. Let this feel it. Alright? Yo, DJ, spin that. Don't choke this time.
Hey yo, this guy raps like his parents jerked him. He sounds like Eric Sermon, the generic version. This whole crowd looks suspicious. It's all dudes in here, except for these. So I'm a German, eh? That's okay. You look like a whirling brains. These leaders are the free world rookies. Looky, how can 6 dicks be pussies? Talking about shit's creep. You could be a piss creep with paddles. This deep is still gonna sink. You're in disgrace. Yeah, they call me rabbit. This is a turtle race. You can't get with me speaking this. Wiggity lickety shots. This bitch figgity slick lickety. And I'ma turn around with a great smile and walk my way back across 8 miles.
Heads. Lose. Donald, you, baby. You first.
Don't matter.
DJ, spin that.
This collar, what's going on, baby? Yo, it's time to get rid of this collar right here once and for all. Sick of this. Check this out.
Yeah. Yo.
I spit racial slur, honky soupy. This shit is a horror flick. But a black guy doesn't die in this movie. Brother Bravado dog, you gotta be kidding. That makes me believe you women don't have an interest in living. You think these niggas don't feel the shit you say? I got a better chance joining the KKK. Also, real dog, I like you. That's why I didn't want to have to be the one to commit suicide too. Call me the leader. I feel bad, but I gotta murder that dude from Leave It to Beaver. I used to like that show. Now you got me invited back home. But I don't know if you gotta go. You gotta go. I hate to do this. I would love for this to last, so I'll take pictures of my rear end so you won't forget my. And all well and ends okay. So I'll end this with you and have a nice day.
You ready? You got the mic? It's on you. No, it's not. DJ, spin that shit.
Boy, I think you were a little hard on the lever. So was Eddie Haskell, Wally, and Miss Cleaver. This guy keeps screaming. He's paranoid. Quick, someone get his another steroid. I hear what you say. Blah. Is that a tank top or a new bra? Look, Snoop Dogg has got a boom job. Did you listen to the last round, meathead? Pay attention. You're saying the same thing that he said. Matter of fact, dog, here's a pencil. Go home, write some, make it suspenseful, and don't come back until something don't hit you. You can take the mic home with you. Looking like a cyclone. ammunition. Motto, fuck lotto. I get the 7 digits from your mother for $1 tomorrow. That was some close. Let's see what's poppin'. How y'all feeling about that a little bit? Okay. Be rap. We're gonna do this again. It's hard to judge. All right. What's up with Lotto? What about B-Rap? Check this. We're going to have a 15-minute intermission. Make sure y'all check the bartenders and all that. 15 minutes. Yeah, that's all right. We got more than 7 digits from them. Lickety man. It's time. We got Papa Doc. And we got B-Rap. Now, I don't even have to stress how important this is. It's the championship. We at this motherfucker. This is what we came to see. You know what I'm saying? That's why the fuck we in the D. We represent. We at the shelter, goddamn. It's big. I hope y'all ready. This shit is about to be all coagulated up in this bitch. All right, hold on. Gotta do this coin toss. And being that Papa Doc is a defending champion, you get to choose. What do you want to do? Heads or tails? Heads. Okay. Who goes first? Let that bitch go first. I can't believe my ears. A lot of hostility. Pumping a lot of anger. All right. Hey, check this out. We got new rules. Being that's the championship round. Each of these cats, they get a minute and a half apiece. I don't know what's going to happen. You ready? You know what to do? DJ, kick that shit. Now everybody from the 313, put your motherfucking hands up and follow me. Everybody from the 313, put your motherfucking hands up. Go. Now while he stands tough, notice that this man did not have his hands up. This free world got you gassed up. Now who's afraid of the big bad wolf? 1, 2, 3 into the 4. 1 pop, 2 pop, 3 pop, 4. 4 pop, 3 pop, 2 pop, 1. Your pop, he pop, no pop, none. This guy ain't no motherfucking MC. I know everything he's got to say against me. I am white. I am a fucking bum. I do live in a trailer with my mom. My boy Future is an Uncle Tom. I do got a young friend named Cheddar Bob who shoots himself in his leg with his own gun. I did get jumped by all 6 of you chumps. And Wade did fuck my girl. I'm still standing here screaming fucking free world. You'll never try to trust me, dude. You don't know what the fuck I've been through. But I know something about you. You went to Cranbrook. That's a private school. What's the matter, dog? You embarrassed? This guy's a gangster? His real name's Clarence. And Clarence lives at home with both parents. And Clarence's parents have a real good marriage. This guy don't want to battle. He's shook. Cause ain't no such thing as halfway crooks. He's scared to death. He's scared to look at his fucking yearbook. Fuck Cranbrook. Fuck a beat, I go acapella. Fuck a Papa Doc, fuck a clock, fuck a trailer, fuck everybody. Fuck y'all if you doubt me. I'm a piece of fucking white trash, I say it proudly. Fuck this battle, I don't want to win, I'm outie. Here, tell these people something they don't know about me. LeBron passed Jordan with a title this year?
Knock it off.
You already know this debate. LeBron or Jordan? Stats or rings? Longevity or dominance? It's the argument that has broken up friendships, crashed comment sections, and taken over every barbershop conversation over the last 2 decades. But here's the problem. We've been having this debate with fans and analysis. What if we actually went to the players who played against these men, who guarded them, who lined up against them night after night and left the arena knowing they just faced something different? Today, 20 NBA legends give their verdict on the greatest of all time. Some of these answers might surprise you. Let's start with one of the only men alive who could throw his own name into this conversation, Magic Johnson. 5 rings. The guy who redefined what a point guard could even be. Magic has always been open about where he stands. LeBron is his guy, but Jordan is still the standard everyone else is measured against.
Don't get it twisted. I love LeBron, but no. I love my boy. I love him. Yeah. But when Michael Jordan took off with that tongue out, hold up. Listen, because a lot of you wasn't born then. 1991 against my Lakers. Right hand. We thought we had him. He looked as we went down. He switched it to the left hand. Tongue went left. Spun it against the glass and good. There's nobody alive that's been able to do just that. That boy is too bad. I'm telling you right now. But LeBron is a bad boy too. He's a bad boy, but he's not Michael.
And you have to understand the weight of that coming from Magic, because this is the same Michael Jordan who walked up to Magic and Larry Bird, the king of their era, and told them flat out, there's a new sheriff in town. Magic felt that firsthand. So when he still puts MJ on top, that means everything. Shaq has seen every era up close. He was the most physically dominant force the game has ever produced. But there's one thing Shaq will not sit through, a great debate that doesn't end with Michael Jordan at #1.
You said LeBron James the greatest player ever?
Kobe Bryant couldn't fill, or Michael Jordan fill LeBron's shoes. The impact that he's had with different teammates, different organizations.
Would you be mad at me if I just walk off the show? I'm gonna say one thing to you, Max. I don't know the numbers like you do. Michael Jordan is what in the finals? 6 and what? Oh. And what is LeBron in the finals? That's all I gotta say.
How many times did MJ see the Warriors go?
I mean, just stop it.
I mean, I'm just saying though.
Stop it.
Shaq's gonna beat the Warriors?
Oh.
He's gonna beat Shaq when Jordan retired. When Jordan retired. No!
Yes! Whoever's telling you to say all this stuff, I will tell you double stop it.
Mr. Jordan is the greatest in my opinion. Usually likes LeBron and said the thing, but when people look at stats, right? So his stats are definitely gonna be up there. And to have passed that career that LeBron, I can truthfully say I'm jealous. He's the only man that me terrified because I went from high school admiring him, college admiring him, and then he's right there in front of you. All the shit you see on your poster, like he's doing in real life. Like he came by me so fast, and I was like, oh shit.
He respects LeBron, he acknowledges the case, but to Shaq, there's only one man who sits above everyone else. And no amount of stats, rings, or longevity is changing that. Charles Barkley doesn't do subtle, never has. To Chuck, Jordan was the greatest from the moment he stepped on a college floor. And no matter how long LeBron plays or how many records he breaks, MJ will always be at the top. That's not a debate to Barkley. That's just facts.
He says, I'm surprised. I said, why are you surprised? He says, I thought you were the best player in the country. I said, well, I'm not. I said, well, I'm not. There's this dude. He's jet black. He's a little taller than me. He can outrun everybody. He can outjump everybody. And he's talking the whole time. He said, what's his name? I said, Michael Jordan. I ain't never seen anything like it. And this is before he became Michael Jordan. This is in college. I said, Coach, he's going to be amazing. I mean, I didn't think he was going to become the GOAT.
Who doesn't believe that Jordan is the GOAT?
So it's interesting you said that because we had a moment on TV the other night, Blue. LeBron is getting ready to pass Michael in the most 30-point games. And Ernest says, LeBron passes somebody. He's only 40 games behind Michael Jordan for the most 30-point games. And I said, can you repeat that? He's 35 games behind Michael for the most 30-point games. And he's playing like 7 or 8 years longer. I love love LeBron. He's a good dude. He's a great, great player. But to not have passed Michael in 30-point games, and he's played, I think he's on year 20, right? I said that's an incredible stat. That he's still behind Michael. He's played 7 years longer. You got to admit that's an interesting fact, Todd.
Scottie Pippen was there for every single one of those 6 championships. He saw Jordan every day, in practice, in the locker room, in the biggest moments of the biggest games. So when LeBron called himself the GOAT,
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
Pippen pushed back hard. He said no man gets to crown himself. You earn that. And while Scottie acknowledges the numbers make it close, in his mind, there's still only one man who's actually earned that title.
We all have our opinions, but my problem is more so with LeBron. If you are the greatest player, if people are saying you are the greatest player, or if people are saying Michael Jordan is the greatest player, why do you need to say it?
Right.
Michael Jordan has never, ever said he's the greatest player to ever play the game. Why? He's respected all the other players before him. So for LeBron to say that, he's sort of pulling himself out.
There was something so surreal about the Netflix roast of Kevin Hart. It was the first time I genuinely felt, without a shadow of a doubt, that I was watching art produced under a fascist regime. It distinctly felt cruel, ugly, and pointless. Who exactly were we supposed to root for? This wasn't bringing people together through the universal language of comedy at a time rife with global fascism and instability. It could have been a cultural moment, showing that despite the ugliest, most mediocre white men doing everything in their power to ruin the entire
Eric the Midget, you're on the air. Hello, Eric.
I was calling to say that I heard you guys talking about me being a possibility for a roast.
Yes.
Well, I would agree to do it.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. Not after you hear what they have to say. First of all, they're going to rip you a new little asshole. And secondly, I mean, these guys are professional comedians who their whole lives are just busting people's balls. And also, I'm worried with you that they could be sad.
Nobody's going to say Eric the actor once.
No. Yeah. It's going to be all midget shit. And I take shits bigger than you. And you're going to break down and probably just hang yourself. So I don't want you to involved in that.
I would agree to do it.
You would take all that abuse.
Yes.
What for?
What do you need? He always wants something. I don't want to get into negotiating. And then I never know.
No, there's a stipulation.
And then it'll be like, we'll have it all set. Then I'll call up and go, I'm not getting roasted. I didn't like what you said.
That's it.
That's it, Stern. I know you. I know you better than you know you. It'll just end in disaster.
No, you don't, because you don't know what I'm about to say.
Here we go.
There was another thing you'd have to say.
Yeah, well, all right. Go ahead and
what I'm about to say is all I was going to say was that just replace this idea with the flying with balloons idea, especially since that can't be done anymore now in light of the drowning incident at the Sacramento radio station.
Oh, it can't be done because of the drowning at the Sacramento radio station?
First of all, it wasn't a drowning. The woman drank a whole bunch of water and died.
Well, okay.
I don't know why you couldn't fly you with balloons in a studio. I don't see how you would die.
Because they're trying to make it where no more stupid radio shows can be done anymore.
Yeah, but I'm going to cover my ass 50 different ways. I'm going to have you sign a thing that says, no way you blame me if you die. Then you're going to get on the air and say, I understand I'm going to drop dead from this possibly, and I'm going to cover my ass. And then if you die, I'll be fine.
So the flying thing could still go on.
And in fact, I just contacted the authorities. They said if I want to, I can have hold your wee for your wee with you.
Yeah. It would be perfectly all right.
While you're flying, you have to hold your wee. We're going to give you 50 bottles of water, and then you're going to hold your wee.
And we'll give you a wee.
And then you'll go, wee! He'll be pissing and flying around the studio at the same time.
I'm flying. I'm flying and pissing. It's raining.
It's raining pee.
It's raining midget.
See what I mean? And that bothers you, right, when I say that? Yeah.
You'll never be able to.
But you're not going to like the roast.
How you get through that whole exchange between you and Robin and not even say a thing?
Well, we're not professional comedians who write these scathing jokes.
Yeah, we're idiots.
What is it? You know, it's funny. JD, who hardly ever has an opinion on anything. JD, why don't you tell me what you tell the guys what you told me in the office?
I think Eric the Midget is an ungrateful douchebag, and I don't care if he's sitting in his wheelchair or not. I would punch him in the face.
Why?
Because he's an ungrateful douchebag. That's all he does is like complain. Everyone has to, be.
Why are you so angry, man?
I'm just angry.
He's a good dude. He's Eric.
Dude, he is not a good dude.
Say your porn star.
He is so not a good dude, bro.
I like him.
Yeah, he'll go get
Okay.
I like Eric the Midget.
All right. I guess that's all that matters.
But I'm not going to roast him because I know it's going to freak him out.
He just wants the attention.
He doesn't even know the devastation that could occur, though.
And you know what? I'm going to give you a porn star to him if you don't shut up.
Okay.
All right?
Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Douchebag.
Who do you call him a douchebag?
Eric the Midget.
Geek, is that what you call him, Eric?
Eric, let me think about it, but my every instinct tells me to avoid it. Although if you want to fly with balloons and pee, that's okay. All right, brother. Thank you, Eric.
Oh, wait. Howard.
Yes.
If that clip that's on there, Prince, if that is live, I think I know where it was done. He's performing every set starting Saturday night at the Rio in Las Vegas.
Yeah, it sounds kind of live to me, actually. You know.
And he was not selling out for performing on American Idol. His representation is like being Entertainment, the producer of American Idol.
Do you understand what selling out is?
That's what he did. That was a thank you to them.
No, he doesn't do a thank you to anybody. He's like, the kids aren't buying his records anymore. That's why.
That's why it's on American Idol.
American Idol had
record sales.
If only 5 million people a week were watching American Idol, then it's a thank you to them. But
right. Yeah, he wants the attention. He wants to be relevant. All right, thank you, Eric.
All
right, bye.
Bye.
Okay. Eric the actor, you're on the air. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Morning. Quickly, Eric, today. I don't want a whole long, drawn-out thing.
Well, you're the one that had Steve call me back. I hung up.
I didn't even know you were called in the first place. Steve, why did you call Eric back? I didn't tell you to call him.
I put it back up because I thought you had something interesting. You've been on hold all morning.
No, it wasn't coming from me, Eric. I wasn't looking for it. So go ahead.
Johnny was.
Johnny is your agent.
Yeah.
Right.
He told me earlier that he had something big to tell me, but he said he could only do it on air.
Oh.
You have him?
Gary, why would you call Eric back if you don't have Johnny? Eric, make the point. You follow this, Robin, so far? This is great.
Yeah, we're at a standstill.
Eric was on the phone. I didn't know anything about it.
Right.
Gary makes the decision to put Eric back on, but Eric only wanted to be on because Johnny had something to tell him, but then he doesn't get Johnny.
Johnny not answering his phone.
So then, why didn't you just pick up the phone and tell Eric that you can't do it instead of wasting my time? Eric, he's not here. I gotta go. I'm so sorry. Forgive me. That's the incompetence of my staff.
Maybe tomorrow.
Maybe. Later. Eric the actor. Bye. I mean, Johnny Fratto and Eric the actor are on. I have kind of limited time here, but they've been calling for 2 days straight with some sort of big news that Johnny wants to tell Eric.
Okay.
All right, Johnny, you're on. Tell Eric your news.
Howard, boy, I'm so conflicted about telling him this because he's been such a prick.
Didn't he fire you?
Well,
Didn't he?
yeah, he fired me.
Eric, you fired Johnny.
He keeps.
ruling. The California State Supreme Court declared this week that O.J. Simpson attorney Alan Dershowitz is, quote, one ugly bastard. Meanwhile, Simpson Dream Team attorney Alan Dershowitz was back in the news this week, and good Lord, is he ugly. Take a look at the guy. I mean, this is an ugly, ugly guy. No two ways about it. An ugly character. All right. It was reported this week that Simpson prosecutors Marsha Clark and Chris Darden often passed sexually explicit notes back and forth at the trial. Notes which discussed each other's, quote, turn-ons. And according to the notes, both Darden and Clark are turned on by the same freakish thing, Alan Dershowitz. Last week in a dramatic press conference about the crash of TWA Flight 800, ABC News correspondent Pierre Tallinger displayed a document which he believes is proof that the jet was shot down by a U.S. Navy missile. Later, he proudly showed reporters his solid gold Rolex that he bought on the street for just $15. That's one ugly bastard, isn't it? Washington Power to some Mary Madeline and James Carville are expecting their first baby in July. No one knows if the baby will be a Democrat or a Republican, but doctors are sure of one thing. It will be weird looking. Leona Helmsley fired a maid this week for stealing her Victoria's Secret lingerie. And you think she looks hot here, huh? Imagine, if you would, with this week President Clinton made history when he nominated Madeleine Albright to be first female Secretary of State. Responding to critics who say that she is not the best choice, the president insisted, quote, she looks a lot better after a couple of drinks.
Haywood steps in, the American League's Triple Crown winner, 341 average, 48 homers, 121 RBIs. He's homered the only two times he's faced one.
All right, Ricky, let's get nasty.
Haywood set at the plate. Vaughn from the windup. Swung on and missed.
Sucker was moving, wasn't it? Never hit you leave a 2-foot hole coming out. Okay, what should we call now? See what the kid feels about the old number one.
Wild thing delivered.
Forget about the curveball, Ricky. Give him a heater.
Oh, shit. All these pitches to choose from. Maybe we ought to try something different this time.
Three straight heaters and the Yankees are blown down. No runs, 2 hits, 3 left on. And are you ready, Cleveland? We go to the end of the night, still tied at 2. Can you believe this, buddy? 1 down in the ninth. Jackson delivers. Tomlinson swings and drives one deep to right field. Back goes Warburg and makes the catch against the wall. Tomlinson gave it a ride but came up short. That's going to bring a visit to the mound. And Horton wasting no time. He's going to the Duke. The Duke leads the league in saves, strikeouts per inning, and hit batsmen. This guy threw at his own kid in a father-son game.
Now batting, number 00, center fielder, Willie Mays Hayes.
2 down now as Hayes steps in, hitting .291, trying to get something going for the Tribe. The Duke, who's been overpowering down the stretch, has now been scored upon in his last 16 appearances. The Duke ready now and delivers. Here's a high chopper toward short. Danella charges. Can he get him? No! Hayes beat it!
Going somewhere, Lee? About 90 feet. Number 7, catcher, Taylor.
Taylor to the plate. He's 0 for 12 against the Duke lifetime. The Duke has his sign and is ready. Hayes with a good lead. A quick move by the Duke, and Hayes just beat it back. Hayes leads away again. Tie game, 2-2, 2 outs in the ninth, and the winning run at first. Hayes out to a big lead now. Hayes, go! Here's the throw. It's up to Taylor now as the Indians have the winning run in scoring position.
That's a hell of an idea.
Watch this. Taylor is pointing to the bleachers. He's calling his shot. Nobody's done this since Babe Ruth in the '32 World Series. Hayes leads from second as Duke takes a stretch. The pitch. Look out! Down goes Taylor. Taylor back up, refusing to dust himself off after Duke gave him a little chin music. Taylor's pointing again. Unbelievable. They're on their feet here, stomping, driving. Come on, join in wherever you're out there. Cheers, Cleveland. Taylor waits at the plate. The Duke at the belt. Hayes away from second. the 1-1 pitch. Taylor bunts. Hayes around third. He's going to try to score. Here comes the throw. He slides. He is safe. Safe. Indians win it. Indians win it. Oh, my God. The Indians.
Thank you for clicking on our video, everybody.
The most precious ticket of this entire college football season may be won to this game at Legion Field in Birmingham, Alabama. Alabama is the visiting team, and the Crimson Tide coming into the stadium right now. Under their new coach, Ray Perkins, a record of 7-3. This is a game that could be a season maker for them. They're coming off a loss at Boston College. They're headed for the Sun Bowl. The Plainsman, the Tiger, the War Eagle of Auburn. They're ranked third in the nation. They have stumbled just one time against the Texas Longhorns, the number 2 team in the nation. They had 3 weeks to get the walking wounded ready to play. Alabama again. All the defensive people in very close. They set up in a man defense in the secondary. Put that outside for Bo Jackson. And Jackson comes across the 40. He hits the sidelines up near the 45, and he's got an Auburn first down. One of the great football players in America that you fans around the country have never heard of is Bo Jackson, number 34. We believe that he'd be All-American, maybe the best running back in America. Number 34, big, strong, 225 pounds. Very, very fast. Campbell, outside with it. Jackson gets a block on the corner of the line. And And he slips and he tries to cut back at the Alabama 28. He's going to fake to the fullback. McGee tells him not to leave the ball with the fullback. Now the pitch, one thing that Alabama did not want to happen. Bo Jackson getting the ball outside behind a beautiful block by James, the halfback, and another beautiful block by Woods, the wide receiver, who is occupying the defensive back way downfield.
Because I learned a great deal of football. I was with him for 9 football seasons, 8.5 years, and we became very close friends. Needless to say, I had tremendous respect for him, and there's no question in my mind or any other people that have been close to him.
Oh, Jackson, as his coach was talking, improvises, goes outside, and watch Bo Jackson with 9-fire speed gets outside and see you later. From the end zone, watch this spectacular play. Jackson is going to be hit at the line of scrimmage. There's absolutely nothing there. But every great football team has a back that can make something happen on his own. He can defeat the defensive man one-on-one. He can improvise. He can turn a bad play into a good play. Now watch Woods, number one. Watch number one make the key block. He has tremendous speed, just the same kind of speed as Jackson. And he comes over and makes the very last block to the right of your screen. I hope we can see it. Yes, right there. He knocks down Brandon Robinson, number 21. We've got to see that again. Just a sensational play by one man seven. Nothing there. Alabama defense plays it perfectly. But here's Woods. The alertness of Woods, knowing what speed that Jackson has to take the proper angle and to knock Robinson, the safety man, down, allowing Jackson to go in for the touchdown. At the Alabama 48. 7-7 ball game. 8 minutes to go. First half. Up the middle goes Bo Jackson. Watch Jackson run over the linebacker. Number 45, McRae, is being tied up a little bit by the blocker, but he jumps right over it. You can see the agility of this big man. And it's Campbell giving the ball to Jackson. He's on the loose outside. That was a good solid tackle by Freddie Robinson, who's 6'1", 175. Goes on in the ball game, and obviously Randy Campbell changed the play at the line of scrimmage. Pitches outside to Bo Jackson. Puts his head down, splits defenders. Well, we don't see anything fancy here. They need the first down. They just take it back to Bo Jackson. He runs over Scott McRae, and goes on upfield. All the Tigers. They take the ball this time. Give that ball up to Bo Jackson. Toward this side of the field. I thought it was 15-7 is funny. Randy Campbell gives to Bo Jackson. Jackson's on his way. Goodbye. In your face. 71 yards for Bo Jackson. I was actually looking to see about the scoreboard, and when I looked up, here is Jackson right there. This is the first time I've seen it, but the block by Agee was the key. And watch the speed, how he accelerates and dodges Robinson, number 21, just enough to pick up his feet. An old running drill that we used to do every day when we didn't have backs like Bo Jackson. They could do it naturally. Ball goes to Bo Jackson, picks his way through the crowd, gets it across the 35 to the 36. Bo Jackson has had the biggest day of his career. And the most valuable players in today's ball game, the Chevrolet MVPs for Alabama. Defensive tackle, Randy Campbell. He's been a stalwart defensive warrior for the Tide. Bo Jackson, well, he carried 20.
Oh, Jesus crap. What do you do? He just threw it and it hit the umpire. Oh, Jesus crap. Oh, Jesus crap.
This is what I was afraid of. The most embarrassing ceremony in first division baseball history. This is a disaster.
So I'm sitting at home Saturday
my mom Sunday morning to wish her a happy Mother's Day. And I'm sitting at home, and my mother calls me, thank you for the flowers. They're beautiful. And my daughter took me to lunch and having a wonderful Mother's Day. And wonderful. And, so we went through our conversation, and then she goes, your father wants to speak to you. Now, that's always a big deal because my father never really speaks to me that much.
It's almost like there's an announcement and then your father appears.
The weird thing is you hear my dad in the background. Well, I guess what goes on is both of them can't hear anymore that much. And my mom won't even consider getting a hearing aid. My dad has a hearing aid, but it doesn't seem to change anything. And
that's nice.
He decides he wants to speak to me. So he'll be like, I'll be talking to my mother. This is what you hear. It sounds something like this. Yeah, Ma, so what a wonderful Mother's Day. Your sister took me to lunch. I was there with Pam and Sharon. And in the background you'll hear, you just start to hear. Look, I want to talk to her. I don't even know if he knows my name. I don't even think he says, hey, I want to talk to her. And she can't hear him in the background. Let me have the phone with your dad. Let me talk to her. And you what, Ben? Talk to her about your father. He wants to talk. My mom starts getting there. Your father wants to talk to you.
It's like a big event.
Yeah, I'll hold on.
Hold the presses.
Yeah, stop the presses.
And that's got to mean he's got a definite opinion about something.
Yeah, like there's something
Not
burning.
to say, like, I love you.
No, it was something like burning on his mind, so I knew it was big. He goes, I was watching television. Did you see it? I go, what? Did you see it? I go, see what? I don't know what you're talking about. Look, I was watching television. I told by the Met game. I said, they mentioned my name on the Met game. I don't even know. Oh, I go, all right. I go, Gary threw out the first pitch. He's been really nervous. My father doesn't even hear anything. Just goes barrels on. He goes, look, so I never saw a pitch so horrible. I go, what? She goes, I never saw when they would show a pitch on TV like this. I tuned by, and they're talking about how it stood for Dosha throughout the first pitch. He says, you never saw a ball thrown like this. I go, oh my God, Dad. And my father can't even have a conversation, but I go, oh my God, do you know Gary was throwing out the first pitch? His worst nightmare is that the pitch would be wild. He goes, wild? I never saw a pitch like this in my life. Now my father's goofing on Gary, and I'm like,
oh my goodness.
I said, you don't know how unbelievable this is because this is Gary's worst nightmare.
He literally talked himself into his worst nightmare.
Yeah, I said, this is his worst nightmare. I mean, I go, you're telling me it was awful? Now I'm getting like full of glee because if it was a good pitch, we'd be done.
Yeah, it'd be over.
Now I'm smelling the first 2 hours of the show are going to be fantastic because Gary's pitch was, he goes, it was unbelievable.
The man is right.
So
the man is right.
I immediately